Chapter 193. In the North Town City, Su Lun had just guided a fountain out of the ground in a market with the help of the underground spring. The clear water rushed up 5 or 6 meters into the sky and turned into countless water droplets. Under the sunlight, the water droplets reflected colorful colors. It was very beautiful. I'll leave the maintenance of this fountain to you. Don't be careless. It's used to put out fires in the market nearby. Su Lun washed the mud on his hands with water, and then said to a manager of a market square next to him, "Don't worry, my lord. We'll definitely protect this fountain." After hearing the function of the fountain, the market leaders became more serious. In this era, fire was very serious. It was related to their lives. These people would naturally pay more attention to it. "My lord, Lord Aiton is back." A guard hurriedly ran to report. "Aiton is back? Did something happen?" Su Lun had a bad feeling. Aiton had been monitoring the movements of the large tribes around the territory. It had only been 3 days since the last report. Did something happen? Since the last time the orcs sent a division to attack North Town City, Su Lun had increased the collection of information from the surrounding tribes. However, since the orcs retreated, the other tribes had been resting and didn't find any big movements. Now that Aiton suddenly came back, the situation had obviously changed. "Let's go back." Su Lun turned around and rode back to the Lord's castle. Su Lun rode back to the Lord's castle and went straight to the study. After waiting for a while, hurried footsteps sounded. Aiton's travel-worn figure appeared in front of Su Lun. He bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, "My lord, the Centaur tribe has lost. The orcs have won a decisive victory." "What did you say?" Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Su Lun was shocked when he heard the news. He didn't control the strength in his hand and directly pressed a hole in the table. The high-quality teak furniture was directly destroyed. "How is this possible? Didn't you say that everything was normal 3 days ago? How could the Centaur tribe be defeated in just 3 days?" Su Lun asked in disbelief. "Even if it's a sneak attack, with the strength of the centaurs, they won't be able to last for 3 days. Su Lun knew how strong the Centaur tribe was. Although they didn't have as many people as the Orc tribe, they still had around 8,000 people. Moreover, the Centaur tribe could be said to be all soldiers. A tribe of 8,000 people could bring out 6,000 soldiers. In addition, the centaurs were good at running and had sharp arrows. Even if the beastmen had twice the numbers of the centaurs, they wouldn't have the slightest advantage. Moreover, 2 months ago, the centaurs had just defeated the beastmen. The beastmen had suffered heavy casualties. How could the centaurs be defeated in the blink of an eye? Although he knew the consequences of the Centaur tribe's defeat, this defeat was too sudden. On the battlefield, as cavalry, even if the centaurs lost, the beastmen wouldn't be able to catch up with them. How could this happen? In 3 days, no, it should be 2 days, the beastmen had defeated the Centaur tribe. According to this momentum, the beastmen's next target was likely to be the northern battlefront city. As the only city in this wasteland that could threaten them, Su Lun didn't think that the beastmen would be friendly with them. Do you know why? Su Lun quickly calmed down. The centaurs had been defeated. It was too late to say anything now. The most important thing was to find out how the beastmen won and then take corresponding precautions. "My apologies, sir. The battle happened at night. We didn't see it. The centaurs were already defeated the next day." Aiton said awkwardly. "Continue to monitor the beastmen's movements. Then send someone to contact the centaurs and ask them what happened that night." Su Lun said with his eyes closed. "Yes, sir." Aiton didn't even have time to eat before he hurriedly rode out of the northern battlefront city to continue monitoring the beastmen tribe. 2 days later, more centaurs were defeated. Su Lun had a direct understanding of their losses. Many of the centaur tribe's males had died in battle. The centaur tribe had lost a large number of people and had no choice but to gather the scattered tribes to form a new defensive force. After being exterminated by the beastmen, the Centaur tribe gathered the remaining tribes and began to move south. Year 1687 of the Radiant Moon calendar, early April. Just as the northern battlefront city was making preparations for war, The first batch of centaurs to move south arrived on the other side of the Whitewater River. Across the Whitewater River, about 100 kilometers away from the northern battlefront city, was the centaur tribe's nomadic territory. After the migration, the centaurs began to chase away the goblins and other creatures nearby. After the Leaping Horse Plains were taken over by the beastmen, the centaur tribe had no choice but to move southwest. The northern battlefront city living on the other side of the Whitewater River also felt an external pressure. The centaurs' westward migration had a chain effect. The balance between the two factions was broken in an instant. Firstly, the humans living in the northern battlefront city were nervous. Secondly, the other tribes living nearby were also on alert. Large numbers of goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were chased away, causing the wastelands to become even more chaotic. Even the number of monsters near the northern battlefront city had greatly increased. Su Len only sent people to monitor the centaur tribe. He didn't show any hostility. Perhaps when the beastmen army arrived, he would need their help. In fact, the centaur tribe wasn't easy to deal with. Su Len had relied on Owen's merchant group to make a deal with the centaurs. Under most circumstances, the centaurs preferred to rob. These centaurs were proficient in bows and arrows and were famous for their speed in the northern wastelands. No matter who it was, they would rob them. The centaur tribe's civilization wasn't very developed. Their forging skills were very limited, and the weapons and equipment they made were not as good as the humans. After the war with the beastmen, the centaurs finally thought of trading with other tribes in exchange for military resources. However, at this time, no other tribe believed them. This directly caused them to lack all kinds of resources. In the end, Owen's merchant group took a risk and successfully made a deal with the centaur tribe. With the resources provided by the humans, the centaurs were in a stalemate with the beastmen. They even had the upper hand. A few years later, the beastmen merged with another tribe and their population increased greatly. Only then did they suppress the centaur tribe. With such a powerful enemy, the centaurs could no longer plunder other races without any scruples. They were afraid that they would attract more enemies. After the defeat of the Leaping Horse Grass, not only did the centaur tribe's population decrease, but their resources also became scarce. Recently, they didn't even have enough food to eat. After settling down the tribe, the centaurs once again sent a messenger to the northern town. The messenger sent by the Samar centaur tribe was the Little Mare mission. On the other side, Aiton discovered that the beastmen army had become restless after a short period of rest. They began to train the recruited soldiers on a large scale. They let them familiarize themselves with the weapons, the commands of the army, and how to cooperate with others. At the same time, they began to prepare food. Obviously, they had begun to prepare for the upcoming war. When the centaurs' envoys arrived at the northern town, many of them were injured. This made Su Len feel a little strange. Even if the centaurs had declined, ordinary tribes wouldn't dare to make a move against them. Now, these people obviously came here after a battle. As for who would intercept the centaurs' envoys, there was no need to think about it. It must be the beastmen. The wolf riders of the beastmen's vanguard army had already arrived near the northern town. These beastmen tribes from the northeast would directly threaten the safety of the northern town. When he saw Mission again, she looked a little haggard. It seemed that the big defeat had a big impact on her. However, she also had a more capable aura. Obviously, she had grown a lot during this time. Good day, respected Sir Su Len. After meeting, the beautiful Little Mare Mission gave Su Len a warm hug. Good day, Mission. I deeply regret your experience. Feeling the amazing elasticity, Su Len said with a smile. Sir Su Len, we haven't seen each other for only a few months, and your territory has changed so much. Mission looked at the high walls of the northern town and said, when we first came here, it was still a remote town. The population was less than 2,000. Now it is a city with nearly 10,000 people. I heard that you had a big battle with the beastmen army a while ago. And you won? It was just a fluke. Su Len waved his hand and said, this time, it was an official war between the northern town and the centaur tribe. It was not just about trade. So this time, other than calculating, what else could they do? A few other leaders of the northern town also came. Among them were the high priest and General Liu Daily. Miawan was wearing a pure white robe with a beautiful leaf pattern on it. This was clearly not something that could be made with the centaur's craftsmanship. When Sullen's eyes fell on the beautiful little mare's chest, he was stunned. This lass's chest was towering. She really had a lot of assets. With a sigh, Su Lin welcomed the centaur delegation into the Lord's castle. Most of the residents of the northern town had never seen a centaur before. It was the first time they saw this mythical creature. This time, the centaur delegation was much bigger than the first time. There were more than 60 strong centaur warriors. This gave Su Lin a slight headache when arranging them. P.S. A book, Cultivation begins in the desert. Mortal cultivation, farming, no system, more than 2 million words. Chapter 194. Su Lin asked after they sat down in the living room, "Mission, I remember that you were almost as strong as the orcs. How did you lose so suddenly?" Mission smiled bitterly, "We were too careless. After defeating the orc army, we relaxed our vigilance. The orcs also retreated after that defeat, which made our warriors even more proud. Now that I think about it, they did that to numb us and make us reveal our flaws. Obviously, they succeeded. But even if you were careless, you wouldn't have been defeated so easily," Su Lin said strangely. "Indeed, even if we were careless, we wouldn't have lost so much. After all, even if we couldn't win, we could still run. It's just that the orcs were already prepared. The orc shamans used the blur spell, and the orc army used the blur spell to successfully surround our tribe under the cover of the night." Su Lin nodded. He understood the orcs' plan. Blur was not a difficult spell. After using it, it could cover the user with a layer of shadow. With the cover of night, it was comparable to an invisibility spell. It was not easy to cover the entire orc army with blur. Even a legendary wizard would need to use a large amount of mana to cast it more than 10 times. Although the orc shamans were powerful, they had not reached the legendary level. Blur combined with the cover of night could barely achieve the effect of invisibility. Blur also had the effect of creating shadows that could easily make archers miss their target. After the centaurs became careless, the orcs rushed through the night and surrounded the centaur tribe. The centaurs' strength lay in their cavalry and heavy cavalry. After losing their speed and being close to the orcs, the centaurs lost all their advantages. The orc army formed an elite force. There were not many of them, only 2,000 of them. Together with the orc wolf riders, they directly broke through the centaur tribe's defense. The centaur tribe was defeated. In order to break out of the encirclement, the centaur tribe paid a huge price. Some of the warriors launched a suicide attack against the orc army. They used their flesh and blood to open a path for the women and children of the centaurs. In the end, the centaurs lost more than 3,000 elite warriors and some women and children. In the end, less than 4,000 centaurs successfully escaped. Even so, the centaurs were still being harassed by the orcs' wolf riders. The centaur tribe, which had suffered heavy losses, only stopped when they reached the North Town City. They could no longer fend off the orc army on their own. The centaurs wanted to team up with the humans of the North Town City to fight against the orc army. The war in the wilderness was very cruel. Once they lost, there would be the danger of extinction. The beastmen would not give the centaurs a chance to rise again. "Are you going to form an alliance with us?" Su Lin looked at the little mare and asked. "That's right, Sir Su Lin. The humans and the beastmen have been enemies for generations. We also have a huge grudge against the beastmen. We should work together to deal with the beastmen. Moreover, after the orcs defeated our centaurs, their strength is not something that either of us can deal with alone." "I don't deny that." Su Lin nodded. "The orcs are indeed our common enemy. We agree to form an alliance with the centaur tribe." When the centaurs heard that Su Lin was willing to form an alliance, they were overjoyed. This was the best news they had heard since their defeat that night. "Sir Su Lin, we have another request." Mihian hesitated a bit and said, "What request?" "We need the North Town City to give us some food, tents, medicine, and weapons. When the centaurs escaped that night, They did not bring any food. Many of them did not even have weapons. Su Lin held his chin with one hand. Chris, how much food and tents can our territory provide? Master, the territory just had a harvest of food. After deducting our own needs and the food for the new population every month, we can provide 30 tons of food, Chris said. Su Lin knew that this was only a small portion. She was just putting on a show for the centaurs. Immediately send 30 tons of food to the centaurs, Su Lin said directly. Understood. Thank you for your generosity, Sir Su Lin. You are the centaur's best friend, Mihian said gratefully. This is our support for our allies, Su Lin said with a smile. Su Lin said with a smile, but we are also very limited in weapons and equipment, so we can't provide you with too much. Su Lin's territory was not big. The weapons and equipment he had were barely enough to support his army. He had 1,700 soldiers in his territory, and many of them were still wearing leather armor. The equipment he could provide was limited. Moreover, there was another reason. After all, they were only allies, and the centaurs weren't harmless. If they gave them too much equipment, what would they do if the centaurs turned around and attacked them? That wasn't impossible. If they stole a lot of equipment from northern town city and continued south, the orcs wouldn't chase after them. There weren't many rules in the wastelands. They believed in the survival of the fittest and the survival of the fittest. If Northgard City was still the same as Northgard Fortress, without a tall wall, the centaurs might not be looking for an alliance. They might just run away and steal the spoils. 30 tons of rations sounded like a lot, but because there were only potatoes and no other meat to supplement their diet, according to the centaur's appetite, a centaur would consume 2 to 3 kilograms a day. It must be known that a centaur would consume 5 to 6 kilograms of hay and 2 kilograms of fodder in a day. The centaur's appetite was even more astonishing. 30 tons of food, along with their own hunting, was enough to feed the 3,000 centaurs for half a month. If they wanted to rely on this amount of food to continue running, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. With the orcs chasing after them, the centaurs would most likely all starve to death. Su Lin was vigilant against any forces. Even if they were allies, he would use the most malicious method. Murder was always happening in this world. The centaurs lacked weapons, but they had bows and arrows. What the centaurs lacked was armor. In the battle that night, they did not have time to put on armor. This caused the centaurs to lack heavy cavalry. Although heavy cavalry was slow, they could not change directions, cost a lot of money, and had many other shortcomings. They were still irreplaceable on a cold weapon battlefield. If the centaur tribe had 500 heavy cavalry, they could easily cut through the orc tribe's army on the battlefield. Su Lin gave the centaurs 300 sets of armor inlaid with iron scales, as well as a batch of javelins and spears. Together with 30 tons of food, they were sent to the centaurs. At the same time, northern Battlefront City entered a state of emergency. 1,700 soldiers were all back in the army. 200 North Battlefront Castle guards were on standby. 2,000 militia members were gathered again. The blacksmith shop also started producing armor. Su Lin intended to equip all the soldiers above the level of elite spearmen with iron armor. The strength of elite spearmen was still a little lower than that of knights, but after being equipped with good iron armor and weapons, ordinary orcs were no match for them. Now, most of the long spear soldiers in North Town City had reached this level. Some of them had even reached the level of heavy armor long spear soldiers, knight level. The heavy armored pikemen were the backbone of the army, so they were equipped with the best equipment. The half-body plate armor forged by the blacksmiths in the territory was given to the heavy armored pikemen first. At the same time, the tower shields made from ankh eggs were all given to them. The barbarians also used half-body plate armor and were given double-edged great axes and hand axes. These people could only use them to charge or disrupt the enemy's formation. The archers were all equipped with iron scale armor and longbows. At the same time, they were also equipped with melee weapons. Only a portion of these archers used centaur longbows and elven warbows. The rest of the archers used ordinary birch bows. The birch bow's range was half as long as the elven and centaur longbows. Su Len originally wanted to replace all the archers with centaur longbows and elven battle bows, but the oak wood used for elven battle bows wasn't mature yet, so he had to replace it with birch. Although the birch bough's range was short and its power was low, it also consumed less energy. Although it wasn't much of a threat to the armored orcs, the normal orc soldiers didn't have any armor, so the birch bough was still a threat to them. Su Len issued a call for war in the North Town City. There were still many mercenaries in the North Town City, and they were all recruited into the army. The half-elves were also in the range of recruitment. Last time, Su Luen promised Grace that he would only recruit 150 half-elves to join the army, but he could continue to recruit when the territory faced a great threat. So this time, a total of 350 half-elves joined the army, and the same was true for the drows. In order to deal with the incoming orc army, Su Len had mobilized all the forces in the territory. But even so, there were only 2,500 soldiers in the North Town City other than the militia. All of the scouts had been sent out. Every 3 hours, there would be a scout reporting the latest movements of the orc army. The orc army had over 10,000 soldiers this time. Among them, there were about 500 elite orc warriors, 3,000 orc wolf riders, and 8,000 orc warriors. In addition, there were more than 5,000 servants in the orc army. After the orc army defeated the centaur tribe, a large number of gnolls, earth goblins, and bugbears joined the orc army. As for the normal goblins and kobolds, they didn't even have the right to join the army. The only ally of the North Town City was the centaur tribe. Chapter 195. On the third day after the centaurs left, they appeared at the White River. They were only about 10 kilometers away from the northern citadel. The total population of the northern citadel and the centaur tribe was only about 10,000 people. This number was about the same as the orc army, but most of them were civilians with no combat ability. Su Len also officially announced that the territory had entered a period of war. All commercial activities were stopped. The city was closed, the port was closed, and all kinds of resources were temporarily mobilized. All the merchant groups could choose to leave or stay to help the northern citadel. If they stayed, their guards and mercenaries would be conscripted into the army. Many of the merchants were so scared that their faces turned pale when they heard that the orc army was about to attack. They wanted to leave with their guards and mercenaries. For these people, they had no choice but to leave. Su Len didn't make it difficult for them. He just recorded their merchant groups. In the future, these merchant groups wouldn't receive any preferential treatment when they came to the northern citadel. Their specialties like sugar, rum, dragon tiger wine, and vodka, brewed with potatoes, would no longer be available to them. At the same time, Su Len also recorded the merchant groups that were willing to stay. The guards and mercenaries of these merchant groups would join the army. Su Len would give these people more preferential treatment. In times of crisis, those who were willing to stand with the northern citadel, no matter what their intentions were, had helped him after all. As soon as the order was given, the merchant groups immediately packed up and left. Of course, there were also some who were willing to fight and let their guards and mercenaries join the army of the northern citadel. This battle also showed Su Len who was a friend, who was a passerby, and who was trustworthy in times of crisis. A fast horse galloped from the northeast. It passed through the city gate and rushed directly to the lord's castle. The figure jumped off the horse and hurried into the castle. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Soon, a guard's voice sounded outside the door. "Sir, an urgent report from the scouting team." "Come in." The guard came in with a drow. "Sir, Captain Aiton sent me back to report that the orc army is moving toward us. Captain Aiton is still there watching. Thank you for your hard work. How far is the orc army? How many people do they have?" Su Len stood up and asked. "When I left, the orc army was still 200 kilometers away from North Town City. According to their speed, they are at most 180 kilometers away from us. They have at least 10,000 men and 5,000 servants. 1,000 wolf riders will be the vanguard," the drow said clearly. "The enemy is at the gate." Su Len nodded. The range of the strategic map only covered the area where his territory was located. Only those beastmen who entered his territory could see it. Go and rest. Su Lin waved his hand and dismissed them. Then he said to the guards, order the army to get ready for battle. Get ready to fight at any time. Northern Battlefront City is under military management. All resources will be distributed. The security forces are patrolling 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to cause trouble. All markets will be closed and a curfew will be imposed. No one is allowed to enter or leave without orders. The attendant beside him replied loudly, understood. Soon, the entire northern Battlefront City began to operate like a sophisticated machine. The battle that was about to begin could be the most difficult one northern Battlefront City had ever faced. Tens of thousands of orcs were about to arrive. Su Lin did not plan to let them come so easily. If the orcs surrounded the city, northern Battlefront City would be able to hold them back. What if the centaurs retreated? Therefore, he planned to fight at Whitewater River or Red Sand River, relying on the river to defend. Attacking halfway was a well-tested tactic. Although it was simple, it was useful. As for fighting with one's back to the river, it was not something normal people could do. If it was used well, it could stimulate the morale of the soldiers and allow them to fight to the death. However, if it was not used well, it would become a dead end. It was not something normal people could do. Outside northern Battlefront City, 2,500 soldiers of northern Battlefront City lined up neatly. Su Lin led Chris, Hathaway, Karina, Boulder, and Johnson at the front. Grace and Harrison stayed behind to guard northern Battlefront City. Aiton led the reconnaissance team to monitor the orcs' movements. The centaurs had also finished gathering. However, after the disastrous defeat, the centaurs had gathered all they could. There were only 2,000 of them, and some of them were female centaurs. Two teams of barbarian warriors stood on the left and right. They would be the assault force of northern Battlefront City. They would tear down the enemy's defense when the machine was turned off. Two teams of half-elf archers stood on the outside. They were Sullen's guards. A low horn was blown, and the flags that were flying high in the air were fluttering in the wind. Su Lin mounted his horse and knocked on its belly. The big black horse took a few steps forward. Clang. Su Lin unsheathed his sword and looked around. Soldiers, we've been through a lot to come to this barren land. We drove away the gnomes and kobolds, drove away the gnolls, defeated the ogres, killed the trolls, and wiped out the orcs. Only then did we truly take over this land. But today, the orcs are here again. They want to take over this land. They want to enslave and kill us. Now tell me, what are you going to do? Su Lin roared. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Roars shook the sky. All the soldiers raised their weapons and roared to the sky. Their fighting spirit soared through the clouds. Their voices spread everywhere. Even the centaur army a few kilometers away by the Whitewater River was stirred up. Su Lin pulled the reins and his horse reared. The army quieted down again. Today, the orcs have more than 10,000, and we only have 2,500. They're 4 times our number, but I'm not afraid at all. If victory is decided by numbers, then who can beat the kobolds and gnomes? Quality is more important than quantity. Su Lin. I led 35 barbarians to start this business, and I'm invincible. Why? Because as long as Su Lin, am alive, I'm invincible. Su Lin roared. Invincible! 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 All the soldiers in the North City roared in unison. Their voices pierced through the clouds and rocks. Let's go! Su Lin pointed his sword and roared, let those green-skinned bastards know that attacking here is the biggest mistake of their lives. Neat footsteps sounded, and the army slowly moved out. 800 mounted infantry guarded the flanks, and the rest of the soldiers moved forward slowly. At the back of the army, 80 ballistas were placed on a dozen carriages. The army moved east along the Red Sand River. Su Lin planned to stop the orc army at the bank of the Baishui River. After the Baishui River flowed eastward past the mine, the water flow slowed down. This was the easiest place to cross the river. According to the news sent back by the reconnaissance camp, The orc army was advancing in this direction. At this time, they were less than 50 miles away. On the other side of the river, a large number of orc wolf riders were patrolling. They were closely monitoring the movements of Sullen's army. The sun was shining brightly. Su Lin had ordered the army to set up camp. The orc army was very willing to send out soldiers to test the waters. If the North City was defeated, they would cross the river. If they couldn't, they would set up camp and rest for a day before fighting the humans. After knowing that the North City's army had set up camp again, the orc army didn't change their direction. Instead, they headed straight here. It was obvious that the orcs had decided to completely defeat the North City's army here. To the orcs, this was a very good opportunity. They weren't good at sieges. If they could wipe out the human army here, then the North City would be within their reach. Therefore, after discovering the human army, they didn't avoid it. Instead, they headed straight here. In the afternoon, the construction of the camp in North Town City was completed. The cooks had already started cooking. The army was in good order. It was at this moment that a group of orcs separated from the main army. They were carrying a large number of wooden rafts towards the Whitewater River. The scouts who were monitoring the orcs' movements by the river immediately noticed the orcs' movements. They quickly sent out a warning. Su Lin immediately led 2 squads of spearmen and 2 squads of archers out of the camp. The orc soldiers carried the wooden rafts and rushed towards the river. These orcs were the same as the ones Yi Shiwen had seen before. They were tall and strong. Their faces were ferocious, and they had a pair of long canine teeth. They wore leather armor and had all kinds of weapons. Most of them had spiked maces and giant axes. Many of them were also carrying simple wooden shields. The formation of these soldiers was messy, but there was a strong aura coming from them. If Yi Shiwen was a coward, he would probably turn around and run. The soldiers behind Su Lin remained silent. Their eyes were fixed on the orcs on the other side of the river. The archers on the side had already knocked their arrows. As soon as Su Lin gave the order, these archers would shoot out their arrows. Charge! With a roar, the green-skinned orcs rushed to the river and threw the rafts in their hands into the water. Then, several people rushed up. The rafts had limited space. Each raft could only fit 4 or 5 people. These orcs held up their shields and quickly paddled to the other side of the river. The Whitewater River was about 80 meters wide. If they were on the ground, these orcs would be able to cross such a short distance in a single charge. Now that they were on the river, although their speed had decreased a lot, they were still paddling very quickly. Soon, the orcs reached the center of the river. Su Lin gently waved his hand and cold arrows locked onto them. At the same time, the spearmen on the river had already gotten into formation and were waiting for the orcs. Fire! Su Lin coldly looked at the orc army from the river. He waved his long sword and the arrows that he had prepared beforehand shot towards the orcs on the river. Chapter 196. Charge! The leading orc commander immediately gave the order to charge when he saw the large number of archers shooting from the bank. They had already expected this before the battle began, so they had no choice but to raise their shields and charge forward. The army on the other side of the river didn't seem to have a lot of people. As long as they charged forward, they were confident they could defeat the army in front of them first. Archers, 3 volleys. Beside the White River, the half-elf Captain Ron's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw the orcs charging forward. He gave the order, and all the archers quickly lined up in 3 rows. The first row quickly retreated after firing their arrows, followed by the second and third rows. The first row was ready to fire again. Compared to the human army that used archers to cover fire, they didn't care about accuracy and focused more on coverage. The North Town City archers focused more on accuracy. With a large number of half-elf archers, the accuracy of the North Town City archers was terrifying, especially when it came to 3 volleys like this. The elven war bows and centaur longbows had a long range and were extremely powerful. The White River was less than 100 meters wide. At such a close distance, the arrows could easily pierce through the wooden shields made by the orcs and continue to shoot through their bodies. The orcs kept falling under the rain of arrows. Many of them directly fell into the river, and the river was soon dyed red. The orcs began to fight back. Many of them picked up their bows and began to shoot at the North Town City army. However, since they were standing on the wooden rafts, they couldn't stand steadily, so the power and accuracy of the arrows were greatly reduced. These orcs that were shooting with bows quickly became the priority targets of the archers. They were soon turned into hedgehogs by the arrows. Many orcs on the wooden rafts were falling into the water after being hit by the arrows. However, these orcs continued to charge forward under the lead of the orc commanders. The endless rain of arrows was like an invisible line of defense. The orcs fearlessly ran into the impenetrable line of death. The flood of orcs fearlessly charged into the line of defense. Blood-red waves bloomed all of a sudden. Cold arrows fell from the sky and pierced through the bodies of the charging orcs. The wooden shield had completely lost its defensive effect. Be it centaur longbows or elven warbows, they could be easily pierced through. Even if he was wearing metal armor, the arrows would still be able to enter through the gaps. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the surface of the river red. At this moment, life was being harvested like grass. After paying a huge price, the orcs were finally 20 meters away from the shore. These orcs jumped over 5 to 6 meters into the water and continued to swim towards the shore. At this time, the river water had already reached their waists. A distance of 10 meters would only take a breath on land, but in the water, their speed was greatly limited. Many of the orcs were shot to death before they could even reach the shore. The orcs behind them began to throw their javelins. Although they weren't very stable, they were still very lethal. The longbowmen retreated one after another, and the elite spearmen, who had been waiting at the side, quickly stepped forward. The orcs that had just reached the shore angrily rushed forward. The sharp blades in their hands slashed at the spearmen's shields. A deep mark was left on the ironclad wooden shield. What surprised him was that the human soldier only took half a step back and stabilized himself. The spear in his hand instantly shot out like a poisonous snake. The orc warrior didn't have time to dodge at all. The spear instantly pierced through the leather armor and into his abdomen. There weren't so many complicated changes on the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, it was a killing move. Life and death were often decided at the moment of contact. During normal training, the spearmen only had one move to attack, and that was to stab. Over the years, they had already practiced this move to the point of perfection. The orc only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Blood kept gushing out of the wound. But before he could react, a spear beside him instantly pierced through his throat. At this time, at the bank of the White Water River, the elite spearmen with shields and spears had already formed battle groups of 3. They were constantly killing the orcs that had rushed to the shore. These orcs were horrified to find that the weak and malnourished humans in their impression weren't killed like vegetables. Instead, the orcs were being defeated by their attacks. Relying on the advantage of their equipment, these human soldiers cooperated with each other and quickly reaped the lives of the orc warriors. Even if there were a few orcs who didn't care about anything and fought with their lives, they could only seriously injure their opponents. When they wanted to take another step forward, they were killed by the warriors beside them. There weren't many orc soldiers that had rushed to the shore. In just a short while, more than half of the orc soldiers had died. When the orc commander on the other side saw this situation, he didn't continue to attack. After a few angry roars, the orcs began to retreat. After seeing the orcs' movement, Su Len gently waved his hand, and the longbowmen began to shoot. Shooting was the furthest way to shoot arrows. Now, the entire river was covered by the arrows. Those orcs who didn't make it to the shore in time were shot to death by the arrows that fell from the sky. The orcs on the shore had no more reinforcements, and their retreat was cut off. Knowing that they were going to die, the orcs crazily counterattacked the human soldiers. Seeing this situation, the elite spearmen who didn't want to fight the orcs formed a shield wall. Then they surrounded the orcs and killed them one by one. Soon, the battle by the river was over. The orcs on the river had paid a heavy price and finally retreated to the shore. Only the corpses of the orcs on the shore and the wooden rafts floating on the river were left to tell the story of the fierce battle just now. After the initial probing battle, This group of orcs had stopped underestimating the humans. Although there weren't many humans in front of them, with the help of the terrain, it wouldn't be easy for the orc army to cross the river. Let's go back. The orcs on the other side of the river looked deeply at Su Lin and then led the orcs back to the camp. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Under your command, the Northern Battlefront City Army has obtained a great victory. The battle has ended. You have received 8,360 experience points. The battle has ended. You have received a gold treasure chest. You have received 2 tungsten steel ingots. Su Lin first cast physical healing on the injured and the unfortunate ones. He also collected the corpses of the unfortunate ones. He left some people to clean up the battlefield and monitor the orc army on the other side. Su Lin brought the others back to the camp. Zhang Tai opened the strategic map. After leaving the territory, the vision range of the strategic map was 20 kilometers around Su Lin. The most conspicuous thing on the map was the large red light spot on the other side of the Baishui River. The Centaur army wasn't close to here. Su Lin could only see a few yellow dots on the edge of the map that represented allies. According to the agreement between both sides, the Centaur army would suddenly attack the orc army during the final battle. Now they needed to hide. With the strategic map, the battlefield could be said to be completely transparent to Su Lin. Every move of the orcs was under his surveillance. Other than the orc army in front of him, Su Lin also discovered that there was another orc army hidden in the forest nearby. Looking at the size, there were about 2,000 orcs. It was obvious that the orcs hadn't revealed their full strength. After keeping the system in alert mode, Su Lin opened his inventory and checked his rewards. The Northern Battlefront City had lost 2 people in this battle. One was pierced through the heart by a javelin, and the other had his neck cut off by an orc. However, that orc's heart was pierced through as well. There were more than 10 orcs who were heavily injured. There were more than 30 orcs who were lightly injured. There were about 300 orcs who were killed. Most of them were killed by archers. The experience points weren't enough to level up. Su Lin opened the treasure chest in his inventory. There was a flash of light and a system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host. You have received the talent, Iron Bones. Iron Bones. After cruel training, your resistance to attacks has increased. All attacks that deal damage to you will be reduced by 10%. Normal weapons are ineffective against you. The Iron Bones talent was quite good. It could reduce damage. With this talent, Su Lin's defense had increased again. Normal attacks were ineffective against him. After moving his body, Su Lin took out the tungsten steel that he had just received. This steel ingot was cold to the touch. It wasn't heavy, and its color was close to silver. There were many naturally formed patterns on it. This item was considered a high-end material in the game. Wearing it would increase one's attributes. Tungsten steel, a metal with magical power. High-level forging material. After wearing it, it can increase spirit by 3 points. The effect will disappear when the spirit exceeds 30 points. It also has a mana recovery effect, recovering 1% of energy every minute. This item was definitely good for mages. Not only could it increase spirit, but it could also recover energy. There was no weave in this world. If one wanted to cast spells, they had to rely on their own mana. It was very difficult to become a mage. Therefore, mana recovery was a very important issue. This tungsten steel could recover 1% of its energy every minute. Although it wasn't much, it could recover 90% of its energy in an hour and a half. Of the 2 tungsten steel ingots, Su Lin took one for himself and prepared to give the other to Hathaway. As the only mage in the territory, it was best to give this item to her. After putting away the items, Su Lin went to Hathaway's tent and handed one of the tungsten steel ingots to her. What kind of metal is this? I feel that my spirit has increased a lot, and my mana recovery has also sped up. Feeling the benefits of the tungsten steel, Hathaway asked in surprise. This is tungsten steel, a high-level metal material. This piece is for you. Su Lin smiled and said, of course, you can also try to study this metal material and see if you can make magic equipment with it. I'll try my best. I've never seen this metal before. I won't touch it easily if I'm not 100% sure. Hathaway looked at the tungsten steel in her hand with shining eyes. Chapter 197. Night fell quickly. Su Lin did not rest after dinner. Instead, he walked around the camp with a few guards to check on the soldiers, comfort the injured, and boost their morale. Su Lin was very familiar with this kind of work. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Su Lin finally finished his patrol and returned to the tent. At this time, except for the soldiers on night watch, the others in the camp had already fallen asleep. Su Lin was not sleepy at all. The rise of every city or tribe was accompanied by the decline of other races. To truly conquer the land, one had to defeat all competitors. Cult City was the same. If Sullen's Northgard City wanted to rise, it had to go through the same process. If Northern Town City could defeat the Orc army on the battlefield, then the small and medium-sized tribes nearby would be forced to back off. Only by defeating them would the other tribes fear them. Within the Fireblade clan's Orc army, a sturdy Orc was sitting in a spacious tent. In the center of the tent was a bonfire, roasting a fat pig that weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. The rich aroma of the meat filled the tent. Did you find the Centaur army? The Orc used a small knife to cut open the roasted pig. The fat dripped onto the firewood and ignited a flame. We've scouted the surrounding 30 miles. There are no centaurs, another Orc said. Could the centaurs have taken the chance to escape? Probably not. Gordon shook his head. Should we carry out tonight's operation? Another old Orc, who seemed to be a shaman, asked. Gordon took a big bite of the roasted meat and said, the plan is the same. Even if the centaurs are hiding nearby, we'll leave some people here and wait for them to come. Great shaman, it's up to you tonight. I will tear those humans apart and avenge my children. Cough cough. Leave it to us. The old shaman coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice. Time passed quickly. It was already 1 in the morning. At this time, the wilderness was very quiet. Even the nocturnal animals would avoid this place. The Orc camp looked very messy. Some of the Orcs on night watch were also sleepy. The torches around the camp swayed back and forth in the night wind, reflecting all kinds of twisted and strange shadows. In this quiet night, a group of Orcs walked out of the territory. These Orcs didn't stop and directly walked into the forest on the other side of the camp. In the depths of the forest, 2,000 Orcs silently squatted on the ground. There were no flames here, only some moonlight shining through the leaves. These Orcs didn't make a single sound. The 2,000 Orcs were like 2,000 statues. After a long time, the strongest Orc looked at the sky and made a gesture to the Orcs beside him. The Orcs around him began to take out their dry rations and slowly chew. Even when eating, these beastmen didn't make too much noise. The leader of the beastmen sat down again and took the wineskin from a strong beastman warrior beside him. He took a big gulp and passed the wineskin to another beastman. In the dark forest, a group of Orcs arrived. Great shaman. Is everything ready? Ready. Then let's begin. With a slight magic fluctuation, an invisible shadow shrouded these Orcs. As the shadow spread, the figures of the Orcs in the shadow became abnormally blurry. These shadows quickly stopped expanding, and the shaman continued to cast spells. About 10 minutes later, the 2,000 Orcs were all shrouded in shadows. With the cover of the night, these Orcs seemed to be invisible from afar. The Orcs didn't cross the river from the spot during the day. Instead, they continued to move downstream for another kilometer. They planned to cross the river from here. Warning! Warning! A large number of enemies have begun to move. Warning! Warning! A large number of enemies have begun to move. Su Lun was suddenly awakened by the alarm in his mind. He opened the strategic map and saw that the Orcs hiding in the woods were moving downstream of the Whitewater River. Obviously, these Orcs were planning to cross the river downstream. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately got up and sent someone to inform everyone to gather immediately. It took 15 minutes for all the soldiers to gather. After seeing all the soldiers gathered, Su Lin took out the sky illumination lamp and activated the ability of this item. Group Invisibility. A glass-like item quickly spread out from Sullen's hand. The glass cover quickly covered the entire army in the camp. By the time everyone was shrouded in, the camp had become empty from the outside. Everyone marched silently. At Su Luan's order, the whole army of the North Town quietly moved downstream of the Baishui River like horses and hooves. More than 2,000 people were all enchanted with invisibility. The orc scouts on the opposite side didn't notice anything strange. The distance of 1 kilometer wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Soon, the northern battlefront city army arrived at the river where the orcs were crossing. The night was hazy. Water vapor rose from the river. A fog began to spread on the river. The orcs who were enchanted with invisibility were even more difficult to distinguish. The night had completely covered their bodies. If it wasn't for the map showing them, Su Lin would have overlooked them. Although the orcs' method wasn't very clever, it was good as long as it was effective. The 2,000 orcs rowed their wooden rafts across the river. Su Lin didn't immediately attack. Instead, he waited for more orcs to cross the river. He already planned to use this opportunity to wipe out the entire orc army in front of him. All the spearmen were lined up at the front. These spearmen formed a huge spear formation. The archers followed closely behind the spear formation. At the front of the spear formation were the elite spearmen. These spearmen were all wearing heavy armor, holding a large shield in one hand and a spear in the other. The spears were like a forest, the shields were like a wall. The spear formation was like a wall. As long as Su Lin gave the order, they would directly push forward. On both sides of the spearmen were 30 ballistae. The ballistae were diagonally facing the orc army. There was a huge killing weapon hanging on each of the ballistae. 3-meter-long spears were mounted on the ballistae. If these things were fired at such a close distance, it was very likely that a few orcs would be hanging on each spear. All the archers were ready. Su Lin stared at the red dots on the map. Soon, 1/3 of the orcs had reached the shore. The rest were quickly approaching the river. Su Lin's eyes were cold. He took out the sky lamp and directly used its other function. Break invisibility. An invisible energy wave swept forward in a fan shape with Su Luan as the center. The energy wave was very fast, and in just one breath, the haze on the orc army on the shore and the orc army on the river was instantly dispelled. All the orcs were instantly exposed to the orcs in front of the orcs. The orcs all looked ferocious and murderous. They were all wearing heavy armor. There were about 500 to 600 orcs in iron armor. It didn't take a genius to know that these orcs were the most elite warriors of the Fireblade clan. If these elite warriors were wiped out, it would definitely be good news for North Town City. Longbowmen, get ready. Su Lin raised his right hand. More than 700 longbowmen immediately knocked their arrows. They were only 50 meters away from the orcs, but these 50 meters formed 4 defensive lines. It wouldn't be easy for the orcs to break through. Ballistae, get ready. Fire. With Su Lin's order, the prepared ballistae immediately fired. At the same time, all the longbowmen also fired. Boom. The beastmen soldiers crowding the shore were cut down like wheat, but the most shocking thing was the crossbow bolts fired by the 60 ballistae. The 3-meter-long bolts were like the scariest messengers of death. Like a stick of candied haws, the spears pierced through the first orc and continued forward, piercing through the orcs behind it. The 60 ballistae fired at the same time. The orcs at the outermost perimeter suffered a great loss. With the addition of more than 700 longbowmen, the orcs on the shore suffered heavy casualties. The range of the ballistae was 400 to 500 meters. Su Lin waited until they were 200 meters away before announcing the attack. He wanted to unleash the full power of the ballistae. After the attack, everyone's invisibility effect disappeared. The spear formation advanced toward the shore in an orderly manner. The orcs were stunned by the sudden attack. But when they saw the orcs from the northern city, they immediately charged forward. Longbowmen, get ready. Fire in 3 straight sections. The endless rain of bolts kept coming. Large numbers of orcs died. At the same time, many orcs continued to charge toward the northern city's army. However, although these orcs were quite strong, they were facing a shield wall that had already been set up. Javelins and axes were thrown at them. The shields made a lot of noise. Then, some orcs with maces and axes smashed at the shields. The powerful force made the shields tremble. The spears on the side were like poisonous snakes. They quickly stabbed and retracted. Large numbers of orcs were pierced and bled. The orcs on the shore suffered heavy casualties. But soon, a large number of new orcs joined in. They were the orcs that had just crossed the river. As soon as they came ashore, they immediately met up with the other orcs. As the elites of the orc army, although they were stunned by the previous attack, they quickly adjusted. After seeing that it was difficult to break through the front, large numbers of orcs took advantage of the time when the ballistae were loading the bolts. They braved the rain of bolts and charged toward the ballistae on both sides. However, to their disappointment, Su Len specifically transferred more than half of the barbarian guards to guard the ballistae to prevent this from happening. Those orcs who managed to charge through the rain of bolts were ready to kill. But they ran into the barbarian guards who were already ready to attack. Chapter 198. In the darkness, the orcs rushed forward. The barbarian warriors who had been waiting for a long time waved their giant axes and charged forward. Raise your morale. Group petrifying skin. Group haste. Group enchanted weapon. Owl's sight. Rays of magic light rose from the North Town City's army. With a buff from the spells, the army's strength was doubled. In addition, the Owl's insight was a weakened version of weakness insight, so the North Town City's army's lethality increased once again. Their defense, speed, and strength were all strengthened. Even their weapons were strengthened. The battle was intense from the start. The orc warriors who were surrounded had no choice but to fight to the death. The leader of the orc warriors was one of the few elites in iron armor. After a roar to the sky, he rushed towards Su Lun while brandishing his heavy axe. Su Lun didn't care about him at all. After all, anyone under the legendary level was nothing more than an ant. With a sweep of the violet dragon halberd, he was sent flying. Blood poured out of his mouth, mixed with chunks of his internal organs. His body was twisted into a strange position, and before he even landed on the ground, he was already dead. Orcs could be said to be the strongest of the middle-sized humanoid races. Trolls and ogres belonged to the giant race. In this world, intelligent life still abided by the law that the bigger the body, the stronger the strength. Barbarians were already the largest humanoid race, but in front of the orcs, they were still nothing. But these seemingly weak beastmen barbarians easily overturned the beastmen warriors. On a large-scale battlefield, the clash of strength was common. The orcs were the tyrants of the wilderness. They weren't weak. They didn't lack strength or bravery. They were born with the ability to survive with violence. The most common orc warrior could easily take down 3 to 5 fully armed human soldiers with their bare hands. They could even take on the charge of a warhorse with no problem. Back then, the humans were able to defeat the orcs not only because of their strategy, but also because of the help of the elves. Unfortunately, they had bitten off more than they could chew. The soldiers of Northern Citadel weren't weak. Moreover, their strength, equipment, techniques, logistics, and willpower were superior in every aspect. Moreover, they had the support of the adepts as well. This slight advantage accumulated into an insurmountable gap. Moreover, half of the orcs were still crossing the river. The fact that they didn't collapse while crossing the river was already a testament to their bravery. The current battle had turned into a fueling tactic. Perhaps there were miraculous spells in this world that could turn the situation around, but it obviously wouldn't be these orcs. Su Lun led Boulder, Johnson, and a team of barbarian great axe berserkers to launch a charge. These barbarians went berserk and turned into killing machines. Whirlwind Slash didn't stop for even a moment. Army Spirit plus Haste plus Enchanted Weapons plus Berserk plus Whirlwind Slash plus Owl's Sight, these barbarians turned into windmills. Their killing efficiency was so high that it left people speechless. Everywhere they passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. In fact, the windmill of these barbarians was only a weaker version. The real windmill could only be used by legendary warriors. It required legendary endurance, legendary berserk, whirlwind slash, aura slash, weakness detection, advanced battle reflex, and legendary strength. Then, a mage would buff him with advanced haste, advanced enchanted weapons, advanced enemy prediction, advanced fox's grace, and other support skills. Once such a person appeared on the battlefield, he could turn the entire battlefield into a meat mill. There was an ultimate version of the windmill skill. If one were to ask which class had the highest attack power among all the physical classes, the answer would undoubtedly be the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint class was very special. They gave up all their armor and pursued the highest attack power. This made them the class with the lowest defense among all the physical classes, but at the same time, it gave them an attack power that other physical classes couldn't reach. Only the Sword Saint could make the strongest attack of the physical classes. With a series of skills such as Blade Storm, Aura slash, Weakness Detection, Cleave, Whirlwind slash, Advanced Haste, and Enemy Prediction, the Sword Saint could burst out a powerful force in an instant. It was said that in the era of the legendary Arcane Empire, those great arcanists drove the floating city and the Sword Saint to kill the gods, but this kind of thing had not been confirmed until now. Su Lin casually pulled out a javelin, leaned back, and threw it toward the orc crowd in front of him. At such a close distance, the orc warrior didn't have any time to react. The javelin, which was more powerful than the arrows shot from the ballista, instantly disappeared into the crowd of orcs. The javelin penetrated the orcs in a straight line, and blood splattered everywhere. All the orcs in the path of the javelin were penetrated by the javelin, and a big bloody hole appeared on their bodies. Screams of pain could be heard endlessly. Charge! The army of the northern battlefront city began to advance. Under the leadership of Su Lin, the human army advanced steadily. The orcs also launched a counterattack, not to be outdone. Both sides were trying their best to expand their lines of defense and kill each other with all their might. The orcs surged forward like a tide, and the army of the northern battlefront city was like an indestructible reef in the sea. The tide splashed a lot of waves, and then it suddenly shattered. The orc warriors were surprised to find that the humans, who could only hide behind the solid city walls in their eyes, were actually so powerful. In this kind of close combat, the orcs were the ones who suffered heavy casualties. If that was all, then the orcs could still hold on for a while. However, the arrows that came from the back of the humans were like a storm. In a short period of time, the longbowmen had already shot out 30 arrows. In this small area of the river bank, more than 20,000 arrows had completely covered the entire area. With every step Su Lin took, he left behind countless broken limbs. The scarlet blood turned the riverbank into a muddy pool. Facing the soldiers of the northern battlefront city, the orcs were at a disadvantage. However, in front of Su Lin, every orc was a match for him. The orcs on the riverbank found it harder and harder to hold on. The orcs on the river behind them sped up, trying to support them. The night wind whistled. Blood and slaughter. A thick smell of blood spread across the battlefield along with the wind. The battle had reached its climax. Soldiers from both sides were dying every second. Neither the orcs nor the northern battlefront city soldiers showed any signs of backing down. When enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous would win. In just a few minutes, the area where the two armies were fighting was covered with corpses. Dark red blood flowed into a small stream, flowing along the river bank into the river. The Whitewater River was dyed red. The first row of elite longbowmen suffered heavy casualties. The second row of elite longbowmen took over. The northern battlefront city's longbowman formation was still in good condition. If the second row of longbowmen suffered heavy casualties, the third row of longbowmen would take over. The archers at the back began to recover their strength. Shooting 30 arrows in a short time created a rain of arrows that blotted out the sky. It also caused the archers to be temporarily exhausted. This battle could be said to be the most difficult battle the orcs had ever fought. In the past, when they fought with other tribes, those tribes didn't have much leather armor. They also didn't know how to coordinate with each other. Under the assault of the orcs, their formations could be easily torn apart in a few charges. Then, they relied on their strong physique and weapons to slaughter the tribes. Even the centaurs who had been fighting with them for years were defeated when they got close to them. However, this group of humans was different from all the enemies they had faced before. They had sturdy armor, shields, and sharp weapons. What made them even more uncomfortable was that every time they attacked, they would feel like they were being besieged by several humans. Under the leadership of Su Len, the barbarian guards were invincible. The orcs suffered heavy casualties. After speeding up the boat, the orcs finally reached the shore. These orcs didn't wait for the wooden raft to reach the shore. Instead, they directly came over to help. However, their arrival didn't help the orcs turn the situation around. Seeing all the orcs rushing to the shore, Su Len revealed a smile. He was worried that the battle here was too fierce and scared the orcs away. In the end, he wasn't disappointed. The orcs sped up and rushed to the shore. "Since you're all here, then stay here." Su Len smiled. He didn't let Christina and Hathaway do anything. He wanted to trap all the orcs here and then make the final decision. At the same time, he didn't want to give the orc army on the other side time to react. He wanted to kill all the orcs that crossed the river to ambush the orcs. Fireball. Chain lightning. Exploding flame. Chain fireball. Pain whip. Ice storm. Hathaway, Karina, and Chrissy were on a small hill behind Northgard City. They had prepared a long time ago and cast all the spells they were going to cast. The narrow shore was filled with all kinds of elemental powers. Frost, lightning, and fire wreaked havoc in this area. The orcs that had just rushed to the shore and hadn't made contact with the northern city soldiers yet were drowned by the elemental powers. The flames melted the steel and ignited the beastmen's bodies. Lightning danced back and forth in the crowd of beastmen. All of the beastmen's bodies were charred black by the electricity. Pieces of ice blades suddenly appeared and spun rapidly. The sharp ice blades directly cut the beastmen's bodies into countless terrifying wounds. As soon as blood flowed out, it was frozen into ice. It wasn't just physical damage. These orcs felt like their brains were being stirred with a red-hot iron. Blood flowed out of their nostrils like water pipes. Even their eyes and ears were bleeding. In just a few breaths, the hundreds of orcs that had rushed to the shore and the hundreds of orcs before them were all wiped out. Chapter 199. The battlefield was silent. The soldiers of North City were also shocked by the series of explosions. The power of the spellcasters was not just for show. It was only 2 4th-level spellcasters and a 3rd-level spellcaster, but they were able to kill 1,000 orcs in a short period of time. Su Len had only seen this kind of scene in modern battlefields in the movies from his previous life. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air, accompanied by the thick smell of blood. It was nauseating. Other than the orcs, a few barbarians who rushed too quickly were also affected. Some of them were burnt black by the lightning, while others were burned quite badly by the flames. However, these barbarians were wearing dragon leather armor and had intermediate toughness. They had high resistance, so their injuries were not too serious. After the battle, Su Len arranged for people to help the injured soldiers and clean up the battlefield. He began to treat the seriously injured soldiers. The green light of the physical healing spell kept rising, and the green life energy merged with these seriously injured soldiers. Soon, these people recovered from their serious injuries to light injuries. Just as the soldiers of North City were cleaning up the battlefield, the orcs finally gathered their troops and moved towards the river. However, they were too late. From the beginning of the battle to the end, it lasted less than half an hour. With the orcs' ability to organize their troops in such a short period of time, it could be said that they were well trained. Of course, Su Len was very clear about the organizational ability of the army in this world. Even the elite troops of the Kingdom of Florence could not assemble in 20 minutes. He successfully used this time difference to take down the elite troops that the orcs used for the sneak attack. After the orc army saw that the battle was over, they roared angrily and left with their troops. This surprised Su Len. He did not angrily order the soldiers to continue to cross the river. Su Len was ready to earn some experience, but he did not expect the orc commander to hold back. However, since they left, Su Len was not in a hurry to fight with them. In order to end the battle in a short period of time, The soldiers of North City had expended a lot of energy. Those longbowmen had basically used up all their strength in a short period of time. Now, they had only recovered 30% to 40% of their strength. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up. Su Len left the scouts behind to continue monitoring the situation and then led the army back to the camp to rest. In this battle, more than 50 spearmen died, and 200 to 300 were injured. After Su Len used physical healing, there was not much of a problem. There were no casualties among the archers, but a few of the barbarians were heavily injured. There were also hundreds of mercenaries and merchant guards who had lost their lives. Because these people had not undergone any training, they were not suitable to fight with the spearmen. So, they were grouped together with the barbarians. As a result, when the barbarians charged forward, these people also rushed forward. Most of them hadn't reached the knight level yet, and they didn't know how to cooperate with each other. They had no advantage against the orcs. Although they had killed a lot of orcs, they had also suffered heavy casualties. After returning to the camp, Su Len waited for all the soldiers, including the wounded ones, to settle down before returning to his tent. Summoning the system interface, Su Len began to check the rewards of this battle. You've won a huge victory. Congratulations, host. You've defeated an elite orc army. You've received 28,300 experience points. Your experience bar has been filled. Your level has been increased. You've received a gold treasure chest. You've received the item Star Iron X3. Your level has been increased. Current level is LV23. You've received 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. Congratulations, host. You've received a victory. You've received a gold treasure chest. After adding the 2 free attribute points to strength, Sullen's strength had reached a shocking 49 points. He then opened the storage space and opened the gold treasure chest. 2 consecutive flashes of light, and Su Len heard the system notification sound in his ears. Congratulations, host. You've received a bottle of Big Dipper Heavenly Liquid. Congratulations, host. You've received the innate skill, Regeneration. Su Len felt a strange energy enter his body, and his body felt relaxed. The innate skill, Regeneration, had merged with his body. Su Len took out the Big Dipper Heavenly Serum and drank it directly. The light blue liquid sparkling with starlight quickly merged with his body, and a numb feeling came from his body. After a while, a warm feeling came from his body. Congratulations, host. You've consumed the Big Dipper Heavenly Serum. Your physique has increased by 3 points. After moving his body, Su Len began to check his new innate skill. Regeneration. After going through cruel training, your bloodline has awakened a mysterious ability. Your recovery speed has increased. Your recovery speed plus 3. There were many people who had the innate skill, Regeneration. For example, the lizard men were born with intermediate regeneration. After their arms or tails were cut off, they would regrow them after a period of time. However, the newly regrown limbs needed to be trained before they could reach the standard of the Great Path. Of course, even if the innate skill, Regeneration, was powerful, not all injuries could be healed. At the very least, if one's head was cut off, one would still die. Sullen's innate skill, Regeneration, was limited on the battlefield. The recovery speed was too slow. Of course, it did not mean that this skill was useless. This level of regeneration could quickly heal some small wounds on the body. After the skill, Regeneration, was upgraded to an advanced level, the recovery speed would be faster. If the regeneration skill was upgraded, he would obtain the Divine Transcendence skill. Divine Transcendence was a legendary skill, and many monks wanted to obtain it. The effect of this skill was very simple. His body would always be at its peak state. At the same time, there were other benefits. However, Su Len did not have complete information about Divine Transcendence, and he could not find any specific information. In addition to the innate skill, Su Len added 2 attribute points to Physical Healing, and the skill was upgraded to Living Healing. The healing effect of Living Healing was strengthened again. One use could restore a heavily injured person to their normal state. The healing effect of Living Healing was indeed very strong, and this skill could continue to be upgraded. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need to fuse some other skills. For example, the 7-star lamp would become resurrection after fusing. Of course, the conditions for this resurrection were very harsh. The corpse had to be more than 90% intact, and the time of death could not be more than 2 days. There were other requirements, but they were not too important. Su Lin casually opened the system interface and looked at his attributes. Name: Sullen race, human level LV23, 8854600000, divinity, 210, demigod, strength, 49 agility, 32 spirit, 27 plus 3, tungsten steel, vitality, 36 charm, 21 command, 81 characteristics, innate skill valiant, thunderbolt, Pegasus, legendary sturdy, legendary tenacity, calm, elemental affinity, advanced lightning affinity, iron will, body hardening, beast face armor, advanced battle reflex, roll dodge, iron bones, regeneration, mana regeneration, tungsten steel, skills, mystic ice slash, living healing, life healing, crimson flame, forbidden magic, mechanical control, stone to mud, boost morale, beginner, earth spring, army rouse ultimate skills, whirling cherry, mastery, heroic, master, torrential storm, advanced, chaotic dance, beginner, silver dragon inverse scale spear, beginner, weapon proficiency, sword weapon 170, gun weapon 255, bow 122, throwing 108, horsemanship 160, thunder domain. Beginner, you have begun to control the power of lightning. When you use lightning power again, it will be even more powerful. You are immune to normal lightning damage. The cost of all lightning skills will be reduced by 30%, and the power of all lightning skills will be increased by 30%. Lightning absorption. Beginner, you can absorb any form of lightning attack, as well as electricity from the outside world. The absorbed lightning can strengthen your next attack, or be converted into your energy. Note, you cannot exceed the absorption limit. Thunder domain. After consuming a large amount of energy, you can create a world of lightning within 15 meters of yourself. All people or monsters that enter this area will be damaged by lightning. In this domain, your skills and strength will be increased by 100%. War roar, divine ability. Beginner, you have successfully fused with the divinity of the ancestor's soul troll. When you focus your mind and channel the energy to your throat, you can release an unimaginable sound wave attack. Everyone around you will be affected by the sound wave attack. They must pass the Constitution test with a difficulty of 10 plus divinity. At the same time, everyone will be affected by the sound wave attack, 10 plus divinity. If you fail to pass the test, you will be stunned. The effect will decrease as the distance increases. After dealing with everything, Su Lin yawned and prepared to rest for a while. A high-intensity battle would make people nervous. The best way was to relax. Sleeping was the best way to relax. Chapter 200. The orcs had suffered a great loss in the battle last night, but they still did not give up on the idea of defeating Northgard Castle. Early the next morning, the orcs and their servants began to chop wood to make rafts on the north bank of the Whitewater River. It was obvious that they were planning to continue crossing the river. For the next few days, the two sides faced each other across the Whitewater River. The orcs made many rafts. Finally, on this morning, the orcs began their attack. To Su Luin's surprise, these beastmen actually split up into several teams and crossed the river from different areas. There were only 2,000 beastmen in northern Town City. If they split up like the beastmen army, they would all be defeated by the beastmen except for the team led by Su Lun. In other words, the orcs knew that Northgard Castle had fewer people, so they used this method to cross the river. Even after the orcs split up, each group was still outnumbered by Northgard Castle. Even if Su Lin wanted to defeat one group, it would take some time. The orcs would use this time to finish crossing the river and regroup. It didn't matter which team the Northgard fort attacked. The orcs had crossed the river in the end. Although Su Lin was not happy, he did not attack the orcs again. Instead, he began to get into formation and prepare for the final battle. He planned to have a final battle and defeat the orcs with his true strength. When he saw the orcs crossing the river, Sulin called 2 scouts and told them to contact the centaurs. It was time to decide the outcome of this battle. Because they had enough rafts, the orcs only needed less than half an hour to cross the Whitewater River. The other scouts also sent the news. Sulin threw away the ice scale fruit that only had the core left. He then asked Aiton, "What's the situation? Where are the centaurs?" "They have already moved to the back of the orcs from the flank. They will reach their destination in an hour." Sulin nodded. "Is there any movement from the orcs?" Aiton said with a serious expression, "Not much movement. They are gathering." "Oh right, they didn't bring any supplies. They only brought some dry rations." "Didn't bring any supplies? He only brought dry rations?" It seemed like these beastmen wanted to devour northern Battlefront City in one go. Sulin's lips curled into a mocking smile. He then turned around and ordered, "Inform everyone to prepare for battle." The wind howled. The flag fluttered in the wind. The muffled sound of the horn echoed across the land. Amidst the low and deep sound of the horn, a huge army slowly approached. The army was a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were more than 10,000 people in the army, and there were at least 15,000 people in the army of orcs and servants. In the middle of the army, a flag was raised high and fluttering in the wind. The flag looked very simple, with some beastman characters drawn on it. There were also a few strange-looking skeletons on the flagpole. Those were probably the heads of the other tribe leaders that the beastmen had defeated. The beastmen in front of them could be said to be at their strongest. After defeating their nemesis, the centaurs, the beastmen tribe was invincible in the wilderness. However, northern Battlefront City occupied the best place in the wilderness. Of course, the beastmen didn't want to accept such a situation. Of course, they didn't know that the northern Battlefront City's environment had become better because of the harvest altar. However, Sulin didn't think they would care even if they knew. In the northern wilderness, this was the only place that wasn't covered in snow during winter. The beastmen had lived in the wilderness for hundreds of years, and so did the Burning Blade clan. They knew what this meant. This piece of land could prevent them from dying in the winter. They didn't have to worry about the old and weak in the tribe surviving the winter. It also meant a lot of food. Therefore, once they knew that northern Battlefront City was in Sulin's hands, the conflict between them couldn't be resolved. One side had to be defeated completely. The two armies were about 2 miles apart. Neither side spoke. The entire battlefield suddenly became silent. A strong murderous aura was brewing on the battlefield. Roar! Warriors of the Burning Blade clan. We have defeated the trolls, the ogres, and the centaurs. I am proud of you. Now we will defeat these humans in front of us. They have occupied the best land in the wilderness. As long as we occupy it, we will never starve again. The old and weak in the tribe will never freeze to death in the winter. This land was given to us by the great father god Gawushin. Now we will take it back. Take it back. Kill all the humans. Dong dong dong. The war drums made of Kodo beast skin sounded loudly. The beastmen army and their servants began to slowly advance. Sulin chose a plain as the battlefield. On the left was the Whitewater River, and on the right was a swamp with lush water plants. The swamp was filled with reeds that were as tall as a man. It could easily hide thousands of people. However, Sulin didn't leave anything behind. Although the reeds were easy to hide, the people hiding inside would be burned alive if they were set on fire. The width of the battlefield limited the number of beastmen that could participate in the battle. A tall beastman in iron armor appeared on a high platform. Behind him was the flag of the beastmen army. Beside him were a few old beastman shamans. Ancient beastman language came from their mouths. Their voice was low but penetrating. The entire battlefield could hear them clearly. Battle song, frenzy. A strange energy swept across the battlefield. The beastmen's eyes turned red, and their breathing became heavier. As the beastman army approached, Sulin could clearly see the first row of beastman warriors. They were wearing simple leather armor, and some of them didn't even have leather armor. They only wore a breastplate to cover their vital parts. The weapons in their hands were also a variety of weapons. There were crude maces, spiked hammers, rusty axes, and spears. It was clear that these beastmen weren't elites. There were also a large number of gnolls, bugbears, and earth goblins among them. It was clear that this army was the beastmen army's cannon fodder. They wanted to use the cannon fodder to deplete the strength and morale of the beastmen army. On the strategic map, Su Lin could clearly see that behind these beastmen was the true main force of the beastmen army. At the same time, a large number of yellow dots were quickly circling around the edge of the map. Those dots were the centaurs. Over 60 ballistae were already loaded. When the beastmen cannon fodder were 500 meters away, they fired. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bowstrings rang out unceasingly. 62 to 3-meter-long crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant. The crossbow bolts carried great destructive power as they rushed towards the orc army. Everywhere they passed, blood mist rose. Every crossbow bolt pierced through at least 5 orcs' bodies. The barbarians didn't look at the results. With the help of a few auxiliary soldiers, they quickly reloaded the ballistae and fired again. The ballistae originally needed at least 4 adults to draw the bowstrings. Now, only one barbarian could do it. The 60 ballistae fired continuously. A large number of beastmen, bugbears, and gnolls were pierced through like candied haws. They died painfully. However, death didn't scare these people. Instead, it made them even angrier. The ground was shaking. Despite the heavy casualties, the beastmen army was still pushing forward. Their intimidating aura was stifling even from a few hundred meters away. Su Lin waved his hand. Hathaway and Karina stepped forward and started casting spells. Group Haste. Group Petrifying Skin. Group Enchanted Weapon. Beams of spells buffed the warriors of the northern citadel, making them even stronger. Su Lin raised his purple dragon halberd. His figure looked extremely tall under the sunlight. As the lord of the northern citadel, he had led the army to victory again and again. In the hearts of the soldiers, he was the god of war. Victory! Su Lin roared. The entire army of the northern citadel was like an awakened lion. Victory! 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 The warriors of the northern citadel raised their spears and shields and roared in unison. The dull horn sounded, and a wave of high morale spread from their bodies. Su Lin could raise the morale of his troops without doing anything after winning so many glorious victories. This time he even used a morale boost. Although it was only a basic morale boost, it was even more effective than an advanced morale boost. The Beastmen army finally reached 200 meters away from the northern citadel. With a furious roar, a large number of beastmen charged at the northern citadel's defense line. Raise your shields. Raise your spears. Longbowmen. Fire at once. A wall of shields as tall as a man was instantly erected, followed by long spears glowing with a cold light. The northern citadel army instantly turned into a giant porcupine. The archers behind the spears drew their bows and knocked their arrows. A black shadow formed by countless arrows soared into the air and landed on the beastmen army. A large number of beastmen were hit by the arrows. 200 meters wasn't a long distance. It only took a dozen seconds for the beastmen army to reach the northern citadel army, braving the arrows and the ballistas. They crashed into the wall of shields in front of them. The wall of shields shook a little, but it quickly stabilized its formation. The battle became extremely intense as soon as it started. Su Lin took out the Wind Dragon flag from his storage dimension. In order to win this war, Sun had taken out this magic item as well. Su Lin sneered when he saw more and more beastmen approaching. He then injected his energy into the Wind Dragon flag. Wind Dragon Sky Spin. Violent wind elements appeared in the sky above the battlefield. A few 100-meter-tall tornadoes quickly appeared on the battlefield. A large number of wind blades spun in the tornadoes. All the beastmen, gnolls, and other monsters that got close to the tornadoes were instantly shredded by the wind blades. 8 tornadoes appeared where the beastmen army was the most concentrated. They swept away all the beastmen like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Chapter 201. The tornadoes continued to wreak havoc. Every second, an orc would be sucked into them and sliced to pieces by the wind blades. The formation of the orc army was shaken. None of the orcs could resist the 8 tornadoes. Some of the nearby orcs were even lifted up to 100 meters into the air before being thrown back down. Even if the orcs had strong bodies, they were still smashed into a pile of minced meat at such a high altitude. The orc chieftain's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw the tornadoes wreaking havoc among the orc army. However, there was nothing he could do. Even though the shamans were quite strong, they had no way to defend against such large-scale spells. A strong gust of wind blew across the army of beastmen. The army of beastmen that had been charging forward ferociously suddenly fell into chaos. The gnolls, earth goblins, and earth goblins among the army of beastmen had completely lost their minds. Even the beastmen were panicking helplessly when they saw the rain of arrows from the longbowmen of North Town City. The pressure on the spear formation was greatly reduced. Under Sullen's command, the orcs pushed forward with their shields. They would thrust forward with every step they took. Every step they took would leave a large number of orcs injured or killed. The orc army's formation was in complete disarray under the effect of the tornado dragon. The orc army had no choice but to back off. The orc chieftain's formation was densely packed. The warriors were using the range of their spears to suppress the orcs. The tall tower shields kept the orcs' attacks at bay. The orcs were used to fighting in a disorganized formation. However, their individual strength was completely useless against the orc chieftain's formation. Their disorganized formation meant they would have to face 2 or more spears at the same time. The orcs had no advantage against the orcs in a battle like this. Even though they had the advantage of their physique, the production level of this era was not high enough for them to equip themselves with high-quality armor. This meant that when they were only wearing leather armor, the advantage of their physique would be greatly suppressed when facing the sharp spears of the Northgard city's infantry. The fact that the orc army did not fall apart while facing the tornado was already impressive. Su Lin did not get carried away and asked the soldiers of the northern fortress city to launch a counterattack. Once they launched a counterattack, the infantry formation would scatter. It would be fine if the orc army fell apart and ran away, but if the orc army regrouped and launched a counterattack, the soldiers of the northern fortress city would lose their advantage. Although the orc army's vanguard had collapsed, the orc chieftain was still there. Although the middle of the orc army was hit by the tornado, they still managed to maintain their formation. The soldiers of Northern Town City drove the orc vanguard forward, wanting them to charge into the enemy formation. The Wind Dragon's heavenly spiral wreaked havoc. The gnolls, earth spirit bears, and goblins that served as auxiliary troops had completely collapsed. The remaining orcs also lost the courage to resist and scattered in all directions. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with scattered orc soldiers. Faced with this situation, the orc chieftain made a prompt decision. He ordered the orc soldiers to kill the scattered orcs that were charging into the formation. After the Wind Dragon's heavenly spiral wreaked havoc for a while, it finally ran out of energy and slowly dissipated. The orc chieftain let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. If the Wind Dragon's heavenly spiral continued to wreak havoc, there would be no point in fighting this battle. Although the Wind Dragon's heavenly spiral did not last for long, only around 10 minutes, the spell had killed at least a few thousand orcs. The number of orcs that were injured was uncountable. The northern fortress city's army kept pushing forward. Large numbers of scattered orcs were being driven away by the northern fortress city's army. The longbowmen had stopped shooting. They were recovering their strength. The shaman sorcerer's face turned serious when he saw the orc army crumbling on the battlefield. He quickly cast another spell. The awkward voice sounded again. A wild energy began to spread. The scattered orc army was shrouded by the energy. Their muscles began to swell, and their fangs protruded from their mouths. Their eyes were bloodshot. Mass Bloodlust Frenzy. Bloodlust Frenzy was a deadly spell on the battlefield. It would unleash the potential of the target and awaken the bestial nature hidden deep in their consciousness. It was the same as a berserker's berserk. The battlefield was huge. The orc shaman sorcerer had to cast mass bloodlust frenzy together to barely cover the entire orc army. Under the effect of bloodthirsty berserk, the orcs who had already lost their courage stopped running away. Berserk reduced their rationality to the lowest level. Their bestial instincts took over their consciousness. A powerful force emerged from their bodies, making their hearts swell even more. Their sense of pain was reduced to the lowest level. Roar! An angry roar ignited the murderous intent in the orcs' hearts. Including the gnolls, goblins, and bugbears, all the orcs had forgotten their fear. They roared and charged at the northern fortress city's infantry again. Stop! Shields! Defensive formation! Sullen's face changed when he sensed the berserk aura. He immediately ordered the infantry to stop. The well-trained infantry immediately stopped moving forward. Tall tower shields slammed into the ground. Sharp spears were raised. Against the orcs' counterattack, the northern fortress city's infantry immediately completed their defense. Archers! 30 meters in front, fire at once. The archers following closely behind the spear formation immediately began to fire in unison. A rain of arrows rose from the infantry formation and fell towards the orcs. The berserk beastmen didn't even try to dodge the arrows. They braved the rain of arrows and charged towards the infantry formation. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. These beastmen had become fearless. These monsters that had no sense of reason and no sense of pain madly charged towards the infantry formation. For a moment, the pressure on the front line of the infantry formation increased greatly. Bursting fireball. Painful lash. Summon demon. Chain lightning. Seeing this, Chris Hathaway ordered Karina to cast spells at the orc army. Huge flames rose from the orc army and burned the surrounding orcs into charcoal. A blood-red dimensional door opened. A tall Vrock rushed out, followed by 4 flaming demons. As soon as they appeared in the orc army, the demons began to kill in excitement. The berserk orcs did not show any weakness. They roared and charged forward. Elemental energy surged. In an instant, a large number of orcs were killed by magic. However, even more orcs charged forward fearlessly. The Vrock started a massacre in the orc army. However, in just a few minutes, it was overwhelmed by the orc army. The 4 flaming demons had already self-detonated. However, although a few demons died, they also helped Northern Fortress City hold back a large number of orcs. The Northern Fortress City's army also stubbornly held on with the help of the spellcasters. Although they suffered heavy casualties, the Northern Fortress City's soldiers still formed an iron wall. The orcs' Mount Wolf Riders also joined the battle. These Mount Wolf Riders had more powerful charging power, and they didn't care about casualties at all as they charged to their deaths. Seeing this situation, Su Len picked up the Wind Dragon flag again. The Wind Dragon spiral was still on cooldown, so Su Len directly summoned a tornado. 2 tornadoes appeared on the battlefield once again. The fierce wind swept up a cloud of dust and covered the sky. This time, Su Len didn't control the tornadoes to cause great damage. Instead, he raised a cloud of dust. In an instant, the world was covered in dust and sand. The orc army was instantly shrouded in dust. Many orcs were suddenly blown into their eyes by the wind and involuntarily closed their eyes. The momentum of their charge was instantly interrupted. Many orcs were blinded by the wind and sand, unable to distinguish their direction. The thick smell of blood spread with the wind and sand. The nauseating smell was swept up. Piles of corpses covered the battlefield. In an instant, this place looked like hell on earth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Northern Fortress City's defensive army suddenly activated. The second row of soldiers immediately rushed forward and stabbed the orc soldiers blinded by the wind to death with their sharp spears. These orc soldiers couldn't resist at all. With a single charge, the orc army's counterattack was instantly interrupted. The formation was stabilized once again. The 2 tornadoes had a limited range after all. More orcs rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Even though they suffered heavy casualties, the orcs didn't retreat. There had to be a winner in this war. either victory or death. In the eyes of the orc commander, Northern Fortress City would be able to catch a breather after this war. If they couldn't take Northern Fortress City after such heavy casualties, their Fireblade tribe might not have another chance next time. After all, the humans had only been in this wasteland for a year. It only took a year for Northern Battlefront City to develop to such an extent. If the Beastmen still looked down on the humans before the war, they were now terrified of them. In such a short period of time, they were able to hold off the orc army with less than a fifth of their orcs' numbers, causing such a large number of casualties. If the orcs attacked again, they might not be able to withstand such a large number of casualties. With Northern Fortress City's development speed, if they couldn't defeat Northern Fortress City in one go, everything would be meaningless. The next time the orcs attacked, the Northern Fortress City would take the initiative to attack the orc tribe. Sulin looked at the strategic map. The Centaur army had finally circled behind the orcs. The Centaurs had gathered all their youths and began to charge from behind the orc army. The Centaurs, who had suffered heavy casualties, began to take revenge on their enemies. The heavy hoofbeats were like muffled thunder. The Centaurs quickly crossed the distance of 10 kilometers. There were 3,000 Centaurs, and many of them were females. The Centaurs didn't give the orcs any chance to retaliate. The orcs who had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy had lost all rationality. Even the orc commander couldn't command them to turn around and attack the Centaurs. A group of Centaur warriors wielding spears, two-handed axes, and longbows rushed over like a flood. Their attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, destroying the beastmen's resistance like crushing dry weeds. Chapter 202. The Centaur warriors that suddenly appeared tore through the orc army's defense line with ease. The orc soldiers were already exhausted from fighting the Northern Fortress City soldiers, and they did not expect the Centaur warriors to attack them from behind. The bloodthirsty frenzy from before had used up a lot of their stamina. Even with their powerful physique, the orcs still felt tired. Facing these Centaur warriors, who were no weaker than them, they were defeated like a landslide. The orcs might be tough, but they were not fearless of death. The sudden attack of the Centaurs had completely shattered their will to continue fighting. With no hope of victory in sight, the morale of the orc army dropped to the lowest point. The morale of the orc soldiers had also collapsed. The Centaurs did not all charge forward. The ones at the front were all tall and muscular Centaur warriors in metal armor. There were not many of them, only around 200 in total. Following behind them were 400 Centaur warriors in metal scale armor, and at the very back were Centaur warriors in leather armor. Another group of Centaur warriors was roaming not far away, firing arrows to help the charging Centaurs take care of any threats. The orc army was utterly defeated. The soldiers of Northgard City also began their counterattack. The impatient barbarian warriors swung their giant axes and charged forward. Berserk! Charge! Whirlwind slash! The orcs, who had lost all will to resist, were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Wherever the barbarian warriors went, all the enemies were cut down. The barbarians' charge caused the orcs' already disorganized formation to become even more chaotic. The soldiers of Northgard City behind the barbarians were able to harvest the orcs more easily. Orc chieftain Gottenron's face was ashen. He never thought that the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. A mere 2,000-strong human army actually blocked the attack of his 10,000-strong orc army in a head-on battle. There were actually several powerful spellcasters in this newly developed territory. Weren't the nobles of the newly developed territories all from the side branches that weren't valued? The nobles of the side branches that weren't valued were able to recruit so many powerful spellcasters. Disregarding everything else, the wizard who cast the Wind Dragon Whirlwind on the battlefield was definitely close to or had already reached the legendary realm. With such power, which one of the human kingdoms wasn't a noble? Why would they need to spend so much effort to come to such a remote place to start their own business? How much did it cost to hire a legendary-level spellcaster? That was an astronomical figure. In the human kingdoms, legendary magi were all famous masters of their own regions. In the end, a suspected legendary spellcaster had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and with a battlefield spell, the orc army that had the upper hand almost collapsed. If the shaman wizards had not used bloodthirsty berserk, the orc army would have collapsed long ago. However, the orc army had reached its limit, and just as they had stabilized their position, the centaurs suddenly appeared from behind. Fighting on two fronts was a taboo in the first place, not to mention that the orc army had been ambushed by the cavalry. They did not even have a decent defensive line. Being attacked from the front and the back directly caused the orc army to collapse completely. What Gottenron Fireblade did not know was that the one who cast the spell was not a legendary wizard, but Su Len with the help of a magic tool. There wasn't a single legendary level spellcaster in the northern provinces, but there were a few legendary level warriors. After all, wizards were precious. Even though there were 2 grand wizard level spellcasters in northern Battlefront City, it was still very difficult for them to cross that hurdle. Just by looking at their long experience bars, one could tell how difficult it was to level up. The threshold of becoming a legendary level spellcaster stopped more than 90% of the spellcasters. The one in northern Battlefront City who was most likely to become a legendary level spellcaster was Hathaway. No matter if it was Karina or Grace, they were still lacking. The orc army began to collapse. Up until now, more than 5,000 orcs had died in the battle, including many gnolls, bugbears, and goblins. There were also countless injured. Moreover, with the constant pursuit of the centaurs and the soldiers of northern Battlefront City, the number of casualties was increasing. Now, the only orc army that had not collapsed was the orc chieftain led by the orc chieftain. Su Len looked at the only orc army that had not collapsed, where the orc chieftain was. Su Len did not plan to let the orc chieftain leave alive. It didn't matter if some ordinary orcs escaped, but the orc chieftain and the orc shaman could not be let go. Without the orc chieftain and the shaman, even if there were many orcs left, they could only struggle at death's door. However, if the orc chieftain and the orc shaman escaped, it would not take long for them to raise a new orc chieftain. Su Len did not want to give them another chance to rise again. With a casual swing of his halberd, Surin beheaded an orc warrior who was still resisting. Scarlet blood spurted out, and with another swing of his halberd, he sent another orc warrior flying. Surin then led the Lord's Guard to charge towards the orc chief. The orc chieftain's strength was not to be underestimated. Other than Surin himself, no one else was his match. The centaurs intentionally avoided the orc chieftain's location. After all, their chieftain had already died in the night of the battle. If it wasn't for the centaur chieftain holding back the orc chieftain and the other orc warriors, the centaurs wouldn't have been able to escape with more than 3,000 people. Barbarian guards, charge with me! Su Luen roared as he took the lead and charged towards the orc chieftain's position. The dozen barbarian warriors behind him roared as they followed closely behind. With Su Luen as the arrowhead and the barbarian warriors as the flanks, they formed a simple arrow formation. They pierced through the chaotic orc formation and rushed straight ahead. All the orcs in front of Su Luen were either stabbed to death or sent flying. The two sides were closing in on each other at a very fast speed. The orc chieftain Gottenron, who was gathering the orc army to retreat, naturally saw Su Len approaching rapidly. However, he did not avoid him. Instead, he took the initiative to meet him. Initially, Gottenron had accepted his defeat and was ready to escape the battlefield. In a situation where the army was completely defeated, even a legendary warrior like him would not be of much help. However, Sullen's initiative to attack gave him hope of victory once again. As long as the orc chieftain was killed, there would still be hope for the orcs to turn the tables. Gottenron, who had lost, naturally did not know that this was the result of Sullen's special preparation. If Su Len did not fight, Gottenron would definitely lead a group of orcs to retreat. That was not what Su Len wanted to see. Berserk! Seeing the orc chieftain and the orc warriors who took the initiative to meet him, the barbarian guards immediately went into a berserk state. Their eyes were instantly filled with blood, and the muscles on their arms expanded like balloons. The hideous green veins were exposed like earthworms. Their chests were like bellows as they exhaled rapidly. Blood rushed through their bodies, and a violent force spread throughout their bodies. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by the ear-piercing sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and bones. The orc warriors beside the orc chieftain also did not participate in the battle. They were all full of energy, but in the face of the barbarians in a berserk state, these orc warriors were still no match. As soon as they came into contact, a few of them were cut in half along with their weapons. As soon as the barbarian warrior killed an orc, the orc behind him chopped at his body with a giant axe. Although the orc's weapon was not good, the powerful force still left a deep mark on the barbarian warrior's armor. Fortunately, the armor that Su Lin had prepared for the barbarian warrior was of the best quality, so it was not cut open. Only a deep axe mark was left. The powerful impact made the barbarian warrior frown, but he did not hesitate in his movements. With a twirl of his two-handed axe, a cold light flashed, and a hideous head flew out. Su Lin swept his halberd, and the powerful force directly sent the orc warrior who had rushed up flying. Then he rushed towards the unusually tall orc. When Gottenron saw Su Lin rushing towards him, he was not afraid at all. He also rushed up with a roar. He swung the heavy two-handed axe with one hand as if it was weightless. At the same time, he swung a machete with the other hand, directly blocking all of Su Lin's dodging space. No matter which angle he dodged from, Su Lin had to choose between the giant axe and the machete. Never underestimate any legendary profession, even the warriors who were called boorish by other legendary professions. Any warrior who grew from a low level to a legendary profession would have experienced countless battles. The talents and various combat skills they had mastered were definitely terrifying. Disregarding any spell-like abilities, just by relying on their own attributes, talents, and combat skills, any legendary warrior could be called a master. Earth-splitting slash. Gottenron's heavy two-handed axe carried a biting cold blade as it viciously chopped towards Su Lin's head. The machete attacked from the other side at a tricky angle. The two different weapons in his hands cooperated very well. Clang! There was a loud sound of metal clashing. Su Lin's purple dragon halberd blocked the two-handed axe directly. Then, he twisted his body and dodged the machete behind him. In the next second, Su Lin moved his feet. The purple dragon halberd in his hand directly bounced the two-handed axe away. The blade of the halberd drew a beautiful arc and pierced towards the opponent's chest. The previous head-on collision let Su Lin know that the orc chief's strength was not as strong as his. The more ferocious the attack, the greater the rebound force. Su Lin used the rebound force to directly raise the orc chief's weapon and then stab towards the orc chief's chest. Gottenron barely managed to avoid the vital parts. A sharp pain came from his chest. Roll and dodge. Gottenron let out a crazy roar. The machete instantly swept over. Compared to the giant axe, the machete's speed was much faster. The sharp blade carried a chilling intent. Su Lin tilted his body and rolled to dodge, rolling out of the attack range of the machete. Chapter 203. After dodging the orc chief's attack, Su Lin rushed forward again. He did not intend to give the orc chief any chance to catch his breath. Thunder lightning spear. A surge of lightning energy burst out from Su Lin's body. Su Lin did not activate his territory. The continuous use of powerful spells had severely depleted the energy in his body. Activating his territory would not last long. Su Lin's halberd swept across, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. The powerful lightning energy was instantly transmitted to Gottenron's body through the weapon, causing his body to feel slightly numb. After advancing to the legendary rank, there were very few purebred warriors. They were too easy to counter. A wizard could trap him for a few hours with a maze spell. The lightning paralyzed Gottenron's body for a moment. Although it was only for a short moment, in a battle between legendary ranks, such a moment of weakness could be exploited. The purple dragon halberd attacked like a storm, and Gottenron, who was one step too slow, could only parry in a wretched manner. However, with every attack, a bolt of lightning would be transmitted over. Soon, enough lightning had accumulated, and it would explode instantly. Gottenron's body instantly stiffened, and blood gushed out from his mouth. Gottenron's abdomen was sliced open by the purple dragon halberd. The paralysis effect caused by the lightning energy was very difficult for him. Su Lin relied on the paralysis effect of the lightning energy to gain the upper hand in close combat. As long as the opponent's resistance did not exceed the limits of the lightning energy, after a long period of accumulation, it would eventually cause paralysis. Damned human! In just a few exchanges, the orc chief had been injured repeatedly. The pain of his wounds had some effect on his body. Sullen's cold gaze was fixed on the orc chief. The orc chief, who was proficient in dual wielding, swept his giant axe horizontally. At the same time, he swung his machete heavily at Su Lin. He wanted to tear the damned human in front of him into two halves. Under his furious attack, his might became even stronger. Chaotic dance. The purple dragon halberd left behind after images as it constantly clashed with the orc chief's weapon. For a moment, the sounds of explosions were endless. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The ground within a radius of more than 10 meters was filled with deep cracks. A biting cold blade swept past Sullen's eyes, leaving gashes on his body. There were no longer any living creatures around the two of them. Everyone who dared to come close had already become corpses. The orc chief was powerful. Although he was injured, Su Lin could not take advantage of his fearless fighting style. The lightning on Sullen's purple dragon halberd shone brightly and then exploded in an instant. The powerful lightning energy once again caused the orc chief's body to stiffen for a moment. Seeing this opportunity, Su Lin exerted force on his feet and pounced forward like a ghost. After dodging the orc chief's giant axe, Su Lin turned around and was already on his right side. The purple dragon halberd in his hand turned into a stream of light and pierced towards the enemy's heart. The orc chief, who had been thwarted time and time again, seemed to have gone mad. He did not dodge at all and swung his machete at Su Lin. Looking at his posture, he was completely prepared to die together with Su Lin. Encountering such a situation again, Sullen's eyes shone with a cold light. Lightning spear. A spear completely made of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. Immediately after, the purple dragon halberd swept horizontally and blocked the orc chief's weapon. The lightning spear in his left hand was instantly thrown out. The lightning exploded and the lightning spear instantly hit the orc chief. Gottenron only had time to avoid being hit in his vitals. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on the right side of his chest. The powerful electric current turned the flesh and blood around it into charcoal. Sullen's breathing was a little hurried. Continuous high-intensity bursts of energy had taken a toll on his body. The short burst of energy had caused his body to feel a little empty. However, his current physique was already extraordinary. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Su Lin had already adjusted his breathing. Physique not only affected his physical limits but also determined his endurance in battle. His extraordinary physique allowed his body to recover very quickly. The orc chief before him was in a much more miserable state. Several wounds had appeared on his body, especially his chest, which had been hit by the lightning spear. If not for the orc chief's strong physique, he would have died. However, even if he did not die, Gottenron's condition was not good. His lungs were injured, causing his breathing to become more hurried. The damage to his internal organs had caused his physical fitness to plummet. Although a legendary warrior's physique was so strong that he could continue to fight for a few minutes even if his heart was injured, this did not mean that he was invincible. Clearly aware of his current condition, the orc chief did not care about anything else and charged forward to attack. He was obviously prepared to die together with Su Lin. However, at this point, Gottenron was no longer Sullen's opponent. Silver Dragon Inversed Scales Spear. The spear danced in the air and a huge dragon shadow appeared. Su Lin did not dodge. The silver light filled the sky and instantly pierced through the orc chief's huge body. Immediately after, blood gushed out crazily. Gottenron's huge body stiffened and did not move. After the silver dragon shadow dissipated, the bloodied body collapsed. With the death of the orc chief, no one in the orc army dared to resist. Everyone began to flee. As there was a river on one side of the battlefield, Many orcs who panicked and did not know where to go jumped into the water and swam to the other side. However, the Whitewater River was very deep and there were many undercurrents underwater. Many orcs who were not good at swimming were swept away by the undercurrents. At the same time, a large number of archers also shot at the orcs in the river. For a time, the orcs on the river suffered heavy casualties. More and more orcs began to flee in all directions. However, in terms of speed, they were no match for the centaurs. How could the centaurs, who hated the orcs, let go of this opportunity to beat them while they were down? The 3,000 centaurs split into small groups of dozens and began to chase after the orcs on the battlefield. The army of the northern battlefront city also spread out and began to chase after the orcs. At the same time, some orcs who had no hope of escaping began to surrender. Some of them began to capture captives. However, there were not many captives this time. Only a small number of orcs surrendered. Of course, this was also because the hatred between the orcs and centaurs was too deep. If the orcs surrendered, the centaurs would most likely not accept it. After the orc army fled in all directions, the army of the northern battlefront city stopped chasing. The army of the northern battlefront city was wearing heavy armor. Naturally, they were not fast enough. Hence, the task of chasing after the orcs was left to the centaurs. With the speed of the centaurs, it was difficult for the orcs to escape. After the centaurs chased after the orcs, the soldiers of the northern battlefront city began to clean up the battlefield and save the injured. Su Len also began to cast physique healing on the heavily injured. The number of casualties was quickly calculated. Although the northern battlefront city had defeated the orcs, they had suffered the most casualties ever since they came to the wasteland. More than half of the spearmen were killed. The death toll was more than 300. Among them, 200 of the mercenaries and merchant guards were killed. The northern battlefront city had lost 600 people this time. However, despite the heavy casualties, many of the human soldiers had successfully leveled up in this battle. Many elite spearmen had become heavy-armored spearmen. Some of the heavy-armored spearmen had even become spear imperial guards. The spear imperial guards were the ultimate type of spearmen. However, it did not mean that they were the end of the line. If a spear imperial guard wanted to become a formation breaker, they had to be the best of the best. The success rate was very low. There were more than 2,000 orcs, gnolls, earth goblins, and bugbears in total. About 6,000 to 7,000 of them had died on the battlefield. The rest had already fled. Karina Hathaway and the others ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Chris ordered the slaves to dig holes and bury the corpses. With so many deaths, if they were not dealt with in time, a plague might break out. At the same time, the bodies of the dead soldiers were cremated. Their ashes were placed in urns and sent to the martyrs' cemetery according to the northern battlefront city's ceremony. Su Len also began to check the rewards of this battle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the orc army. You have achieved an epic victory. Your name will spread far and wide across the wasteland. Orc invasion, year 1687 of the Huiyue calendar. Early April. After the orcs defeated the centaurs, they turned their attention to the northern battlefront city. In order to take over the city, they began to wage war against the northern battlefront city. Under your command, the northern battlefront city won this glorious victory. When the orcs were exhausted, the centaurs charged out and defeated the orc army. They even killed the orc Gottenron in this battle. Reputation plus 15. Congratulations, host. You have defeated the orc army. You have received 62,300 experience points. Congratulations, host. You have won the battle. You have defeated the orc army. You have received 2 gold chests. You have received the item reinforcement order. Congratulations, host. You have killed the orc chieftain. You have received 21,200 experience points. You have received a platinum chest. You have received a legendary talent point. Your talents, iron bones and regeneration, have been upgraded. Congratulations, host. Your experience bar is full. Your level has been upgraded. You are now level 24. You have received 1 gold chest. You have received 2 attribute points and 2 skill points. With the constant prompts in his ears, Su Lun began to check his harvest this time. He had received 3 gold chests and 1 platinum chest. Su Lun opened his inventory and began to check. After 3 flashes of spiritual light, Su Lun heard the prompt sound of the system. Congratulations, host. You have received a wisdom leaf. Congratulations, host. You have received soldier training notes. Congratulations, host. You have received a recruitment order. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Su Lun began to look at the remaining platinum chest. He then took a deep breath and chose to open it. With a flash of light, Su Lun heard the system notification. Congratulations, host. You have received a special soldier's seal, Formation Breaker. Hearing the system notification, Sullen's eyes lit up. The Formation Breaker was a special troop class. It just so happened that there were a few spearmen who had reached the level of the spear guard. Su Lun planned to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would earn a lot. If not, he would not lose anything. Chapter 204. After this battle, Sullen's strength increased once again. Similarly, although the northern city army suffered heavy casualties, they also gained a lot of experience. After this battle, many people were promoted. Although the total number of people was lower, their strength had increased compared to before. Su Lun took out the recruitment order he had just issued and chose to use it directly. Su Lun had found that the recruitment order had a lot to do with his fame or prestige. At first, he only recruited some barbarians, but the last time he used it, he had recruited a tribe of 500 half-elves. He didn't know what kind of people he could recruit this time after defeating the orcs. After using the recruitment order, Su Lun took out the book, Training Troops. This book was written by Qi Xiaobao of the Ming Dynasty in his previous life. He didn't expect to find a military book. There were many famous military books in his previous life, such as Sun Tzu's Art of War, Meng Da's new book, Sun Bin's Art of War, Wei Liaozi, Lu Tao, and so on. However, these military books were more about strategy. These books were good, but there were very few people who could understand and use them flexibly. Moreover, many of the books were written in fog, making it difficult for people to understand them. Training Troops was different. This book was called a military book, but in reality, it was mostly about training troops. There were very few things about strategy. In terms of depth, it couldn't be compared to Sun Tzu's Art of War, which focused on strategy and politics, but it was much more practical. Out of 100 people who studied Sun Tzu's Art of War, there wouldn't be a single person who was successful. However, if one studied training troops, as long as they followed the book's instructions, the soldiers they trained wouldn't be bad. The content of Training Troops was very broad. It covered the selection of soldiers, the organization of troops, flags and drums, weapons and equipment, the training of generals, military etiquette and military law, the organization of chariots and cavalry, as well as the training of soldiers and soldiers. In ancient times, there were very few military books that were so detailed. If one followed this book, they could definitely train an elite army. Training Troops, a book that records the training of soldiers, battle, command, and other military skills in detail. After using Training Speed plus 15, Elite plus 5, Command plus 15, Discipline plus 20. Obtain skill, like Arm Command. Command like an arm. After using it, you can quickly command the army to get into formation and deploy troops. Su Lun chose to use it immediately. In the next second, soldier training records turned into a stream of light and merged into Sullen's body. Suddenly, a large amount of training methods and experiences appeared in Sullen's mind. There were even some videos. What surprised him even more was that the videos were all of Qi Xiaobao's training. What better way to learn than to personally experience Qi Xiaobao's training? This military training record really gave him a big surprise. Furthermore, he could access these images at any time. They would only disappear after he had mastered them. Su Lun opened the system panel. In the commander column, his commander points had increased from the original 81 to 96. Iron Bone and Regeneration, had also been raised to the intermediate level. Middle steel bones. After the brutal training, your resistance has been increased. All attacks that deal damage to you will be reduced by 20%. Normal weapons are ineffective against you. Intermediate regeneration. After the cruel training, your bloodline has awakened a magical ability. Your recovery speed has increased. Your recovery speed has increased by 5. Su Lin was still preparing to add the 2 free attribute points to his strength. Sullen's strength broke through to 50, but the remaining attribute point indicated that it was not enough and could not be added. After the attribute point reached 50, if he wanted to add another 3 attribute points, he would need to add another 3 attribute points. Seeing this situation, Su Lin directly added the remaining attribute point to his spirit. The 2 skill points that he did not learn any new skills were also kept. As for the legendary talent points that he had obtained from killing the orc chieftain, Su Lin used them to upgrade his talent, Advanced Battle Reflex. After using it, the original Advanced Battle Reflex became Legendary Battle Reflex. Legendary Battle Reflex. After a long period of hard training, your body's reflexes have become instinctive. After receiving a sudden attack or sneak attack, your body will automatically defend and counterattack. Obtain skill, Reactive Attack. Reactive Attack. After receiving an attack, seize the opportunity to counterattack. This counterattack will ignore 50% of the target's defense and attack speed will increase by 50%. Reactive Attack. With this effect, it could be said that he was no longer afraid of sneak attacks. Those who attacked him had a higher chance of being counterattacked by him. With his current attack speed, if he increased it by 50%, how many people could dodge it? After Su Lin finished adding the attribute points, he closed the attribute panel and took out the remaining items. There was only the Wisdom Leaf, the Reinforcement Order, and a special formation breaker. Su Lin planned to leave the Wisdom Leaf for Hathaway. This item would be more effective for her. The Reinforcement Order could be used to recruit war spirits from the other world. Now that the war was over, he did not need it for the time being. He would use it when he returned to Northern Town. The last item was the Special Formation Breaker. This was the first special troop that Su Lin had obtained. The Formation Breaker's Formation Breaker was a tiger formation breaker. It looked very delicate. Formation Breaker. After using it, you can train a special elite troop of the Formation Breaker. They are brave and good at fighting. They are unstoppable. They have the determination to break through enemy lines. Recruitment, 700 people. Recruitment requirements, Spear Guard. Recruitment requires 100 units of food. Kinnar 200. Training success rate is 20%. After seeing the recruitment requirements of the Formation Breaker, Su Lin frowned. According to the requirements, if he wanted to gather 700 Formation Breaker, he would need at least 3,500 Spear Guards. Although the Spear Guards were leveled up from the Spear Guards, it was not easy to reach level 5. After going through so many fierce battles, there were only 3 or 4 Spear Guards in the Spear Guards. He now had no more than 400 Spear Guards. If he wanted to form the Formation Breaker, he estimated that he would need to recruit at least 10,000 Spear Guards. But so far, the total population of Northern Town did not even add up to 10,000 people. It would take a long time to form the Formation Breaker. But he was not in a hurry now. After defeating the Orc army, there was no tribe in this area that could be a match for Northern Town. He had enough time to slowly form the Formation Breaker. My lord! Just as Su Lin packed up everything, a drow hurried over. Sullen's heart tightened. Did something happen again? He quickly asked, what happened? My lord, we found this when we were cleaning up the battlefield. The drow handed over a gemstone that looked like an amethyst. But compared to the amethyst, this gemstone was more beautiful. There was also a strange power in it. It was like the power of the soul, but also like the divine power of the temple priest. Battle Soul Stone. Seeing this gemstone, Su Lin recognized it at a glance. It was a Battle Soul Stone. The Battle Soul Stone was a special kind of soul stone. It was rare and didn't have many uses. The temple would only use it when building the Hall of Valhalla. This Battle Soul Stone could connect to the kingdom of the god they believed in and summon the Valhalla to fight. On Sullen's construction list, there were 2 buildings of wonders that required battle soul stones. One of them was the Triumphal Arch, and the other was the Hall of Valhalla. Sullen didn't have the blueprint for the Hall of Wonders at the moment, but he had already obtained the blueprint for the other building, the Triumphal Arch. The Hall of Valhalla needed to be upgraded to the Cemetery of Heroes first. Only then could he build the Hall of Wonders according to the blueprint. Sullen didn't know the specific properties of the Hall of Valhalla, but from the description, it should be able to summon the dead soldiers of Northern Town and fight as Valhalla. Of course, the Hall of Wonders had more than that. If he wanted to know, he would have to wait until he obtained the blueprint. The battle soul stone in front of him was crystal clear. There were almost no impurities in it, and it was about 10 centimeters in size. This was a high-quality battle soul stone and was very suitable for the Triumphal Arch. With the battle soul stone, the construction of the Triumphal Arch of Wonders needed to be put on the agenda. The Triumphal Arch of Wonders required a large amount of white marble and a master sculptor. The marble needed to be mined in the Sierra de Lotus. There were a few master sculptors in Northern Town City, and Sullen planned to start the preparation work after he went there. He was looking forward to the second Hall of Wonders in his territory. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried hooves sounded. Sullen turned around and saw a group of centaur soldiers galloping over. The one at the front was Mission. This little mare was wearing beautiful chainmail. She held a spear in her hand and a bow at her waist. Her soft hair was tied behind her head with some simple accessories. She looked very valiant. Soon, the group of centaurs arrived before them, and the guards who were standing guard at the periphery stopped them. "Stop! I want to see Sir Sullen." The little mare stopped and said. "Let her come over," Sullen said to the guard. The guard put away his weapon and moved aside. "What do you want?" Sullen smiled at the little mare in front of him. Mihian smiled, and then his face became serious. He saluted Sullen very formally and said, "Thank you, Mr. Sullen, for lending a helping hand to our tribe in times of crisis and helping us complete our revenge. You are the most distinguished guest of our tribe." "Ah, why are you suddenly so formal?" Sullen said with a smile. "Besides, the beastmen are also my enemies. This is a cooperation between allies." Mission shook her head and said, "I've seen too many allies stab each other in the back." Sullen smiled and said, "How are the beastmen now?" "They all escaped. My people are still chasing after them. I estimate that less than 1,000 of them will survive." Chapter 205. The war is over. I can give you 30% of the loot. Sullen pointed at the weapons and equipment he just picked up from the battlefield. "Sir Sullen, we don't need these things." Mission shook her head. Sullen looked at Mission in confusion. "You don't want them? Then what do you want?" "Sir Sullen." Mission hesitated and said, "We, the Centaur tribe, want to join the northern city." Ding. The recruitment order is in effect. Sullen heard the system notification. Hearing that the Centaur tribe wanted to join the northern city, Sullen was overjoyed. With more than 3,000 centaurs joining, the northern city's military strength would double. More importantly, these centaurs were the best archers and heavy cavalry. The northern city's lack of cavalry would be made up in an instant. Join the northern city? Sullen held back his excitement and continued to ask, "Now that the orc tribe has been destroyed, you can go back to where you were before. Why do you want to join the northern city?" "Your Excellency, Surin, you should also know that the weak are prey to the strong in the wilderness. Our centaur tribe used to have legendary masters, but since my father was killed by the orcs for covering our escape, the centaur tribe no longer has a legendary master. In this wasteland, without the protection of a legendary figure, even the strongest tribe is just an ice fortress. Once the weather warms up, everything will vanish. You are now the only legendary figure in this wasteland. Our centaur tribe can't take any more trouble, so we want to join the northern city and get your protection." Mission looked at Sullen and said seriously, "Mission, I can protect the centaur tribe, but the centaur tribe must be loyal." Sullen pondered for a moment. Although he had already agreed to it in his heart, he still had to put on a good show. Otherwise, if he agreed immediately, wouldn't it seem that he, a legend, was too cheap? Of course, we swear to the gods that we will be loyal to North Town and Sulan, Mission said seriously. Mihian, Northern Town welcomes everyone who is willing to be loyal to him, Su Len said with a smile. Mission looked at Su Len in surprise. His big eyes sparkled beautifully. Suddenly, the filly opened her arms and hugged Su Len. Then she whispered in his ear, "Thank you." Su Len suddenly felt warmth on his face. Then, the little mare let go of her hands and ran away with a smile. Su Len wiped his face. The little mare was quite big. With a chuckle, Su Len began to patrol the campsite in a good mood. "I have a little mare that I want to ride every day. If I don't ride her for a day, I'll feel anxious." The North Town City had gained a lot from this battle. Most importantly, the 3,000 centaurs had joined the North Town City. They could recruit around 1,000 centaurs, and they would become the North Town City's mobile troop. Su Len would give the rest of the centaurs a pasture. The centaurs were a nomadic tribe. They wouldn't be used to living in the city, and it would waste their talents. These centaurs were the best herders. Su Len planned to let them breed horses, cows, sheep, and other livestock. The best horses would be the military horses of Northern Town. The rest would be used as goods to trade with the human kingdoms. Cows were raised for animal labor, and sheep were raised for meat and fur. With the addition of the centaurs, Northern Town's livestock breeding would be greatly improved. Apart from the centaur tribe, the spoils of war weren't plentiful. Apart from some simple and crude supplies, there were only beastmen's weapons and equipment. However, most of the beastmen's equipment were leather armor. There were only a few pieces of iron armor, and the quality was also poor. It was too heavy and didn't have enough defense. Naturally, Su Len wasn't satisfied with this kind of armor. So, they were sent back to the forge. As for the beastmen's weapons, due to their limited skills and strong bodies, they used heavy weapons. Most of them were two-handed axes or spiked maces. They were all brought back to the forge. Su Len planned to modify the leather armor into metal scale armor. Although it wasn't as good as metal armor, it was still something good in the wilderness. The beastmen left behind a lot of weapons. They were all sent back to the forge in Northern Town. They would be busy for the next few months. It took a day to clean up the battlefield. It also took a day to burn and bury the corpses. It wasn't until the third day that the Northern Town's army returned with their spoils. After the victory, Su Len had already sent people back to report. Now that the Northern Town's army had returned, the Northern Town held a grand welcoming ceremony. Su Len rode at the front of the army. Behind him were Chris, Hathaway, Karina, and the little mare Mission. Boulder and Johnson led the barbarians and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the city, beautiful magic fireworks bloomed in the sky. A large number of flowers fell from the sky. A beautiful half-elf girl rushed up and put a wreath on Sullen's head. There were even more half-elf musicians playing music. The whole city was in a sea of joy. Su Len came to the central square amidst the cheers. The square was filled with soldiers and civilians. Su Len announced that the celebration would last for 3 days. After burying the ashes of the fallen soldiers in the martyrs' cemetery, Su Len returned to the Lord's castle. He didn't go to the celebration outside. The refugees and slaves usually worked hard all year round, so the celebration was a chance for them to relax. Su Len wanted to have a good rest. The celebration lasted for 3 days. The Northern Town became a sea of joy. After 3 days, everyone went back to work. The Northern Town City began to accept refugees again. Since almost 4,000 centaurs had joined, the population of the Northern Town City had reached 13,000. However, this also brought a hidden danger. The number of humans was too small. The barbarians, half-elves, drows, and centaurs had almost 5,000 people in total. Although the human population was 8,000, they were still weak compared to these races. The current situation in the Northern Town City was the result of Sullen's personal strength and charisma. Therefore, in order to eliminate the hidden danger, the northern town city increased the number of immigrants. The defeated orcs in the wilderness had already spread the news of the northern town's power. In the wilderness, no other tribe dared to challenge the northern town. In addition to increasing the number of immigrants, Su Lin began to recruit soldiers again. This time, Su Lin was going to recruit 2,000 spearmen. The spearmen who had survived several battles were going to be the basic officers. Because Su Lin had read the training records, his ability to train soldiers had skyrocketed. The speed at which the army was formed had greatly increased. In order to form the formation breaker camp as soon as possible, Su Lin needed a large number of spearmen. After announcing the expansion of the army, Su Lin called the 4 soldiers who had already reached the level of spear guard. He planned to let these soldiers try to advance into the formation breaker camp. Unexpectedly, among the 4 spear imperial guards, only 1 was human. The other 3 were the war spirits that he had summoned before. Among these war spirits, there were still more than a dozen archers. There were less than 10 spearmen. In order to advance into the formation breaker camp, they had to go through a cruel test. Su Lin built a training ground outside the northern town according to the test requirements of the formation breaker camp. The soldiers who wanted to advance into the formation breaker camp had to undergo training there. After the training, they would go to the final step. The formation breaker camp was limited to 700 people. This was because there were only 700 light balls in the Tiger Tally. These light balls looked very similar to the self-created general model Su Lin had before. However, they were much smaller than the self-created general model. They should be similar items. However, the self-created general model was the complete version. This one was indeed a watered-down version. After the training, if the spear guard successfully merged with the light ball, then he would advance into the formation breaker camp. Of course, if the merging failed, it would not affect him. It could only be said that he was not suitable to become the formation breaker camp. Because there were only 700 light balls, there were only 700 people in the formation breaker camp. Every time a soldier of the formation breaker camp died, the light ball on his body would automatically return to the Tiger Tally. Then, a new soldier of the formation breaker camp would be selected. After letting the 4 spear guards train here, Su Lin led the architects of the northern town to begin an environmental survey. He was already preparing to build the Arc de Triomphe. Su Lin planned to build the Arc de Triomphe in front of the central town square, on the Avenue of the Rising Sun. From the gate of the northern town square, along the Avenue of the Rising Sun, all the way to the central town square, and then to the city lord's mansion and the harvest altar. All of them were on this central axis. The Arc de Triomphe Su Lin planned to build was a classic 3-arched building. The whole body was carved with pure white marble. The major battles that Su Lin had experienced would be carved on it. Su Lin had already drawn the rough design of the Arc de Triomphe. Of course, the real blueprint still needed to be supplemented by the master architects. The final blueprint would only be officially built after Su Lin approved it. The entire Arc de Triomphe needed a few hundred tons of marble to build. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen camel beasts in the territory. These large and powerful camel beasts could carry several tons of stone at a time. If they relied only on manpower, just transporting the marble from the Sierra de Lotus would be a big problem. In order to mine the marble, Su Lin specially allocated a group of 500 cobalt miners. Then, he arranged for 2 groups of soldiers to go to the Sierra de Lotus to mine the marble. The construction of the northern town square was also in progress. Because of the growth of the population, 70% of the land outside the town was used for planting sugar beets and potatoes. The rest of the land was used for planting barley, oats, and other brewing materials. Some of the land was used for planting spices. Buying spices from the caravans was too expensive. Su Lin planned to grow some spices. Not only could he use them himself, but he could also make money. However, Su Lin felt that it was a pity that there were too few types of spices suitable for growing in the north. P.S. The following does not count. Thanks to Big Apple, Big Orange, Master Pooh, Long Judy, Speaking Loneliness to Loneliness, Iron Blood Ho, Chow 534, Kitten Loves Fishing H, Big Devil V, Spicy Peppermint, Let Him, Fragrant Lemon Tea, there's actually a master, Goodbye to you, Master of the Heavenly Court, Mysterious Mr. X, A Share of Sunshine, Meng Xintian, and other book friends tips. Thank you to 133,955 for your 2,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Rotson for your 2,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Don't Be a Moralist. Thank you to Warm Wine, Desert Bandits for your 1,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 2020831205259011 for your 1,334 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to 1607101921111128 for your 2,000 Chidian coins tip. Thank you to Tomorrow Night Doesn't Accept Books, Nua Ing, White Cloud Leisure. Thank you to 201701092002641356 for your 500 Chidian coins tip. Floating Dream thanks. Chapter 206. After confirming the location and shape of the Arc de Triomphe, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe began. Other than checking on the progress every day, Su Lin went to the training grounds of the formation breaker outside the city. After a week of training, the spear guards were ready to try to fuse with the ball of light of the formation breaker. The 4 spear guards were sitting cross-legged in a quiet room. Su Lin took out the ball of light from the tiger tally and chose to fuse with it. After the fusion began, the virtual images of the 4 spear guards appeared in front of his eyes. There was a progress bar above their heads, showing that they were in the process of fusion. Looking at the progress bar, it would take at least an hour for the fusion to complete. Su Lin took out a bottle of rum and poured a cup. He drank as he waited for the fusion result. The fusion process did not go well. 10 minutes after it started, one of the spear guard's virtual images showed that the fusion had failed. The ball of light left the guard's body and returned to the tiger tally. Although Su Lin was prepared for this, he was still upset that one of the guards had been eliminated in less than 10 minutes. The fusion continued. The remaining 3 spear guards all lasted for half an hour. Then, 2 of them also showed that the fusion had failed not long after. In the end, only 1 spear guard successfully fused with the ball of light of the formation breaker and became a soldier of the formation breaker. Formation breaker. The number of people at the front is 1,700. After a cruel selection from the elite spear guards, they successfully become soldiers of the formation breaker. They have a stronger body and attack power. The determination to break through the enemy lines, death without life. The soldiers of the formation breaker had many talents, including strength, tenacity, iron bones, agility, and other basic talents. There was also an additional talent of the formation breaker, formation breaker. Formation breaker. The determination to break through the enemy lines, death without life. The soldiers of the formation breaker are not affected by morale. Defense increased by 50%, attack increased by 20%. Additional effect, fight to the death. Fight to the death. As long as the commander does not give the order to surrender, the formation breaker will fight to the last soldier. After activating the fight to the death, the soldiers of the formation breaker will have their attack power increased and their defense lowered. After successfully advancing to the formation breaker, Su Lin still needed to give them new equipment. According to the requirements of the system, all soldiers of the formation breaker needed to be equipped with full body armor. Their weapons were either spears or swords. They also needed to be equipped with a shield. At the same time, all soldiers of the formation breaker were equipped with crossbows. It could be said that the soldiers of the formation breaker were much better than the soldiers before. Right now there was only 1 capture barracks soldier, and the equipment was easy to deal with. However, once the number of capture barracks increased, these equipment would become a huge expense. Fortunately, the growth of the capture barracks was slow and Su Lin had enough time to prepare. After successfully advancing to the formation breaker, Su Lin appointed the soldier of the formation breaker as the commander of the spearmen, and the other spear imperial guards as the deputy commanders. Su Lin planned to expand the number of spearmen to 3,000. In fact, according to the standards of the Kingdom of Florence, it wasn't difficult to pull up tens of thousands of spearmen. The kingdom of Florence only needed to send out a spear and train it to become a spearman. The spearmen in northern town could be called elites after going through strict training. Florence's spearmen were basically cannon fodder. The North Town City did not have that many people to expend, so the army of the North Town City had no choice but to recruit elite soldiers. After successfully advancing to the formation breaker, Su Len came out of the town alone. He still had a reinforcement order in his hand that had not been used. Su Len was going to wait until the formation breaker finished training before using it. Last time when he used the reinforcement order, he had a guess in his heart. This was why he waited until now. Coming out of Northern Town City, Su Len found an open environment and then took out the reinforcement order to use it. A light flashed, and the reinforcement order disappeared. Then a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The host has used the reinforcement order. A group of soldiers is about to arrive. A space door opened, and then a group of soldiers came out of the space door. The effect was the same as last time when he used the reinforcement order. This time, what appeared in front of him was also a war spirit wearing armor and holding weapons. What made Su Len even more ecstatic was that in addition to the two groups of 40 spearmen and archers, there was also a soldier wearing heavy armor, holding a spear and a shield, with a crossbow and a long sword at his waist. Compared to the soldiers around him, this soldier was clearly stronger by more than one level. Formation breaker. This time we really made a big profit. Su Len said excitedly. Last time when he used the reinforcement order, Su Len only recruited spearmen and archers. At that time, he had the spearman commander's seal and the archer commander's seal that he had obtained later. At that time he had already guessed. Now that he had obtained the commander's seal of the formation breaker, he had successfully recruited the formation breaker. After using the reinforcement order, he really had recruited a soldier of the formation breaker. After these otherworldly spirits all came out of the space door, they directly lined up. The leading soldier of the formation breaker took a step forward. General, the spearman squad and archer squad have all arrived. Su Len, who already knew the details of these soldiers, nodded, and then brought these soldiers back to Northern Town City. Because of the addition of the centaurs, Su Len had specially set aside an area in Northern Town City for them to live in. At the same time, Su Len had already prepared to build a town 50 li east of Northern Town City. This area had flat terrain and lush water plants. It was very suitable for grazing. Building a city here was specially for the centaurs to graze and live in. The centaur tribe used to live by water plants, but after joining Northern Town City, these centaurs would become semi-nomadic. After the annual harvest in Northern Town City, the leftover stems and leaves would be mixed with some grain and husks to be used as fodder for breeding. The centaur tribe would use the city that they were going to build as the center to carry out nomadic breeding. This semi-nomadic and semi-residential breeding method could raise more livestock, and it could also reduce the mortality rate of the livestock in winter. In the past, the centaur tribe would have large amounts of livestock die every winter because of the cold and lack of food. After changing their nomadic lifestyle, they would graze by water plants during the summer and return to the city after the winter was covered by ice and snow. In the city, there would be a large number of houses with good thermal insulation. At the same time, there would be a large amount of green fodder stored. In this way, not only would the livestock not die, they would even gain weight. Northern Town City was undergoing construction every day, and the soldiers were undergoing strict training. With such a large amount of exercise, they would have to eat some meat every day. It could be said that Northern Town City's food consumption was very high. The previously stored jerky and salted fish had almost been used up. Now that the centaurs had joined, Northern Town City's meat supply would no longer be tight. After the centaurs were supplied with meat, they would also receive large amounts of other living materials. After the centaurs joined Northern Town City, Su Len clearly understood their living standards. They could only make some crude ironware, and their cloth was also inferior sackcloth. When worn, they would prick the skin. They only had salt for seasoning, and food was also very scarce. Even tea leaves were only sold by Fiery Bird in recent years. As for tea leaves, the centaurs were very fond of them. The centaurs, who ate meat all year round, needed tea leaves to relieve grease and aid digestion. Although they now had northern town city to provide food, their fondness for tea leaves had never changed. The climate in the north wasn't suitable for tea leaves to grow. The tea leaves of Cult City were also sold from the south. In this era, the nobles liked to add milk and honey to their tea leaves. Now that they had northern town city's white sugar, they added white sugar to make tea that was very similar to the milk tea Su Lin drank in his previous world. However, it tasted better than the milk tea in his previous world. At least the milk here was very pure. After the centaurs joined northern town city, Su Lin placed a large number of orders for tea leaves. The price of tea leaves in the Florentine kingdom was considered cheap, but in the northern wastelands, the price would increase by at least 50%. If they were sold to the centaur tribe from before, the price would be doubled. Even so, northern town city had to fork out a sum of money to buy tea leaves every month. After the centaurs joined northern town city, their quality of life improved by 2 or 3 levels. They didn't have to wear those prickly sackcloth, they didn't have to sleep in the open every day, tea leaves were no longer a luxury, and their food was much more sumptuous. When the centaurs first joined northern town city, their loyalty was between 65 and 70. After a week, the centaurs' loyalty had reached 75. Many centaurs' loyalty had even exceeded 80. At their peak, the centaur tribe had close to 10,000 people. After a great battle, they had less than 4,000. Many of the centaurs had died. Now, most of the centaurs were women and children. There were less than 1,000 adult males. Sullen's original plan was to recruit 1,000 centaurs to form a heavy cavalry team and a light cavalry team. This way, all the centaurs' youths would be recruited. Of course, Su Lin couldn't do that. After considering the centaur situation, he changed the recruitment to 400. 200 heavy cavalry and 200 light cavalry. Su Lin planned to equip the centaurs with full sets of armor. It wasn't the normal armor from before. It was the heavy armor from the Florentine Kingdom's Red Dragon Heavy Cavalry. 200 sets of heavy armor for the centaurs were not cheap. Each set of armor weighed close to 200 kilograms. 200 sets of armor would cost at least 40,000 kilograms of iron. However, the heavy cavalry's destructive power was shocking. Their charging ability was much stronger than human heavy cavalry. Of course, the centaurs would probably only be ranked in the top 5 when it came to the heavy cavalry with the strongest charging ability. The ground dragon heavy cavalry would be ranked first. Those were the true steel tanks. The ground dragon heavy cavalry was a type of semi-dragon. No other heavy cavalry could compare to the ground dragon heavy cavalry in terms of weight and charging ability. Not to mention, some ground dragons even inherited dragon breath. However, the number of earth dragon heavy cavalry was very small. There were less than 200 of them, but no one dared to underestimate them. Chapter 207. Other than the Drakes, there were also some countries that had formed their own mammoth cavalry. The mammoth cavalry was 4 to 5 meters tall and weighed a dozen tons. They were unstoppable when they charged. There was also the petrifying lizard cavalry formed by the drows. These petrifying lizards were almost as big as the drakes. They also had the ability to petrify. These petrifying lizard cavalry were no less troublesome than the drakes. Of course, this didn't mean that the centaur heavy cavalry was weak. On the contrary, the centaur heavy cavalry was quite strong. Although the centaur heavy cavalry was powerful, there were many factors that restricted them. The most important factor was that the number of centaur heavy cavalry was too small. The centaurs were different. As long as the northern citadel continued to develop, Su Lin could easily form a centaur cavalry of a few thousand centaurs. After the centaurs joined the northern citadel, Su Lin realized that the centaurs had a lot more ways to evolve. The first was the centaur herdsman, then the centaur recruit, then the centaur ranger, then the centaur elite archer, and finally the centaur marksman. The other advancement path was the centaur guard, the centaur heavy cavalry, and finally the centaur trampler. The appearance of these long-range and close-range cavalry instantly made up for Northern Town City's weakness. From now on, Northern Town City could rely on spearmen and longbowmen to fight head-on, while the centaur archers could circle around the flanks. The centaur heavy cavalry would be able to watch out for any openings in the enemy's defenses. Once they appeared, they would launch a surprise attack to break through the enemy's formation. It would be the deciding factor on the battlefield. Sullen's archers were equipped with iron scale armor with a chain mail inside. They weighed around 30 pounds, which was just right for the centaurs. They were equipped with a scimitar and a centaur longbow. The scimitar was a melee weapon that they used to chase after enemies or when enemies got close to them. Furthermore, they were equipped with iron scale armor and chain mail. These centaurs could also be used as heavy cavalry to charge into a formation. Of course, they would charge into a regular infantry formation. North Town City had captured more than 2,000 beastmen, gnolls, earth goblins, and earth goblins. The earth goblins, and gnolls were sent to the quarries and mines. Su Lin planned to sell the beastmen slaves to the human world since they were quite strong. One had to know that this world advocated force. Basically, there would be buildings such as the Colosseum in every city. Every day, gladiator performances would be held there. However, ordinary gladiator performances could no longer arouse the interest of the audience. Therefore, many gladiator arenas would carry out more thrilling fights. For example, they could hunt some ferocious beasts and give the gladiators some broken weapons so that they could fight those beasts to the death. Or they could capture some other races, such as orcs, trolls, ogres, and other races, and let the gladiators fight with these races. And so on. These cruel and bloody performances are very popular among humans. There were more than 1,000 beastmen captives. If they were allowed to work in the territory, they would be greatly affected if the beastmen rebelled. Therefore, to reduce the pressure, Su Lin planned to sell the beastmen captives as slaves. A strong beastman slave could be sold for at least 5 kinar, and a beastman warrior was even more expensive. Of course, if these beastman slaves could be transported to the southern provinces, the profits would be even higher. Su Lin had already divided these beastman slaves into many groups. He couldn't sell them in large quantities. Once someone found out, the price of the beastman slaves would naturally drop. This was something Su Lin didn't want to see. Therefore, he planned to sell them in batches. There was no humanity in the gladiator arenas. For those who pursued sensory stimulation, the most bloody and violent performances were especially popular. Cruel battles between beastmen and humans were very popular. Of course, this kind of gladiator show would consume a lot of beastman slaves. The beastman slaves Su Lin sold each time would be used up very quickly. After 2 or 3 times, all the beastmen would be sold out. The northern town city kept moving people from other lords' territories. The large number of people coming in slightly relieved the northern town city's manpower shortage. The foundation of the northern town city's Arc of Triumph was finally completed. The Arc of Triumph was made entirely of marble. Su Lin specially transferred thousands of people from other places to build it. The construction of the Arc of Triumph was very slow, mainly because of the large number of carvings on the marble. There were a total of 8 carvings of Su Lin commanding victories on the Arc of Triumph. For these carvings, Su Lin could only endure the slow construction. On the Arc of Triumph, the names of the soldiers who died in each war and the generals who made contributions would be engraved. This was also the honor of the northern town city soldiers. The Arc of Triumph was designed to be 23 meters tall, 44 meters wide, and 22 meters thick. It was a 3-arched building. The Arc of Triumph was built in the Gothic style. There were also some carved angels on the pillars of the arches as decorations. On the left and right sides of the arches, there were also carvings of the soldiers of the northern town city. There were barbarian warriors, elite spearmen, half-elf longbowmen, drow warriors, centaurs, and so on. At the top of the Arc of Triumph, there was also a statue of Su Lin riding on a horse. The Arc of Triumph was a very large project. If there wasn't enough manpower, it would be impossible to build it without a year or 2. During the construction, Su Len specially used the stone to mud spell to merge the cracks on the Arc of Triumph so that it looked like a hole. After the beastmen were defeated, the northern town city became the most powerful force in the surrounding wastelands. Sullen's work also became a lot easier. Now, other than the fixed daily training and inspection, his favorite thing was the various delicacies created by the halfling Frodo. Frodo even used some dragon meat and other ingredients from the Lord's castle's warehouse to make magic dishes. Hathaway secretly supported him. Otherwise, why would Frodo take things out of the warehouse? Of course, Su Len had to admit that Frodo's magic dishes tasted very good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming after hearing about Frodo's new magic dishes. Johnson, isn't it your turn to patrol the mine today? Why are you here? Su Len asked Johnson, who was arm wrestling with Boulder. Boss, I'm done with my patrol. Johnson hurriedly said. Just when he was distracted, Boulder suddenly exerted force and gained the upper hand. Although Johnson reacted quickly, he lost the initiative. Their strength was about the same, so he lost in the end. I won. You have to give me half of your share today, Boulder said excitedly. Harris, what's wrong with your head? Harrison sat at the bottom of the table with an impatient expression. That restless look on his face was nothing like that of a sheriff. It was a waste of his serious face. Ugh. Harris rubbed his head and carefully avoided the big bump. Today, I helped Floor to collect honey from the Cirsus Peak, and a mountain bear took a fancy to me. Although I managed to drive the mountain bear away, I was also stung by the Cirsus Peak several times. Su Len couldn't help but shake his head. Another greedy guy. At the same time, he was also interested in Frodo's feast today. Apart from them, Chris, Hathaway, Karina, Grace, and the Little Mare mission were all here. Is everyone here? Frodo the halfling walked out in a white chef's outfit. The outfit was a little big, and it looked a little funny with Frodo's body. After looking around, Frodo said, Then, let's officially start the product tasting. Then, Frodo pushed a dining cart in. All the food in the cart was covered with lids. When the food was placed on the table, everyone stared at the delicious food. In the middle was a large piece of pterosaur tenderloin. The pterosaur tenderloin was coated with a layer of honey, and it looked very tempting. Other than the pterosaur tenderloin, there were all kinds of desserts, drinks, and staple foods. A strange aroma filled the air. Not only Sullen's Adam's apple moved, but the others also looked like they were hungry. Frodo the halfling was in high spirits, as if he had entered his home turf. He only shouted after all the food was served. Let's dig in. Su Len picked up the table knife and cut a piece of the honey tenderloin. After Su Len finished the first cut, the rest of the people took action at once. Both sides were fighting for more. Sullen's eyes twitched. This was the performance of his heroes. This kind of secret barbecue. Su Len opened his mouth and took a bite. The barbecued tenderloin had a wonderful change as soon as it entered his mouth. Su Len felt a faint ice crystal erupting in his mouth, and his whole taste buds felt cold. This was the natural characteristic of the ice Quetzalcoatlus meat. After Frodo's cooking, he could clearly feel the texture of the Quetzalcoatlus tenderloin and all kinds of magical and delicious spices. The secret pork tenderloin tasted very good. Everyone was chewing it. Su Len felt the wonderful cold feeling in the barbecue meat. The tenderloin meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a variety of spices. The honey juice drink made with purple crystal honey and ice cream tasted very good. The Little Mare, Mission, no longer cared about her image. She took a box of ice cream and ate it. The Little Mare loved all kinds of sweets. There was also a pterosaur tenderloin next to her. Her beautiful face was red, and there was a lot of oil stains on the corner of her mouth. Hathaway controlled the wizard's hand and cut the pterosaur tenderloin into small pieces. She then enjoyed it slowly. Karina and Grace had completely lost their usual demeanor and image. Eden was also hiding in a corner and eating heartily. Su Len lay comfortably on the sofa. The energy in his body slowly merged with his body. Chapter 208. Sullen's body felt warm. These magic dishes made with pterosaur meat and some precious magic ingredients were not only delicious, but also had some special effects. However, because Sullen's physical fitness was too strong, these magic dishes could not strengthen his body again. Although they could not increase his physical fitness, they could let his body recover quickly for a period of time and temporarily increase his magic resistance. Although these magic dishes did not have much effect on Sulen, they were still very effective on others. Hathaway had the best effect. These magic dishes were very effective on people with low physical fitness. As their physical fitness increased, the effect would gradually decrease. This time, the main ingredient was Cryopterus meat. It increased Sullen's ice resistance and doubled his physical recovery speed. The ones who ate the most were the two gluttons, Boulder and Johnson. However, magic dishes were not something that could be eaten casually. After seeing these two guys eating until their faces were red and their foreheads were covered in sweat, their whole bodies were like cooked prawns. Sir Sulen, these two can't eat anymore. The halfling Frodo looked at the two and quickly reminded, if they eat too much, their bodies won't be able to bear it. Sulen stepped forward and directly knocked out the two gluttons who were still fighting over the food. Then, he threw them to the other barbarian guards and asked them to send the two guys back. This time, the food made by Frodo was very sufficient. Although the group of people ate and drank, they still did not finish eating. However, everyone was almost full, especially the few female spellcasters. They had small appetites to begin with. Don't waste the rest. Pack it up and take it back. Sulen looked at the people who were full and said, although the food was not made by him, the ingredients were provided by him. After hearing Sullen's words, the originally lazy people immediately became energetic and began to discuss the distribution of the food. Even Grace, who was always calm, did not give in. She argued until her face was red. However, they soon agreed on the distribution plan. Chris and Hathaway got the most food. The rest of them did not have much difference. Frodo was now the chief gourmet consultant of the northern town. Of course, this was recognized by Sulen. Every month, Sulen would give him some money and various magic ingredients for experiments. At the same time, he would also teach him a few new dishes. This former adventurer had been completely led astray by Sulen. Although Sulen was not a chef in his previous life, as a veteran of the foodie nation, he knew how to eat even if he did not know how to cook. In his previous life, there were 8 major cuisines and other minor cuisines. Although he did not remember all of them, he still knew dozens and hundreds of them. After distributing the food, Sulen left with Chris and Hathaway. After eating a magic dish, it was necessary to exercise. Sulen had eaten a lot, so he felt a little hot. Of course, this was a normal reaction. He was going to take Chris and Hathaway for an after-meal exercise. With a fast recovery buff, Hathaway and Chris were no match for him. However, they also had their own unique skills. For example, Hathaway's use of grease was absolutely superb. The feeling could only be described in one sentence: indulge in the smoothness of silk. As a succubus, Chris's physical fitness was much higher than Hathaway's. Her coordination was also very good. All kinds of rope skills and postures were perfect. Sulen felt that she was better. However, she was still no match for Sulen. In the end, it was Angela and Anna who came to the rescue. It was a quiet night. Since there were no other threats in the wasteland, Sulen began to prepare to build new cities around his territory. According to the current immigration rate, the city would have 50,000 people in a year at most. Other than the refugees from Florence, the city had also accepted a barbarian tribe. As the new ruler of the wasteland, Northern Town City was not as violent as the orcs. There were many barbarians living in Northern Town City, and the nearby barbarian tribes knew about it. On top of that, the living conditions in Northern Town City were quite attractive to the barbarians. The reason why the barbarians did not submit was because they knew the rise of the city would alert the other 2 large tribes in the wasteland. There would be a great battle when the time came. No one had high hopes for the city back then. No one had expected the situation to suddenly change. No one had expected the orcs to be defeated by the city after defeating the Centaur tribe. Then, the remnants of the Centaur tribe directly joined the northern citadel. The northern citadel became the only overlord in the wilderness. The other tribes naturally knew what to do. However, these tribes weren't as important as those who had fought alongside the northern citadel, so Su Lun didn't treat them well. In other words, if they wanted better treatment, they had to contribute to the city. It was the foundation of the city. After the first barbarian tribe submitted and was accepted, the other barbarian tribes were also moved. There were not many large tribes in the wasteland, but there were countless small tribes with 100 or 200 people. These small tribes were always in a precarious situation. Who knew when they would be destroyed or swallowed by other tribes? In addition to other tribes, there were also some powerful magical beasts in the wilderness, such as the ice Quetzalcoatlus killed by Su Lun. If they were targeted by them, those small tribes would have no power to resist. The number of barbarians in the city had greatly increased after the barbarians submitted. Although these barbarian tribes only had 100 or 200 people, they were still a lot. Soon, the number of barbarians in the city had exceeded 1,000, and the growth did not slow down at all. Su Lun ordered the army to start recruiting barbarians. He was going to use them to form a heavy infantry. Although the barbarians had the disadvantage of being uncontrollable after going berserk, they were still very useful for attacking. The Kingdom of Florence did not want to use the barbarians because of the high cost and high casualty rate. They were expensive consumables. However, the barbarians in the city were not consumables. The existence of the system had increased the barbarians' leveling up speed. They only needed to level up a few times, and they would be able to suppress most armies. If they were equipped with armor and weapons, their casualty rate would be very low. The city could afford it. Chris, how much money do we have left in the treasury? How many resources do we have? Su Lun asked after signing an order. Kinnar has 30,000. We have 110,000 units of food. It is enough for us to eat for a year. We also have 80,000 pounds of iron ingots. After hearing Chris' report, Su Lun said, "Take half of the money and resources. I am going to build a small city in each of the 4 directions of the city." "Master, we have a limited number of slaves. It will be very slow to build 4 cities at once." Chris reminded him. "I know. Let's build the cities in the south and east first. The city in the east is for the centaurs. They will send some people. Then we will go to the wilderness and capture some slaves. We will send some more people over. They need to raise livestock. It doesn't matter if the infrastructure is not good. The housing and livestock pens must be good." Su Lun said with a smile. "Let's move the refugees from the northern provinces to the city in the south next month. At the same time, send out a 500-man army and some slaves to build the city. We will try to build the houses and walls before winter comes. Also, send the newly formed army out for actual combat training. At the same time, capture the slaves." Chris recorded Su Lun's request and assigned it to others to carry out later. "Master, if we capture slaves on a large scale, we will run out of food quickly," Chris said worriedly after doing some calculations. "Don't worry about that. In a month and a half at most, the food in the city will be ripe again. I can't guarantee meat, but we will have enough potatoes. The slaves will be lucky if they have something to eat. Compared to their lives before, I think I am too kind. Come to think of it, what did the kobolds, gnomes, and other monsters in the wasteland eat? Wild vegetables, insects, plant roots, other animals, and other goblins. They were always hungry and hungry." Working for Northern Town City was tiring, but at least they had enough to eat, and no one would kill them for no reason. The construction of the new town quickly began. All kinds of money, resources, and manpower began to be transferred. The first to move were the centaurs. They were looking forward to the construction of the new town. At least with the protection of the city walls, they would have more time to react if they were ambushed again. The construction of the city in the south also started. The new city was about 50 miles south of the city. It was not too far away. If they were ambushed, they could hold on until the city's army came to their rescue. There were 500 soldiers stationed here. Once the city expanded, the size of the army would increase accordingly. After the new city was built, the 3 cities would form a triangle. The area within the triangle would be controlled by the city. Humans used this method to expand their territory when they were exploring the wilderness. The 500-man army escorted 3,000 refugees and even more slaves and resources to the new city in the south. Su Len personally led the team. The new city was built next to a lake. The lake was huge. Su Len took a quick look and found it was a few times bigger than the city. There were plenty of aquatic products in the lake, and the land was fertile. Su Len quickly decided to build the new city next to the lake. Chapter 209. The new city was located on a slope on the north bank of the lake. The view was broad, the land was fertile, and there were water veins underground. On the east side was a forest, which was very suitable for building a new city. The water of the lake was as clear and smooth as a mirror. The blue sky and the scenery on the shore were all reflected in it. The scenery was very beautiful. Su Lun named the lake Mirror Lake, and the newly built city was also called Mirror Lake City. Su Len planned Mirror Lake City to be 1 kilometer long, with a population of around 10,000. If the population increased in the future, the city would continue to expand. However, there was no need for such a big city right now. More than 3,000 refugees and even more slaves began to work. First, they built a temporary camp here. The camp used wood and mud to build fences. When the fences were finished, Su Len would cast mud to stone on them. The camp would not be dismantled after the city was built. It would be used as a military base. Northern Battlefront City was very experienced in building a city. After confirming the location of the city, the slaves began to clear the stones and weeds in the area. Some of the higher areas had to be leveled, and the lower areas had to be filled with soil. They also cleared the weeds and trees in the area. Mirror Lake was not small. It was roughly circular with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. There were many fish living in it. After confirming the safety of the area, the dock and fishing boats would be built immediately. Then, they would arrange for fishermen to fish and provide food for the territory. The next morning, the sun was not yet up, and the lake was very humid. There was a thin layer of fog in the morning. Although it was almost summer, the early morning in the wilderness was still a bit chilly. The birds that woke up early chirped and began to look for food. There were a few drops of dew on the grass. Su Len washed his face with the cool lake water, dispelling the hazy sleepiness. He had gotten used to the soft velvet bed in the castle and the smooth skin of the half-elven maids. He did not sleep well last night. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Breakfast was bacon and stewed potatoes. Although he did not bring the maids, he still brought the chef. The chef's skills had improved a lot under Frodo's tutelage. Although Frodo often complained that these people were as stupid as swine beasts, they were actually very good at cooking. The bacon was beef, mixed with onions, wild vegetables, and mushrooms that were commonly found in the wilderness. The fragrant meat broth emitted an alluring aroma that could awaken one's digestive system. This was the most common method of cooking in northern Town City. After all, there were so many potatoes here. Su Len took a piece of black bread and heated it up. Then, he tore it into small pieces and threw them into the broth. The fragrant and delicious broth softened the originally dry and hard black bread. After swallowing the soft bread and the hot broth together, a warm feeling enveloped his body. His stomach, which was rumbling with hunger, also felt satisfied. The soft stewed beef was paired with some vegetables, and the taste was not bad. The potatoes were soft and glutinous. With a gentle press of the tongue, it mixed with the fragrant meat broth and was swallowed into the stomach. Black bread was not bad. In fact, it depended on the materials used to make it. Back in Kalen City, most merchants sold black bread with a lot of bran, pebbles, and even wood shavings, so the price was very low. It only cost 2 coppers. This kind of bread was a little soft when fresh out of the oven, but it could be used as a weapon after cooling down. The black bread made in Northern Town City was not like this. There were no wood shavings, pebbles, or other random things in it. The good thing about black bread was that it was easy to store. Northern Town City made a lot of black bread to use as dry rations. After breakfast, Su Len led the soldiers of Northern Town City to patrol around Mirror Lake. The morning breeze blew away the mist, and the soft sunlight shone down. A thin layer of mist surrounded Mirror Lake in the early morning. It was like silk, faintly discernible, reflecting the surrounding scenery. It was like a fairyland. Su Len left 400 soldiers to protect the camp. He personally led 100 people to explore the surrounding environment. Su Len was not familiar with Mirror Lake, but with such an abundant water source, there must be many tribes living nearby. In addition to these tribes, Su Len also wanted to make sure there were no powerful magic beasts living nearby. He needed to clear out the dangers around Mirror Lake City in advance. Not long after, a faint sour smell floated in the air. It smelled like excrement or green bubbling sewage. Su Len frowned. He was very familiar with this smell. Many goblins, kobolds, and gnolls had this smell in their territories. Soon, the scouts at the front came back with news. "Sir, the scouts have reported that they found a kobold tribe of over 1,000 people in the eastern forest." A soldier hurried over to report. "Over 1,000 people. Mirror Lake City just happens to be short on manpower. Bring some people with me to capture these kobolds," Su Len said directly. Half of the 100 soldiers he brought with him were new recruits. Even so, new recruits were enough to deal with monsters like the kobolds. Su Len brought the scouts closer to the kobold tribe. The kobold tribe was located in the forest. These kobolds had gathered a lot of wood and mixed it with mud and hay to build some low shacks. There were pits in the shacks. These half-underground shacks had better insulation. The pits were where they lived. There was some hay and dried branches inside. Some even had a few pieces of dirty fur or black cloth. There were 2 or 3 kobolds in each shack. Su Len frowned as he endured the suffocating smell. Every time he came to the natives' camp, Su Len felt like he was being attacked by a biological weapon. Northern Battlefront City was very experienced in dealing with kobolds. First, the longbowmen would fire 2 rounds of arrows. Then, the barbarians in heavy armor would charge and break through the kobolds' defense line. Then, the spearmen would form a formation and attack. If they were defeated in 1 round, then they would chase and capture slaves. If they were not defeated, then they would attack again. When a large group of people approached, no matter how well they hid, they would still make a lot of noise. At the very least, the birds and insects would alert them. Some kobolds had already noticed the commotion around them. Then, many kobolds picked up their weapons and prepared for battle. "Sir, should we make a move?" A captain came to Sullen's side and asked in a low voice. "Go. Take care of it quickly." After the order was given, the northern Battlefront City's army began their attack. First, there were 2 waves of arrows. Then, the barbarians charged, followed by the spearmen. The kobold camp, which did not even have a wall, was in chaos. The barbarians charged into the kobold tribe like a gust of wind. The spearmen behind them quickly formed a formation and formed 2 groups of spears. They began to push forward. The soldiers of northern Battlefront City were a lot stronger than these kobolds. After training in the military camp, they had mastered all kinds of military skills and fighting techniques. After being strengthened by the system, even the new recruits were quite strong. As long as they went on the battlefield a few times and killed some kobolds, goblins, and gnolls, they would quickly level up. Among all the classes in Northern Town, the human spearmen gave the lowest experience points. The other classes, such as archers, barbarian warriors, centaur knights, half-elf longbowmen, and drow warriors, had more experience points than him. Of course, their overall stats were also the lowest. Of course, for the army, besides personal strength, discipline was more important. Pure bravery and violence were not popular in the army. This was also why the barbarians in northern Battlefront City always formed their own teams. When the barbarians fought, all their formations would be messed up. Although the barbarians were strong, if Su Len really had to choose, he would choose the weaker spear guard. Moreover, the spear guard could also advance into the formation breaker. The formation breaker's strength was no weaker than the barbarian berserkers. Compared to the berserkers, they were more disciplined. After the 700 formation breaker soldiers formed a formation, even if the barbarian berserkers had twice the number of soldiers, they could still win. Over the years, the Kingdom of Florence had fought against the barbarians, orcs, and gnolls in the north. They did not rely on individual bravery. In battles with less than 1,000 people, the Kingdom of Florence lost more than they won. However, when the number of barbarians reached tens of thousands, the result was basically a huge victory for the humans. The kobolds who had not fully woken up from their dreams were attacked by a rain of arrows. Before they could react, the barbarians rushed up like a meat grinder. The kobolds who had just climbed out of their shacks were immediately slaughtered mercilessly. The charging barbarians and the iron armor on their bodies weighed more than 300 pounds. Coupled with the impact, some kobolds were directly knocked away like ragdolls. Many kobolds' chests were directly broken. Even more kobolds were chopped in half by giant axes. After seeing the northern battlefront city soldiers slaughtering the kobolds like vegetables, the kobolds quickly fled in panic. The soldiers of the northern battlefront city began to capture slaves. After the battle, the number of kobolds who died was at most over 100. Half of the remaining kobolds escaped, and the rest were all captured. In the next 2 days, Su Lin led the soldiers of the northern battlefront city to sweep the area around Mirror Lake. In the end, they captured more than 3,000 slaves and came here to reclaim the land. In addition to the slaves from the northern battlefront city and the refugees, there were now more than 10,000 people gathered in Mirror Lake City. The construction of Mirror Lake City began with the city walls. Because there was a lack of stone around Mirror Lake City, they used rammed earth walls. After the brick kiln factory was built, they would wrap the rammed earth walls with a layer of bricks. Mirror Lake City was close to Mirror Lake, so there was an abundance of water. The surrounding land was fertile and very suitable for farming. In the future, large amounts of farmland would be cultivated here. No matter which era it was, food was very important. The construction of Mirror Lake City would take a long time, so Su Lin would stay here for a long time. Chapter 210. Northern Garrison City was already very familiar with how to enslave kobolds and goblins. They would select some kobold supervisors and goblin supervisors from these slaves and give them slightly better treatment. These people with vested interests would then help Northern Garrison City oppress the other slaves. Tens of thousands of people worked together on the construction site, and the progress of the project was quite good. Mirror Lake City's walls were built using rammed earth, and the height was only 6 meters. The higher the rammed earth walls were built, the larger the layer of earth below. The amount of work required to build a 10-meter-high wall was more than double that of a 6-meter-high wall. A 6-meter-high wall could already block the vast majority of wasteland monsters. The remaining 6-meter-high walls wouldn't be able to block them. Even if you built a 10-meter-high wall, it still wouldn't be able to block them. Therefore, they built a 6-meter-high wall. Speaking of which, the difficulty of building a rammed earth wall wasn't low. The foundation of the wall was made of rock, and Su Lin directly used the mud-to-rock spell to turn the rammed earth foundation into rock. The amount of work required to build a 4-kilometer-long wall foundation wasn't small. Fortunately, it wasn't built in one go. The rammed earth used for the wall wasn't casually dug up. The excavated earth needed to be filtered first, and the stones and other debris inside were picked out before the earth was steamed. This was done to kill the grass seeds, insect eggs, and other things inside. After that, the steamed earth was used to tamp the earth layer by layer. Although the wall made this way couldn't compare to rock, it was still very hard. In Sullen's previous life, he read a historical record about ancient city building. In it, there was a city called Tongwan City. In order to build this city, the walls were built using glutinous rice juice, white silt, sand, and slaked lime mixed with a certain proportion of cooked earth. Moreover, what made people's scalp numb was the strictness of the construction supervisor. During the inspection, the soldiers were to use iron awls to pierce the wall. If they could pierce an inch into the wall, then they would kill the worker who built the wall and fill the wall with their corpses. If they couldn't pierce the wall, then they would kill the soldier. This city became a famous city at that time. Even in his previous life, 1,000 years later, more than half of the ruins of Tongwan City were still preserved. Of course, this sturdy city did not protect the dynasty. 9 years after Tongwan City was completed, it was attacked and occupied by other countries. Mirror Lake City's rammed earth walls were naturally not that extravagant. Sulen did not have a large amount of glutinous rice to build a city, but they did transport a batch of lime from northern town city. Then, they mixed the lime and steamed earth according to a certain ratio to build the city. While Mirror Lake City was being built, the soldiers weren't idle either. Although Mirror Lake City had been cleaned up, there were still tribes from the surrounding areas that were migrating there. This way, not only could these soldiers be used for training, they could also continue to provide slaves for Mirror Lake City. Sulen didn't go there again except for a few days ago when he took the soldiers to wipe out a few tribes. This level of battle was too easy, and there was no challenge at all. Sulen just left it to the soldiers to deal with. Then he asked the craftsman to make a boat for him and went fishing on Mirror Lake. However, his leisurely life was soon disrupted. You said that a pack of wolves attacked the slaves of Mirror Lake City? Sulen handed 2 fish to the guard beside him. Yes, sir, and it's not the first time. The drow nodded and continued. At first, we thought it was a few wild wolves or other beasts that attacked the slaves when they were alone, but there have been continuous attacks in the past few days. Did you find the wolves or beasts that attacked? Sulen frowned and asked. Sir, we have sent all the scouts to look for them, but there is no news yet. Send some of the scouts from northern town city over and expand the search area. I don't believe that those beasts will suddenly appear and disappear. Sulen said with a cold gaze. Sir. At the same time, send some more soldiers to the construction site of Mirror Lake City. Tell the workers and slaves not to act alone. If you find anything unusual, report it immediately. Under Sulen's order, Northern Town City quickly sent a group of scouts, led by Aiton. With more scouts, the investigation area was expanded again. However, as soon as the order was given, Mirror Lake City was attacked again. This time, the attack was more serious than any of the previous ones. Not only did some slaves and workers lose their lives, even the soldiers that Sulen sent to protect Mirror Lake City were injured. 4 spearmen from Northern Town City died from the attacks of the beasts. Moreover, the continuous deaths had seriously affected the construction of Mirror Lake City. The situation was very serious. Northern Town City soldiers had cleared out so many tribes in Mirror Lake City without any deaths, but they were killed by some beasts. Sulen's face was as cold as ice. At first, Sulen thought it was just some normal beasts attacking, but now, even 4 of Northern Town City soldiers had died. After Northern Town City defeated the orcs, there were still people or other species that dared to attack Northern Town City in this wasteland. They were challenging Northern Town City's bottom line. Sulen was ready to give these people the harshest blow. The construction of Mirror Lake City couldn't be stopped, so Sulen sent some barbarian warriors and heavy armored spearmen to guard the city. These barbarian warriors and heavy armored spearmen were much stronger than normal soldiers. With these soldiers guarding the city, the attacks finally stopped. The attacking beasts seemed to have sensed the strength of these barbarian warriors, so they didn't continue their sneak attack. The barbarian Great Axe Berserkers who had reached the 3rd grade were very powerful. These barbarian warriors who had grown up through cruel and bloody battles were all elites among elites. Although they liked to go berserk and not listen to commands, they still had a strong sense of danger. With the danger sense, talent, although the barbarians would charge every time they went berserk, in reality, there weren't many attacks that could really damage them. On one hand, he sent out barbarian warriors to guard the city. On the other hand, he sent more scouts to investigate the surroundings. Construction site of Mirror Lake City. The workers started to get busy again. The fastest part of the city wall was already 3 meters tall. Large amounts of slaves brought up the soil that had been mixed and then tamped it down bit by bit. A small official in charge of the construction of this part of the city wall hurried over. My lord! The person in charge of the construction of the city wall, who was around 30 years old, came over and bowed. Sulin didn't stop. He waved his hand and signaled for them to get up. Where is the location of the attack? Take me there. Please follow me, the official said respectfully. Near the construction site of the city wall, there was a wooden house. The group quickly walked over. This should be the place where the manager and soldiers rested. Soon, the group arrived at the small room. The bodies of the 4 spearmen were placed to the side. Sulin's face was cold. He walked forward and lifted the white cloth on the bodies, revealing the hideous corpses underneath. The corpses were still intact, but the wounds were hideous. There was a large hole in the iron scale armor, and the neck was badly mutilated. Sharp claws and teeth, like to sneak attack. After looking at the corpses for a while, Sulin said in a deep voice, although the iron scale armor's defense is not as good as iron armor, the beast must be very strong to be able to damage it to this extent. Ordinary beasts don't have such strength, and these soldiers didn't even fight back. Obviously, they are very good at disguising and sneak attacks, and they are very fast. The 4 soldiers died suddenly in a short period of time. It's very likely that there was more than one attacker. It seems that we have some magic beasts here. Sulin wasn't too worried about magic beasts. Although they were very powerful and had magic, and were very dangerous as long as they could be killed, the rewards were also very high. The meat of magic beasts had some magical effects, and the fur of magic beasts was very valuable. There were also some other things. In short, magic beasts could be said to be full of treasures. Many times, humans would organize people to hunt magic beasts. This industry was much more dangerous than being a mercenary. There were many magic beasts in this world. Some magic beasts were bred from generation to generation, and some magic beasts were the result of mutation of ordinary beasts. After mutation, the beasts might become larger in size, or they might have some ability to control elements, or both. Sulin wasn't worried about magic beasts. As long as they dared to appear in front of him, he was confident that he could kill them. As a legendary figure, he had this confidence. After eating a simple meal, Sulin sent out more scouts to investigate. He himself stayed at the construction site and waited quietly. Soon, the scouts brought back some new news. Some wolves were found in the forest northeast of Mirror Lake, but they were just ordinary beasts. Soon, night fell, and all the workers and slaves began to return to the camp. Some of the slaves couldn't live in the camp, so they could only live behind the walls of Mirror Lake City. In the past, they used to take turns to work at night, but after the attack, they stopped working at night. With the presence of the barbarian warriors, the attackers didn't appear. They obviously had a high command, and it wouldn't be easy to catch them. If the barbarian warriors kept guarding here, it was very likely that they wouldn't appear. Sulin didn't want to keep the barbarian warriors here. So he planned to let the barbarian warriors go back, and he would stay here and wait for the attackers to appear. After letting the barbarian warriors leave, Sulin hid behind the city wall and closed his eyes to sleep. Time passed, and the attackers didn't appear. Sulin didn't rest. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't have a problem even if he didn't sleep for a few days. The night grew darker, and the night wind blew, bringing with it a whining sound. Some of the bonfires in the camp were gradually extinguished. It was close to 2 a.m. This was the time when people were the most sleepy, and also when their defenses were the most lax. Just then, Sulin, whose eyes had been closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes. Chapter 211. Finally! Sulin sneered. A few screams suddenly sounded in the silent night sky. A lightning flashed, and Sulin had already rushed up. The hard ground was directly cracked. After arriving at the scene in an instant, Sulin saw a few ice-blue shadows moving quickly. In the blink of an eye, they pounced on Sulin. Their sharp claws flashed with cold light as they grabbed at Sulin's neck. The chill made Sulin's skin tighten. He exerted force on his feet, and his body that was originally rushing forward suddenly stopped. The lightning on the purple dragon halberd in his hand surged, and a dazzling lightning was drawn in the darkest time before dawn. The lightning exploded, and the several ice-blue shadows that had rushed towards Sulin were sent flying backwards at a faster speed than before. The shadows rolled on the ground and stood up again. At this time, Sulin finally saw the appearance of these attackers. These attackers were tall and very similar to wolves, but their fur was ice blue. They were at least 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder and more than 2.4 meters long. Their claws and teeth were sharp, and there were some ice crystals that appeared when they breathed. Winter wolves? Sulin's eyes flashed. He had already recognized these giant wolves. These were the magic creatures that lived in the northern wasteland, the winter wolves. They were also the most dangerous of all the wolf creatures. Not only were they big, but they could also use ice spells. They were immune to ice spells, but fire spells would cause double damage to them. Winter wolves usually formed a pack of 5 to 6 wolves. Sometimes they would also act together. More importantly, winter wolves were very intelligent, on par with ordinary humans. They also knew the common language and the language of giants. At the same time, they could communicate with ordinary wolves, wargs, and even domestic dogs. They could be said to be very cunning and difficult to deal with. Adventurers who came to the northern wastelands had also fallen into the traps of the winter wolves. These cunning winter wolves, who knew the common language, would even shout, "Help," to attract humans. Often, careless adventurers would fall into their traps. Of course, although winter wolves were dangerous, their fur was very popular. Ordinary winter wolf fur was sold for 2,000 kinar. Winter wolf fur could be made into cloaks, boots, robes, and other magic items that could resist cold. Some of the fur with beautiful colors could be sold for a higher price. Only your own fur was more expensive. The most popular ones were dragon penis and dragon skin. Dragon penis would be crazily fought over as soon as it appeared, and dragon skin could be made into light leather armor. In reality, wyvern eggs weren't very popular among adventurers. Wyverns had a low chance of hatching, and they were difficult to tame after hatching. In addition, feeding a wyvern cost a lot of money. Hence, only a few great lords and countries would breed wyverns. The 5 winter wolves in front of him stared at Sulun with their blue eyes. The attack just now made them hesitate, but Sulun did not give them time to think. He moved and rushed toward one of the winter wolves. Since the attackers were winter wolves, Sulun would not let them go. Seeing Sulun rushing over, the winter wolf wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It could only open its mouth and use frost breath on Sulun. The other winter wolves saw Sulin's attack and did not hesitate to attack Sulun. Although the winter wolves were strong, they were only level 3 magical beasts. How could they be a match for Sulun? The frost breath only caused some frost to appear on Sulin's body. In the blink of an eye, he recovered without even frostbite. The lightning wrapped around the purple dragon halberd exploded in an instant. The surrounding 3 meters was covered in lightning. The paralysis effect of a single lightning bolt was limited. The Constitution had a high chance of immunity, but with a large amount of lightning gathered, the paralysis rate rose sharply. The winter wolves were paralyzed as soon as they pounced. Sulin's purple dragon halberd swept across, and the 5 winter wolves were beaten back again. At the same time, they were all wrapped in lightning and could not move for a moment. Sulun shook lightly, and the layer of frost on his body shattered and disappeared. With his current resistance, the 5 frost breaths did not cause much damage. The winter wolf's frost breath was far less powerful than Cryopterus. Taking advantage of the fact that the winter wolves could not move, Sulin's purple dragon halberd quickly slashed across their throats. Scarlet blood gushed out, and the 5 winter wolves quickly lost all signs of life. Adventurers who came to the northern wastelands all knew that if they had a conflict with the winter wolves, they had to be ruthless and kill them all. Otherwise, they had to be constantly on guard against the winter wolves' revenge. The winter wolves would always remember their hatred and let that hatred settle, accumulate, and grow in their hearts until the day they took revenge again. Once the wolf pack replenished their strength, they would go on an expedition again and take revenge for every member that had died. The life of the 5 winter wolves quickly drained away. Soon, the light in their eyes dimmed, and their life force dissipated completely. A wave of hurried footsteps hurried over. It was 2 teams of fully armed barbarians. "Sir, those 5 winter wolves are the murderers. Take care of them and skin them. Remember to be careful," Su Lin said with a wave of his hand. "Send a team to search the surroundings and see if there are any that escaped." The winter wolf's fur was very precious. The barbarians' craftsmanship had long been masters of skinning. They easily skinned the entire winter wolf's fur intact. Seeing the complete winter wolf's fur, Su Lin was amazed at the beauty of the winter wolf's fur. The ice blue fur was very soft. This kind of high-quality fur was not only used to make magic equipment, but it was also bought by noble ladies who loved beauty to make cloaks. 5 winter wolf's fur could be sold for at least 10,000 kinar, but Su Lin did not plan to sell it. Such beautiful fur was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. He planned to find a few high-level tailors to make cloaks for Chris and Hathaway as gifts. "Sir, a pack of ferocious wolves has been discovered in the forest," a drow hurriedly reported at this time. "Send someone to eliminate them directly." Su Lin did not care. These ferocious wolves should have been summoned by the winter wolf, but they were obviously not used. A team of barbarians hurried over with a team of spearmen and longbowmen. When dawn came, all the ferocious wolves were either killed or escaped. Then, there was a batch of wolf meat in Mirror Lake City as food reserves. Without the threat of the winter wolf, the progress of Mirror Lake City accelerated again. Even Su Lin stopped fishing and cast mud to stone on all the foundations of the city walls. Finally, after 2 weeks, the city walls of Mirror Lake City were finally built. Su Lin was relieved. These days, he had cast mud to stone close to the last time. If it were not for the mana recovery effect of the tungsten steel, his energy would have been drained. The city walls had a circumference of 4 kilometers, a square shape, and a height of 6 meters. Such a small city did not originate from the Kingdom of Florence, but it was the second city in Sullen's territory. A lot of soil had to be excavated during the construction of the rammed earth city walls, so Su Lin directly asked them to dig a moat outside the city walls. The moat was 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep. The 2 ends were connected to Mirror Lake next to it. City wall, Mirror Lake City rammed earth city wall, height 6, 12 meters, length 4.02 kilometers. The establishment of the city wall symbolizes that the city has defense and that the land has officially entered the era of civilization from the barbaric era. City defense plus 10, popular sentiment plus 8, civilization plus 3, stability plus 5, rammed earth city wall defense against water attacks minus 15. With a city wall, the people have a sense of security. Moat, Mirror Lake City width 10 meters, depth 3, 21 meters, length 4.8 kilometers. The construction of the moat increases the difficulty of the enemy's attack. At the same time, it promotes water transportation. Defense against water attacks plus 10, city defense plus 8, popular sentiment plus 3, prosperity plus 3, transportation plus 2. The construction of the moat and the city wall gave Mirror Lake City a certain level of defense. A new city, Mirror Lake City, under construction, appeared on Sullen's system panel. After the construction of the city wall was completed, Su Lin immediately built a warehouse in the city and transported all kinds of resources to the warehouse for storage. Then all the slaves and workers were moved to the city to live. Because of the city wall, the safety was guaranteed. Su Lin first arranged for the craftsmen to build houses. Because of the lack of time, the conditions of the houses were simple. They were just large bungalows, and each room could accommodate dozens of people. The construction of such rooms was fast, and a dozen of them were built in 1 or 2 days. Then he let the workers and refugees live in them. As for the slaves, he built some fences. It was almost summer, and the temperature was comfortable. Even if the kobolds and goblins were outdoors, they would be fine. After the construction of the city wall was completed, he needed to build the residences, city lord's mansion, barracks, shops, port, and other buildings. After the construction of North Town City, he had trained a large number of skilled workers. These buildings could be built slowly. Su Lin handed the safety of Mirror Lake City to Aiton. The 500 North Town City soldiers were all left here. Sir. Just as Su Lin was giving Aiden the task, a guard hurried over with a bad expression. What's wrong? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Is there an enemy? No, there's a problem with the workers' dormitory that was built 2 days ago, the guard said hesitantly. What's wrong with the workers' dormitory? You should go take a look yourself, the guard said evasively. Su Lin nodded and followed the guard to the workers' dormitory. Soon, the group arrived at the workers' dormitory. There were already soldiers standing guard outside. Su Lin passed through the blockade and walked into the room. He immediately saw a dozen muscular men hugging each other. Some of them were even half naked, ready to fight. It was a very uncomfortable scene. Su Lin felt the hairs on his back stand. His butt tightened. Separate them and lock them up, Su Lin said with a dark face. A group of soldiers rushed in and dragged these people out. Su Lin looked around the room in shock. Workers' dormitory, comfort +8, stamina recovery +10, broken back affection +22, mutual affection +20. Chapter 212. Broke back love? Mutual affection? What kind of attribute was that? Like hell I'll be happy with you. Su Lin was speechless. He hurriedly left the house. Tear down this workers' dormitory, Su Lin said with an ugly expression. If this house was left for a while longer, all the workers inside would become gay. By then, Mirror Lake City would have to change its name. A team of craftsmen immediately came forward with all kinds of tools and began to tear down the house. This kind of house was simple to build and easy to tear down. After a series of clanking and clanking, the house quickly became a pile of ruins. Burn all the wood and dump the soil. Then, build a new workers' dormitory, Su Lin ordered. While they were rebuilding, Su Lin went to check the attributes of the remaining workers' dormitory. The result was good. There were no weird attributes like broke back love or mutual affection. The new workers' dormitory didn't change much. It was still a large bunk, but this time, there were no weird attributes. Workers' dormitory, comfort +9, stamina recovery +10, cleanliness +5. After confirming that all the buildings were normal, Su Lin continued to arrange things in Mirror Lake City. The military was left to Aiden. In terms of city construction, Su Lin picked a good basic officer, Hanferson. He was in the first batch of graduates of the Northern Town Basic School. He was also one of the most hardworking students. His grades were very good. A few scholars liked him very much. Name, Hanferson, loyalty, 90 profession, basic officer, beginner scholar strength, 8 agility, 7 spirit, 7 constitution, 8 charm, 8 command, 45 characteristics, talent strict discipline, serious, smart, management, learning, observation skills, quick record, Northern Town law, basic sword skills, deception, proficient in arithmetic specialization, beginner scholar weapon proficiency, sword skills 56, horsemanship 47, bow 61. Su Lin let Hanferson take charge of the construction work in Mirror Lake City. After arranging the affairs in Mirror Lake City, Su Lin returned to the North Town City. In more than a month, the North Town City had become more prosperous and lively. There were still a lot of construction sites in the city, and the construction of residential markets and commercial districts had not been completed yet. However, the central avenue of the North Town City, Rising Sun Avenue, and the Triumphal Arch were still under construction. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe had never stopped. Now, a large amount of white marble was piled up in the area. More than 1,000 slaves and craftsmen were working on it. In a month, the foundation of the Arc de Triomphe had been completed. However, it would take at least a few months to complete the construction. After returning to North Town City, Su Lin went to soak in the hot spring first. He had been in Mirror Lake City for more than a month. Although he had gone to the lake to take a bath, the wilderness was not as comfortable as home. Angela and Anna were wearing thin clothes. The half-elves were tall and slender, and their waists were thin like willows. The curves of their backs were round, and their waists were slender. The thin clothes on their bodies were faintly discernible, revealing their white, jade-like arms and legs. Even their delicate features were somewhat similar. They looked like a pair of twin flowers. After soaking in Sullen's water, they looked even more charming. At this moment, the two were helping him massage his body. The thin clothes on his body were quickly soaked by the hot spring. Su Lin lay comfortably in the pool and enjoyed the service of the two. After a night of life and death battle, war god, plasma cannon, Su Lin walked out of his room feeling refreshed. The morning air was already a little warm. The smell of summer had already spread across the northern wilderness. The construction of North Town City had already begun. As soon as the sun rose, the workers in the city began to organize the refugees and slaves to carry all kinds of tools to the construction site or reclaim the wasteland. North Town City had the harvest altar, so the land around the territory had been enhanced. Therefore, the food production had always been good. Many of the refugees and slaves who were farming were envious. They didn't even dare to think about such good land in the past. Now, as long as they worked for 5 years and accumulated enough work points, they would be able to exchange for a piece of land that belonged to them at the city hall. Seeing the city getting busy, Su Lin also felt a sense of accomplishment. In less than a year, he had built a city from nothing in the wilderness. Su Lin had a simple breakfast and then went to the Arc de Triomphe. The marble used in this wonder of a building needed to be fused with stone to mud. The Arc de Triomphe was made of large pieces of marble. After being transported back from the Sierra de Lotus, they were polished by stonemasons and then carved by master sculptors. These carved pieces of marble would be marked and placed according to the marked numbers. The Arc de Triomphe had 8 large reliefs. There were also statues of all kinds of flowers, birds, angels, and monsters. All of the master sculptors in North Town City were gathered here. Su Lin even spent money to hire some master sculptors from the northern provinces. The Arc de Triomphe wasn't just a simple arch. The Arc de Triomphe on the blueprint had a hall, staircase, and exhibition room. This place would display the contributions and sacrifices of North Town City in previous wars. At the same time, the Battle Spirit Stone was also placed in this exhibition room. As a matter of fact, the Arc de Triomphe and the Martyr's Palace on the blueprint of the wonder of a building that Su Lin had obtained. However, Su Lin didn't have the blueprint of the Martyr's Palace. The two buildings complemented each other. After fusing all the marble pieces of the Arc de Triomphe, Su Lin left the place. Although North Town City's infrastructure was more than half complete, there were still many places that needed upgrading. For example, the barracks and the training ground. In order to ensure North Town City's prosperity, they had to have enough military force to protect themselves. Otherwise, everything before them would be nothing but an illusion. After a few expansions, the barracks in North Town City were no longer enough. Now that the city had been upgraded, the barracks could be upgraded as well. Upgrading the barracks wasn't too difficult. Su Lin gathered 100 blacksmiths and 500 slaves and started upgrading them. The barracks, toilets, armory, and bathrooms in the barracks were all upgraded. A lot of training equipment was added to the training ground next to the barracks. Su Lin even built some of the training equipment he used in his past life, such as the balance beam, uneven bars, parallel bars, horizontal ladders, obstacle training ground, spear training ground, shooting range, and a training ground. Boss, what are these things? Are they useful? Standing next to Su Lin, Boulder looked at the balance beam, parallel bars and obstacle training in front of him and asked with some doubts. He knew that those stone locks and horizontal bars were used to train strength, but what were these things for? Su Lin said proudly, "These are good stuff. The balance beam can train a soldier's sense of balance. The obstacle training can help them pass through obstacles quickly. The horizontal ladders are, how can these simple things be so useful?" The others beside him didn't believe it either. The results of modern scientific training over a few decades were no joke. Su Lin glanced at them and didn't say anything else. What was the point of talking about it? They would know once they experienced it themselves. Training ground, difficulty enhancement plus 20, proficiency plus 13, limit break plus 5, training effect plus 16, Training Addiction plus 15, the newly upgraded training ground was much better than the previous one, and the various attribute enhancement effects were also very strong. What surprised Su Luan even more was that there was a limit-breaking effect. What was the effect of this effect? Could it help soldiers break through their limits and become heroes? If that was the case, Su Luan was going to make a fortune. If you want to know how effective it is, why don't you give it a try? Su Luan said to them. Sure. Johnson nodded and led some soldiers into the training ground. The food supply for the soldiers in Northern Town City was abundant. Even the new recruits looked like healthy young men, let alone the veterans. The amount of food and meat consumed in the barracks was a lot higher than anywhere else in Northern Town City. Not all the soldiers in this world were as rich as Northern Battlefront City. The soldiers in the northern provinces were lucky if they could get 2 meals a day. Most of the time, apart from the personal guards, the rest of the soldiers were recruited at the last minute. They would enter the battlefield after some simple training. Only the elite soldiers would get 3 meals a day. Even so, they would only get some meat every few days. The soldiers in Northern Battlefront City had meat every day. Only the personal guards of nobles were treated like that. Most of the soldiers in the city were farmers. They usually farmed and were given a spear when needed. In other words, they were cannon fodder. Every soldier in Northern Battlefront City was an elite. According to the game, they were elites. The generals were like mini-bosses. In the training ground, after Su Luan explained the usage of various equipment, the soldiers began to train. The loud slogan sounded. Su Luan asked someone to bring a reclining chair, and then lay leisurely in the shade of a tree to watch the soldiers train. The soldiers soon realized that the seemingly simple training was not as simple as it seemed. They could feel the pressure when they entered the training ground. It felt like their bodies had become a lot heavier. They followed the steps of the training. The soldiers soon fell in love with the training method. They continued to train tirelessly. It didn't take long before the ordinary soldiers couldn't take it anymore. They were all exhausted. But even so, these people still wanted to continue training. Su Luan realized something was wrong when he saw the situation. He asked them to stop. Boss, why did you ask us to stop? We haven't finished our training yet. Johnson said excitedly. Look at those soldiers. Do you think they can still be trained? Su Luan glared at him. He mumbled to himself, is training addiction really that effective? Chapter 213. What's going on? Johnson looked at the other soldiers in shock. Other than the barbarians who were still standing beside him, the other human soldiers were all lying on the ground, soaking wet as if they had just been fished out of the water. They were gasping for air. Sheriff Harrison's eyes widened and he said, Are the new recruits now so smart? He and Aiton had been the new recruits' instructors, and these new recruits were trained by him in the beginning. When they first joined, they were the kind of guys who had to be beaten, scolded, and whipped to train obediently. If he wasn't careful, they would slack off. Why did they all change and work so hard today? Could it be because of the Lord? Good, you shameless bastards. You haven't even finished the new recruit training, and you've already learned how to suck up to the Lord. Harrison's eyes scanned back and forth. If he was half as smart as these soldiers, he wouldn't have been kicked out of the Silver Eagle Legion. It seemed that he had to learn from them in the future to suck up to the Lord and get himself a noble title. Arrange for someone to remind them during training in the future so that they don't get hurt, Su Luan said with a guilty conscience. Get someone to carry them to the barracks. Su Luan had already seen the barracks in the army after they were built. They had a few attributes such as recovery of stamina, cleanliness, and sleeping peacefully. There were no weird attributes such as surging homosexual feelings. Training addiction alone might cause those soldiers to get hurt, but with the barracks attributes, the two complemented each other perfectly. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about the soldiers slacking off during training. A group of exhausted soldiers fell asleep quickly after being carried to the barracks. When they woke up, they were more or less recovered. After upgrading the barracks and the training ground, Su Luan planned to upgrade his training ground as well. His training ground was specifically for training the dodging talent. After such a long time of training, he had mastered a roll-dodging ability. As for the other dodging abilities, he only had some ideas. If he wanted to master them, he would have to continue training for a long time. Su Lin brought the craftsman to his training ground and began to upgrade it. The structure of this training ground was complex, so upgrading it was a bit slow. It would take at least 2 days to complete the upgrade. Su Lin left after looking at it for a while. He didn't plan to wait here forever. When Su Lin left, the population of northern Battlefront City had already exceeded 15,000 people. Later, 3,000 people were moved to Mirror Lake City. However, after the caravan manager, Jean, spent a lot of money to recruit people, the population of northern Battlefront City did not decrease. Instead, it increased quite a bit. Now, the small feudal lords in the northern provinces had already regarded Xian as the god of fortune. After all, in the eyes of those feudal lords, sending away the refugees who were affecting the stability and harmony of their territories could make a lot of money while they were at it. Why not? During this period of time, the population of northern Battlefront City had already reached 17,000 people. The streets of northern Battlefront City were being built as fast as possible. It could be said that in the entire northern Battlefront City, other than Su Lin, no one was idle. Even those who violated the city's sanitation regulations would not be thrown into jail. Instead, they would be chained up and forced to work. The housing problem of the refugees was very easy to solve. If it really didn't work, they would first build some shared dormitories. The men and women would be managed separately. Food was also quite abundant in northern Battlefront City. With housing and food to eat, the refugees would quickly settle down. After settling down, the refugees would be assigned to various construction sites to work. Right now, northern Battlefront City lacked basic-level officials. Although basic-level officials didn't have high positions, they still had to carry out many policies in northern Battlefront City. They still had a lot of power, so it was inevitable that some of them would abuse their power and accept bribes. Some of the basic-level officials had too little professional knowledge, so they could only make do with it. Although northern Battlefront City had a basic academy to train officials, it still took some time to train a basic-level official. There were just too many illiterates in this era. The growth of the basic-level officials couldn't keep up with the growth of the population. It was very difficult to supervise the basic-level officials. In ancient China, there was a saying that the royal power was not allowed in the countryside. It meant that the power of the dynasty could only reach the county level. The basic-level officials were all local gentry, clans, and elders. There were still many remnants of this situation even in modern times. Su Lin grew up in the countryside in his previous life. He had seen the basic-level officials. To put it bluntly, 2,000 years ago in the countryside, basic-level officials were almost the same as the underworld. Later on, when information technology became more advanced and the supervision became stricter, things slowly improved. Su Lin couldn't do anything about this for now. It was useless to build more schools if there weren't enough teachers. However, Su Lin still had a lot of ways to deal with abuse of power, corruption, and accepting bribes. He built a prison in the past. It was quite effective, but he didn't use it on the basic-level officials. However, after this kind of illegal behavior happened again, he planned to make visiting the prison as the first stop for the officials. In order to enhance the effect, Su Lin also planned to upgrade the prison. Although the prison in the past was effective, wouldn't it be better to enhance the effect? Since he had already thought of it, he would do it. Early the next morning, Su Lin put down Chris and Hathaway who were wrapped around his body. He walked past Angela and Annie who were sleeping soundly beside him and swung a pendulum to the bathroom at the side to wash up. After a simple breakfast, Su Lin found a group of craftsmen to bring him to the prison. There weren't many people in the prison in northern Battlefront City at the moment. Most of them had been brought out to do voluntary labor. The prison wouldn't keep idle people. Not only did you have to earn money to pay for your meals, you also had to pay for your room in the prison. When they arrived at the prison, the warden appointed by Su Lin, Abeo, quickly greeted them. "How many prisoners are there in the prison?" Su Lin asked directly. "Sir, There are 53 people in the prison. There are 11 serious criminals and 42 light criminals, Abeo said respectfully. What kind of crimes did the serious criminals commit? Robbery, murder, and violent resistance. Send them to the mines to work for 20 years. If they survive, let them go. Su Len directly decided the future of those people. Send the rest of the light criminals to the construction site to work. During this period, I will upgrade the prison. The prison staff will guard the criminals and empty the prison. Sir. Abeo nodded and immediately asked the prison guards to bring all the prisoners out. After everyone left, Su Len began to upgrade the prison. Su Len combined the myths of his previous life with some legends about the river Styx, the god of death, and the abyss in this world. He began to add some elements to the prison. For example, the main gate of the prison was built like the gates of hell. All kinds of legendary monsters were carved inside the prison. They looked ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the corridor leading to the prison was specially painted with scenes of the god of death judging souls. The innocent could continue to live in the city of the dead, but the guilty would be sent to various places to be tortured. The style of the prison was dark and gloomy. Su Len also showed the various kinds of torture in his previous life in pictures. Skinning, dismembering, cutting at the waist, and so on were all routine operations. There were also hot chains, deep fryers, mountains of knives and seas of fire, iron brushes, and so on. Each one looked more horrifying than the last. The artists hired by Su Len were terrified when they heard the descriptions, especially when they were in such a gloomy and depressing environment like the prison. At Sullen's request, the artists even drew the details of the torture as if they were alive. Statues of ferocious beasts were carved at regular intervals. At the same time, with the help of the light effect, these ferocious beasts looked ferocious and terrifying. The transformation of the entire prison took 5 days. When the prison was completed, it looked ferocious and terrifying just from the outside. It made people subconsciously want to escape. Excellent prison. This is an eerie and terrifying prison. Anyone who commits a crime will receive double the punishment here. Gloomy terror plus 32, extreme sturdiness plus 36, suppression plus 34, imprison criminals plus 32, repentance plus 33, reformation plus 35, psychological intimidation plus 33, city security plus 26, people's sentiment plus 20, prosperity minus 3. Su Len looked at the prison he had built under his guidance with satisfaction. Judging by the number of buffs, the prison was even stronger than Sullen's Castellan Palace. It was the highest level building in the northern citadel. Is this a prison? Asked the workers who were staring at the prison with lingering fear. Of course it's a prison. Do you want to experience it for yourself? Said Su Len to the workers with an evil grin. No. The workers immediately shook their heads in rejection after hearing Sullen's words. Su Len ignored them. He waved at the guards beside him and said, "Bring the officials here in batches." Sir. The guard bowed respectfully and left in a hurry. After waiting for about 15 minutes, the guard brought a dozen or so officials to the prison gate. "My lord." The officials saluted Su Len. "All right, get up. There's only one thing I called you here today. All the officials in the Northern Citadel have to go through an ideological education course. Only by passing this course can you continue to be an official in the Northern Citadel," said Su Len as he walked up to them. Ideological education course? Everyone looked at each other. Yes, ideological education course. Su Len nodded. He pointed at the prison and said, "The course is simple. Come with me and the guards to visit the prison later. It won't take long." Su Len glanced at everyone calmly and said, "Let's begin." Then, a guard led Su Len and the officials into the prison. Chapter 214. Su Len led a dozen officials into the prison. As soon as they entered, the light dimmed instantly. The surroundings quieted down involuntarily. A gust of chilly wind blew through the passageway, causing the officials to shiver involuntarily. Although it was daytime, the passageway was still very cold. The lights on the walls were also somewhat dim. Under the dim light, the lifelike murals on the walls gave people a sense of immersion. The ferocious beasts and evil spirits on the murals seemed to jump out at any moment. The screams and wails of the people on the murals seemed to be right next to their ears. The various tortures made people tremble in fear. Su Lin was very satisfied with the expressions of these people. This prison was only ineffective against the prison guards and wardens. However, once they violated the prison system, they would be treated the same way. The dim passageway was very long. Due to the lack of light, it gave people the feeling that this path was endless and led to the Styx River or the land of death. The ferocious sculptures that appeared a short distance away sent chills down one's spine under the dim light. All the shameful things that one had done in the past, or things that violated the law and morals, would appear in one's mind once again and begin to magnify. Then, one would involuntarily compare the consequences of the things that one had done to the painting on the wall just now. Many people revealed fear and paleness as they walked. It was not easy for them to walk through the passageway of the prison. When they reached the inside, there were all kinds of torture instruments. The environment of the prison made their hearts, which had just relaxed, tense again. Many people cried bitterly. Some even knelt down and complained about their mistakes while crying bitterly and begging for punishment. When everyone came out of the prison and saw the bright sunlight again, they suddenly felt like they had seen the light of day again. Su Lin opened the attributes of these people to check. Soon, he found that these people had an additional talent of fairness and integrity. Looking at these people's pale faces and sweating profusely, Su Lin was secretly pleased. Next, Su Lin had a cordial conversation with these officials. He encouraged them and highly praised their work. Then, he asked them to put down their ideological burdens and go back to work. After training this group of officials, Su Lin continued to send people to bring the other officials here in batches. Then, he asked the prison guards to take this group of people on a tour of the prison. Soon, the same scene appeared again 10 minutes later. Su Lin skillfully encouraged this group of frightened officials and asked them to go back to work again. Following this pattern, after spending a day, all the grassroots officials had toured the prison. Then, this ideological education course was also promoted to the middle-level officials. The effect was still remarkable. From today onwards, there was a new rule in the northern city. All officials had to come to the prison for ideological education before they officially took up their jobs. Only after ideological education could they start work. After a period of ideological education in prison, the officials of Northern Battlefront City instantly became honest and just. All kinds of abuse of power, corruption, and bribery in the past all disappeared. The operation of the entire city became smoother. The data showed that the prosperity of the city and the progress of the construction had improved. Just as the officials of the northern city were receiving ideological education, Sullen's training ground was also upgraded. The upgraded training ground didn't seem to have changed much. Some tools were added, but the attributes had changed a lot. Training ground: Dodge training enhancement plus 28, difficulty increase plus 25, strength suppression plus 24, reflex training plus 25, training bonus plus 22, durability plus 25, smooth operation plus 26. Seeing the upgraded training ground, Su Lin was eager to try it out. After quickly installing the machine, Su Lin began to train. The most obvious feeling was that after the training ground was opened, Su Lin immediately felt an invisible force surrounding his body. This force restrained his strength. Then, the difficulty of the training also skyrocketed. The training that Su Lin could handle easily became difficult again. In the end, he finished today's training in a sorry state. However, the training effect was very good. The experience points gained were twice as much as before. With the improvement of the training effect, Su Lin felt that it wouldn't take long for him to master a new dodge ability. After the northern city's army was reorganized for a while, Su Lin began to prepare for the next step of expansion. This time, he set his sights on the Duergar in the underground world. The Grey Dwarves were the cousins of the dwarves. They were also good at mining and smithing, and they were quite strong too. The dwarven warriors were quite famous. If they could recruit the Grey Dwarves, North Town's weaponsmithing standards and military strength would improve once again. However, it wasn't easy to enslave the Duergar. Su Lin planned to take the drows, centaurs, and barbarians with him. As for the humans, they weren't suitable to fight in the underground world. Su Lin brought Hathaway, Karina, and 1,000 soldiers to the entrance of the northern city's mine that led to the underground world. After opening the steel door, the group quietly entered the passage to the underground world. This time, Su Lin planned to sneak up on the Duergar. He took out the sky lantern and cast group invisibility. Then, the northern city's army disappeared into the passage. In order to deal with the environment of the underground world, Su Lin chose the warriors with dark vision. The drows had the strongest dark vision, with 120 feet of dark vision. As for the barbarians and centaurs, they had 30 feet of dark vision. However, this dark vision was enough. After all, the Underdark wasn't completely dark. A large number of fluorescent plants provided dim light. The dark passage didn't cause too much trouble for the army. After the drows arrived, they were like fish in water. Some of the underground salamanders in the passage were killed as soon as they appeared. In the face of the army, these monsters couldn't resist at all. Because they had been through this passage before, the army moved forward quickly. After about half an hour, the army walked out of the narrow passage. "It's so beautiful here," Hathaway said with an infatuated expression as she looked at the fluorescent spores floating back and forth in the air. Indeed, the fluorescent plants unique to the underground world made the originally dark world brilliant. The Underdark represented the entire underground world. It could be a single huge space, or it could be an underground cavern connected by countless tunnels. According to the planetary void theory, most worlds had an underground world. Su Lin wasn't interested in the formation of the underground world. He was interested in the rich mineral resources and slaves of the underground world. Wow, this is shadow grass. This is ghost face mushroom. This is dark night flower. After coming to the underground world, Hathaway quickly found a lot of magical plants. These magical plants were the specialty of the Underdark. They were all precious potion materials. Hathaway excitedly took out her tools and prepared to collect them. Dorush. Su Lin grabbed Hathaway, who was eager to try. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he pointed to the shadows behind the plants. With the fluorescent spores floating in the air, Hathaway finally saw the monster hiding in the shadows. An underground serpent was lurking in the dark corner. This kind of underground serpent liked to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. They had a big mouth full of sharp teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. Once they bit their target, they wouldn't let go easily. They were very dangerous hunters in the underground world. However, since the underground serpent was discovered, it was easy to deal with. Su Lin took out a javelin and threw it. The javelin's powerful force made it so fast that the underground serpent didn't even have time to react. The javelin pierced through its head. After killing the underground serpent, Hathaway collected the magical plants. The army then continued to advance along the tunnel. This time, Su Lin didn't go to the Kobold tribe. Instead, he went directly to the giant void where the Grey Dwarves city was. With the presence of the drows, the army of North Town City didn't encounter any difficulties. Some hook horrors, underground salamanders, and underground serpents living in the underground world were quickly eliminated. Soon, Su Lin led the army to the Grey Dwarf city. With the effect of invisibility, Su Lin didn't have to worry about being discovered by the Grey Dwarves. The fluorescent moss at the top of the void gave a faint light to the underground world. The Grey Dwarf city could be seen clearly in the distance. Due to the dangerous environment of the underground world, there weren't many field soldiers outside the Grey Dwarf city. It was a far cry from North Town City's tens of thousands of acres. They were more used to building their land inside the city. This way, even if a battle broke out, the fields wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy. Su Lin nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her staff and began to cast a spell. Because she had to suppress the magic waves to the minimum, Hathaway's casting speed wasn't fast. The spell, which could be cast almost instantly, took almost a minute. Warlock's Eye. 5 translucent eyeballs appeared in the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Warlock's Eye flew towards the Grey Dwarf city. The Warlock's Eye didn't get too close to avoid being discovered. Although the underground world didn't have a clear division of day and night like the surface world, they still had time devices. The fluorescent moss also changed its brightness with the time. It was still daytime in the underground world. Su Lin had enough patience to wait for the Grey Dwarves to rest. About 2 hours later, the city of the Duergar began to quiet down, and the fluorescent moss on the dome began to dim. Some of the Grey Dwarves who were working outside the city also returned to the city. Su Lin planned to launch a sneak attack at midnight, so the soldiers of Northtown City took the time to rest, except for a few scouts. Hathaway, on the other hand, controlled the Warlock's Eye to keep an eye on the Grey Dwarf city. Time passed quickly. Su Lin took out the magic clock made by Hathaway and looked at the time. He waved his hand, and the army of Northtown City silently advanced towards the Grey Dwarf city. Chapter 215. Wizard Eyes had been monitoring the movements of the Grey Dwarf city from high up in the sky. The army of Northtown City slowly but surely advanced toward the city with the help of group invisibility. The land outside the city was flat. Many places were planted with edible fungi, which were the main source of food in the underworld. An underground river ran through the city. The army of Northtown City advanced cautiously. With 1,000 people moving together, even with the invisibility spell, they could still be discovered if they were careless. After all, they were only invisibility spells. Their scents and footprints would still be left behind unless they used spells to erase their tracks. The sound of the flowing river covered the sound of Sullen's army advancing. After more than an hour, Su Lin led the army of Northtown City to the edge of the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarf city was originally carved out of a rock wall. After some repairs, it was built with a large amount of rock. It was unusually sturdy. If they wanted to take down the city using normal methods, they would need to have more than 10 times the number of soldiers and pay a heavy price. However, it was not impossible for Su Lin to take down the city. The walls of the Grey Dwarf city might be tall, but it was not much different from a peaceful place for Su Lin. A few Grey Dwarf soldiers were dozing off on the walls. Su Lin pressed his hand against a rock. He was about to use stone to mud to break a big hole in the wall. "Wait," Hathaway suddenly said, grabbing Sullen's hand. "Is there a problem?" Su Lin asked. Hathaway nodded. She stepped forward and touched the wall for a while. This wall was built with obsidian. It was also carved with elemental runic matrices. The entire wall is connected. Hathaway frowned. Because of the elemental runic matrices, it's very difficult to use stone to mud to break a hole in the wall. Also, the runic matrices will immediately send a message if you cast a spell on the wall. "Looks like it's not possible to enter this place quietly," Su Lin muttered. He then waved at Karina and said, "There are a few Grey Dwarf guards inside. Let's attack them together and then open the gate." After that, the three of them had a simple discussion, and with the help of Fly, they successfully flew up the city wall. Since the Grey Dwarves were not at war during this period, their defense was very lax. There were only 2 sentries on the city wall who were drinking and slacking off in the lee of the wind, and a few other sentries were hiding in the houses nearby. Stun! 2 Hathaways snapped her fingers, and 2 beams of light flashed. The 2 Duergars hiding in the leeward corner didn't even have time to groan before their eyes rolled back and fell to the ground. Su Lin hurriedly reached out to support them, then gently leaned them against the wall and waved at them. Karina and Hathaway then attacked the remaining Duergars in the small room. Stun! Controlling humanoid creatures. Several beams of light flashed, and the sentries who were resting in the room either fainted or were controlled by the spells. Su Lin walked into the room, and it was filled with the stench of sweat and alcohol. For Duergars who loved to drink, they would drink a few glasses even if they were on duty. Other than some leftover food, there were also plenty of bottles of alcohol in the room. Su Lin casually searched through the duragars for the key to open the gate. Soon, he found a cloth pouch on one of the duragars. There was a key, 2 rubies, and a book in the pouch. Su Lin flipped through the book and saw that it was a diary. Duragars have a habit of keeping diaries? Su Lin casually flipped through the pages. Most of the diary was about the daily life of a duragar soldier, but the diary still revealed some information. For example, there were about 1,000 duragars in this city. Su Lin also found out who the duragar's king was from the diary. He also found something even better. King Thorn is too stingy. We dug up a fist-sized ruby from the ground, and he only gave me 20 gold coins and 10 barrels of wine as a reward. He's far worse than his father, Solis. If I'd known, I wouldn't have supported him to become king. It seems that our duragar's king isn't loved by their people. Su Lin shrugged and put the diary back. Karina, let him use the key to open the gate. As you wish, my lord, Karina replied. She snapped her fingers, and the duragars she had controlled with the humanoid creature control spell walked over with a dull look in their eyes. They picked up the key and walked down the tower. With the key, the gate of the duragar city was easily opened. Such a big movement must have alarmed a lot of people, but it didn't matter now. Su Luan's army had already entered the city. How could the flying dragon riders lose when they pushed the tower to the high ground? The barbarians and drows were the first to enter the city. Half of the centaurs were left outside, and the rest followed in. The large army's movement immediately woke up even more duragars. Many of them didn't even have time to put on their armor before coming out with their weapons. Su Lin took the lead on a tall black-maned horse. It had to be said that the duragar city was very majestic. The city's streets were 10 meters long and were all paved with a layer of stone. In the center of the city stood a majestic building. It was the royal palace of the duragars. The building was at least 20 meters tall, and there was a bright magic lamp at the top. Although the whole palace didn't have many luxurious decorations, it was magnificent and dignified. Next to the palace was a shrine, where the deities of the gray dwarves were worshipped. The straight and wide streets, neat and tidy stone houses, and simple and practical stone stairs were filled with the architectural style of the gray dwarves. Before entering the city, Su Lin had already checked the layout of the duragar's city with the wizard's eye. The drows leading the team also knew the layout, so they immediately carried out the plan. Some of them were led by Su Lin to attack the palace and the shrine. The rest of the northern city's army took the intersections of the streets and separated the duragars, killing or capturing them bit by bit. According to Sullen's plan, the duragars were completely different from the gnolls, bugbears, and orcs. Those gnolls and orcs could only work as laborers or be sold to the arena for money, but the duragars were different. They had exquisite forging skills and were also mining masters. Their fighting skills were also quite good. They were much more valuable than the gnolls and orcs, so it was better to reduce the number of casualties. The duragars weren't prepared for tonight's sneak attack at all, and many of them panicked when the city gate was taken. Facing the powerful races like barbarians, drows, and centaurs, the duragars had no advantage at all. They were quickly defeated by the warriors of the northern city. They couldn't win, so they wanted to run, but they found that their short legs couldn't outrun the long legs of the barbarians and drows, not to mention the four-legged centaurs. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, they fought desperately and were beaten back. Many of the duragars could only choose to surrender. These cunning and selfish duragars didn't have the thought of facing death with equanimity. Su Lin rode his black-maned horse and led the army to the palace. Hathaway and Karina followed closely behind. All the duragars they encountered along the way were sent flying by Sullen's halberd and fainted. With Sullen's current legendary rank strength, no one was a match for him. Rushing all the way to the gate of the palace, Su Luan encountered some decent resistance. 50 dwarf defenders wearing heavy armor and holding axes and hammers had already formed a formation in front of the gate of the palace. Their leader was a dwarf in golden armor and a goat horn helmet. He was glaring angrily at Su Lin with his axes. "Humans, you are now attacking Dwarf King Thorn City. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened," the armored dwarf said loudly. I'm about to take down the entire city. I advise you to surrender now. I can guarantee your safety." Su Lin chuckled. "Don't even think about it. The people of Dougal are fearless." "Is that so?" Su Lin didn't waste any more words. He waved his hand and said, "Attack!" The barbarians and centaurs behind him threw their axes and javelins. At such a close distance, the javelins were powerful. Even if the dwarven armor was tough, it was still dented by the impact. Some unlucky ones were pierced by the javelins and had their heads blown off instantly. Although some weren't injured, they were knocked back 2 steps by the force of the javelins. The originally neat formation was instantly scattered. Su Lin took the lead and rushed forward. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was surrounded by dazzling lightning. When he rushed to the front of the formation, the purple dragon halberd swept across. The 3 dwarven soldiers in the front row were directly sent flying. Their bodies were entangled by the power of lightning. Although the metal armor had good defense, it had almost no defense against the power of lightning. All the enemies lost their fighting strength when they were hit by Sullen's purple dragon halberd. Su Lin was invincible in the formation. The leading dwarf roared and rushed forward with his axe. However, this dwarf was very cunning. He didn't attack Su Lin. Instead, he swung his axe at the back of the black-maned horse. If he hit, even if the black-maned horse was a product of the system, it would be finished. At the critical moment, Su Lin squeezed the horse's belly. The black-maned horse retreated and instantly kicked back. It just dodged the dwarf's attack and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying far away. Chapter 216. Just as Su Lin was about to catch up and finish him off, a powerful wave of magic suddenly came. The air suddenly became a little cold, and snow-white ice crystals quickly appeared and began to spin. Ice storm. Counterspell. The ice storm that was forming was suddenly interrupted, and the ice crystals suddenly shattered. A gray dwarf dressed as a wizard hiding behind the dwarven army turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he was severely injured after his spell was interrupted. He had lost to Hathaway in a battle of will. Then, 5 fireballs flew out from behind and hit the gray dwarf wizard in an instant. An energy shield immediately lit up on the wizard's body, and under the continuous bombardment of 4 fireballs, the energy shield was directly shattered. Then, the last fireball directly hit his body. A ball of flame rose up, and the fireball spell that could melt steel exploded. The flames burned, and large chunks of flesh were directly burned into charcoal. Miserable screams of despair sounded like the cries of evil spirits from the abyss, accompanied by the smell of burnt fat that spread out. The energy in Sullen's body flowed, and the lightning on the purple dragon halberd suddenly skyrocketed. Without any hesitation, the dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body and enveloped all the gray dwarves in front of him. Thunder Prison. The strong lightning lit up the underground world, and a powerful electric current swept out in an instant. All the dwarves were surrounded by lightning, and their bodies were stiff and could not move. If Su Lin had not controlled the power, these dwarves would have all been burned into charcoal. After a moment, the light disappeared, and all the dwarves were lying on the ground, unable to move. After dealing with these dwarves, Su Lin did not stop and continued to walk to the palace. There was no one else in the palace, and Su Lin found an open tunnel in one of the rooms. Without guessing, the rest of the people in the palace should have escaped from here. Letting the drows chase after the gray dwarves who escaped, Su Lin constantly led people to attack the gray dwarves who were still resisting, and at the same time arranged for people to take over the city. With the last batch of resistance eliminated, the city of gray dwarves fell into Sullen's control. Su Lin locked up all the Duergar in the prison and began to count the spoils of war. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breached the Duergar's city and defeated them. You have obtained a glorious victory, and your name will begin to spread throughout the underworld. Ambush of the Grey Dwarves. Year 1687 of the Huiyue calendar. At the end of June, you led your army through an underground tunnel and ambushed the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarves were caught off guard by your sudden attack, and Northgard City's army easily obtained a glorious victory. Prestige +5. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Dwarven army. You have gained 31,200 EXP. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Duergar. You have obtained 3 gold treasure chests and an item, Mount Sachet. Su Len began to check his spoils of war. 3 gold treasure chests and a Mount Sachet. They were far from what he had obtained in the last Orc War, but fortunately he had conquered the Duergar city. Otherwise, he would have only obtained 1 gold treasure chest at most. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, 3 rays of golden light flashed, and Su Len heard the system's voice ring in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a self-created hero template. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Reduce Enemies' Defense. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate skill, Lightning Reflex. Su Len was overjoyed when he saw the self-created hero template. He hadn't obtained this item in a long time, and he didn't think that he would actually obtain it this time. The self-created hero template could turn a normal person into a hero, greatly increasing their potential. It could also be used to force people to maintain absolute loyalty. The 2 uses didn't conflict. As long as the self-created hero template was combined, it represented a hero with legendary potential. It could be said that the value was very high. Su Len put away the self-created hero template and looked at the remaining 2 items. Reduce Enemies' Defense, Battle Spell, Group Effect. A spell that appeared after the system combined the rules of this world. After the spell is cast, it can reduce the enemy's defense by 10% through the power of a curse. Seeing the effect of this spell, Su Len chose to learn it directly. He had just used the skill points he had left behind last time. A light flashed, and a large amount of knowledge about Reduce Enemies' Defense appeared in Sullen's mind. This spell could be cast directly on the enemy's entire army as long as one's mental strength and strength could keep up. Of course, it would consume a lot of energy and mana. The last chest opened was a Lightning Reflex talent. Su Len already had a legendary battle reflex, and the effects of these 2 talents were similar. Of course, the legendary battle reflex was more powerful, but for talents, it was never a bad thing to have too many of them. Even if it was the most common evasion talent, if you could stack more than a dozen of them, it was estimated that it would really depend on luck if someone wanted to target you in a battle. Many legendary warriors carried more than a dozen talents, and some even had more. Because Sullen's advancement speed was fast, his talents were better than those veteran legendary powerhouses. Now that he had Lightning Reflex, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Lightning Reflex, your reaction speed has become very fast. Your reaction speed has increased by 10% among all reaction abilities. Originally, with the legendary Battle Reflex talent, Sullen's attack speed was very fast. Now that he had the Lightning Reflex talent, Sullen's attack speed had become even faster, and his evasion speed had also increased. It could be said that his overall reaction speed had been improved. Although this battle didn't escalate, Sullen's strength had increased by a lot. After sorting out his gains, Su Len began to count the benefits he had obtained from the Grey Dwarves. The Grey Dwarves had 712 captives, and the rest had died in the battle. These Grey Dwarven slaves were very popular in the human kingdoms, and it was normal for them to be sold for 100 or 200 gold coins. Those skilled blacksmiths were even more difficult to find. Su Len planned to send the skilled Grey Dwarves to the blacksmiths, and let the rest of them work in the mines. Of course, the Grey Dwarves' strength was also not bad. Although they were quickly defeated by Sullen's sneak attack, if they were really arranged in a battle formation, although Northern Fortress City could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. The Grey Dwarven defenders were famous heavy infantry in the overworld. As for the Grey Dwarven knights, it was fine to just look at them. It was said that in the First Era, the Grey Dwarven Kingdom had formed a thunderous fury legion. More than 500 Grey Dwarves had the bloodline of the Grey Dwarven King, and they had the ability, God's Descent. It was the most powerful legion at that time, but such a powerful legion had long since disappeared in the long river of history. The Grey Dwarven Kingdom had long since fallen apart, becoming the Mountain Dwarves, Turin Dwarves, Ironforge Dwarves, and several other Grey Dwarven kingdoms. There weren't many Grey Dwarves with the ability God's Descent, let alone the Thunderous Fury Legion from ancient times. Apart from the 700 Grey Dwarven slaves, the greatest wealth in the city was the Grey Dwarves' accumulation. Su Len found a treasury in the Grey Dwarven Palace. The moment he opened it, he was almost blinded by the golden light. The entire Grey Dwarven Kingdom had accumulated hundreds of years of wealth, and the treasury in front of him was filled to the brim. It was like a mountain of gold. The Grey Dwarves loved to mine, and the underground world was very rich in minerals. If the dragons loved gold the most in this world, then the Grey Dwarves were the second. In order to excavate gold, the Dwarven Kingdom had once hollowed out an entire mountain and continued to dig deeper into the ground. In the end, they had even awakened the Balrog Overlord, who had been in a deep slumber since ancient times. As a result, the Balrog Overlord destroyed the Dwarven Kingdom. The Grey Dwarves were also Grey Dwarves, and these Grey Dwarves who loved to mine had accumulated an astonishing amount of gold. Apart from gold, Su Len also found a large number of gems in this treasury. There were rubies, topaz, sapphires, multicolored gems, and all kinds of gems piled up into a small mountain. There were at least several hundred pieces. Moreover, the gems in this treasury were all of high purity. Any one of these gems could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of kinnar. Apart from gold and gems, there were also a large number of rare metals in this treasury. Su Len even found some abyssal iron, adamantine, crimson fire copper, frost iron, and so on. He even found a small piece of mithril. These things directly made Su Len a huge fortune. Although he had not counted them, there were at least tens of millions of gold in this Grey Dwarven palace. This amount of gold was more than enough for him to build more cities. Of course, if such a large amount of gold was sold in such a short time, it would only cause an economic crisis in the northern provinces. Even if all the goods in the northern provinces were sold to Su Len, they would not be able to get so much gold. Su Len's current problem was that he had too much gold. What should he do? Of course, if Su Len knew some spells that consumed gold, the gold would be used up very quickly. For example, the Dragon's Covenant. He would sign a contract with an adult dragon and summon it into battle. After the contract was over, he would have to pay the dragon a reward. There was also the Limited Wish spell, which could be said to use gold to make wishes. Wizards always had a way to consume large amounts of gold. It was said that a legendary wizard would consume hundreds of tons of gold in his lifetime, or even more. After checking the treasury, Su Len went to the city's armory. There were a large number of dwarf-forged equipment stored here. There were hundreds of sets of armor and even more weapons. However, these armors were made according to the dwarves' body shape. If a human wanted to use them, they would have to undergo some modifications. Chapter 217. The city of the Grey Dwarves was called Orlander, which meant fertile land. The river that flowed through the city was called the Odonia River, and it was the largest river in the underworld. The land occupied by the Grey Dwarves was indeed a fertile land. Su Len also found a lot of food in the city's warehouse. Most of it was mushrooms and fungi, and some of it was probably a variant of potatoes. Although the land was not big, it could still feed 2,000 to 3,000 people. Su Len searched the whole city and began to escort the prisoners and gold away. The Grey Dwarves who escaped through the secret passage of the palace did not manage to escape in the end. Their 2 short legs could not outrun the 4 legs of the centaurs. After discovering that some of them had escaped, Su Len immediately sent people to hunt them down. With the cooperation of the drows who were good at hunting and the centaurs who were good at raiding, they were caught before they could escape from the underground cave. After a selection of the Grey Dwarves, there were 200 blacksmiths among them, and there were even a few blacksmith masters. This made Su Lin overjoyed. There was not a single blacksmith master in the whole northern citadel, and this time, there were a few who came directly. However, there was a problem that gave Su Lin a headache. Although the Grey Dwarves had surrendered, they were not willing to serve Su Lin. Su Lin asked the drows to train the Grey Dwarves, but even so, the results were not very good. The Grey Dwarves had the same stubborn personality as their dwarves. It was possible to make them do manual labor, but it was difficult to make them forge weapons for you. When the drows enslaved the Grey Dwarves, they would use the divine spells of the Spider Queen Lolth to make the Grey Dwarves submit. The drows in the northern citadel believed in the Dark Maiden, and they did not have the ability to forcibly enslave other races. Su Lin thought for a while and finally tried to build a prison camp in the northern citadel. The prison camp was not large, and there were not many facilities inside. In only 2 days, the prison camp was completed, and the completed prison camp did not disappoint. Prisoner camp, Unbreakable plus 18, Reformation plus 15, A Wise Man Submits to Circumstances plus 18, Disintegrate Willpower plus 16, Give Up Resistance plus 18, Prison Break minus 30, Clean and Healthy plus 15. The stubborn Duergars wouldn't be able to resist for long. After the construction of the prison camp was completed, Su Lin directly sent all the Duergars to the prison camp to be modified. Although most of the dwarves were as stubborn as rocks, there were always a few exceptions. After 3 days of sending the prisoners of war, a few Grey Dwarves had already surrendered. After receiving the news, Su Lin came here to see if they had really decided to give in. Arriving at the prisoner of war camp, as soon as he entered the door, he heard a burst of swearing. Barker, Kashi, you two cowards. You will be spurned by His Highness Durag. Even if you die, you will only fall into the bottomless abyss. Traitor! I'm ashamed of being your neighbor. Traitor! Coward! You two cowards who are afraid of death. Behind the fence, many Duergars pointed at the 2 Duergars in the fence and scolded them. The 2 Duergars lowered their heads and remained silent, their faces red. Su Lin didn't care about the noise of the Grey Dwarfs. Although they were shouting happily now, it wouldn't take long for them to give in. Have you made your decision? Su Lin asked the 2 Duergars. Barker and Kashi looked at each other and nodded. My lord, we have decided. We are willing to serve you. A wise choice. Su Lin nodded when he saw the names of the 2 Duergars in the system interface. Although their loyalty was only at 65, as long as they had surrendered, it would not take long for the remaining loyalty to rise. A wise man submits to circumstances. In order to reward you for surrendering to the light, I have prepared some rewards for you. Su Lin said with a smile. He did not care about the 2 Duergars. Su Lin turned to Chris and said, have someone send over a few bottles of vodka. Chris nodded and asked someone to prepare them. Vodka was the name Su Lin gave to the alcoholic drink brewed with potatoes. Unlike the vodka of the Russians in his previous life, the vodka brewed in Northtown was not as alcoholic. Due to technical reasons, the vodka brewed in Northtown was only 30% alcoholic. Even so, a drink with 30% alcoholic content was very rare in this world. It was currently the most popular drink in the taverns of Northtown. The sales of rum had dropped by a lot. Soon, a guard came back with 2 bottles of vodka. Even the Duergars who were yelling stopped and stared at the 2 bottles of vodka. A soft sound rang out as the cork was opened. The rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. The 2 Duergars closest to the bottles took a deep breath and their throats kept sliding down. Su Lin noticed their situation and laughed inwardly. As expected, these Duergars could not resist the temptation of alcohol. Su Lin handed the 2 bottles of vodka to Barker and Kathy. The 2 Duergars who had long been addicted to alcohol took a big gulp after receiving the bottles. Gulp, 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 gulp. The 2 Duergars couldn't wait to raise their heads and drink half a bottle. Then their faces turned red. The clear liquid flowed down their thick beards and the rich aroma of alcohol spread out. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The Duergars in the enclosure looked at the bottles in the 2 Duergars' hands with longing, as if they would rush up and snatch them in the next second. Phew. Barker let out a deep breath after he recovered from the alcohol. He then said excitedly, "Sir, this is amazing. The dwarven fire wine is like water compared to this. This is definitely the best wine." "Yes, this wine is definitely the best. I love it," Kathy yelled from the side. "I'm glad you like it. All right, since you've decided to serve the northern city, follow them to go through the formalities. You'll officially start work tomorrow," Su Lin said as he pointed at an official beside him. "Yes, sir. We're at your service," the two Duergars said happily. At this time, Su Lin also discovered that the loyalty of the two Duergars had risen from 65 to 80. He estimated that as long as they stayed in northern Battlefront City for a while, their loyalty would soon rise to 90. After sending the two Duergars away, Su Lin came to the front of the enclosure and said to the Duergars, "Do you have anything to say? Damn human, we won't yield. Don't even think about making us work for you." "That's right, we won't yield," the Duergars yelled again. Their expressions were exactly the same as when King Zhe, who would rather die than submit, pointed at the door and said, "Piss off." "Chris," Su Lin waved his hand gently. The little succubus giggled and handed over a bottle of vodka. Su Lin took the bottle. The Duergars who were still cursing suddenly felt like their fates were being strangled. Su Lin opened the bottle and poured out a glass. The clear liquid had a strong aroma. The aroma was like a hook that attracted the Duergar's eyes. "Do you want some?" Su Lin asked softly. The gray dwarves nodded involuntarily. "Sure, no problem. Buck and Casey are examples," Su Lin said with a smile. Su Lin said with a smile, and then put the glass of wine only half a meter away from them. At this distance, they could smell the strong fragrance of the wine, but they couldn't reach it. Looking at the gray dwarves who stretched out their arms to grab the glass, Su Lin almost burst into laughter. "That's what you get for your stinky mouths. I'm going to make you die from hunger today. I won't let you drink a single drop." Su Lin left in satisfaction when he saw the Duergars stretching their arms but still unable to reach the glass. Before he left, he specifically told the guards of the prison camp to ignore the Duergars even if they were willing to yield. He didn't want them to die from hunger. After putting the Duergars aside for the time being, Su Lin began to transport the various treasures in Orlando to Northtown. The Duergars had accumulated a large amount of gold over the past few centuries. Su Lin planned to use some of it as coins and put the rest into the Lord's treasury. At the same time, all the soldiers who participated in the attack on the Duergar's city would be rewarded. Su Lin could take all the gold they obtained from the battle, but the soldiers would definitely be dissatisfied. In the end, Su Lin asked Chris to come up with a reward system. All the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded between 30 and 100 kinar. The large amount of rewards made the soldiers rich in an instant. At the same time, the soldiers who didn't participate in the battle were drooling with envy. The eyes of the refugees and slaves who didn't join the army were red with envy. Suddenly, a large number of people wanted to join the army. If Su Lin agreed to expand the army, it would be easy to recruit 1,000 more people. The rewards made Sulin's reputation rise again. The loyalty of the soldiers who received the rewards also increased. Moreover, the morale of the army also increased. Now, the soldiers in the barracks were all eager to go out and fight at any time. Most of the soldiers who received the rewards started to buy all kinds of goods in the market. Northtown's commerce was flourishing, and all kinds of goods were available. The inflow of money from the soldiers also made the market even more prosperous. Although the rewards for the soldiers cost more than 100,000 kinar, the results were still very good. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, and their enthusiasm to join the army also increased. The soldiers received a better life, and the city's market became more prosperous. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 218. The prosperity of the city made Northtown more and more famous in the northern provinces, attracting many merchants to do business there. Now, some people were calling North Town City a bright pearl in the northern wasteland. The white sugar, rum, vodka, furs, and so on produced here were all popular goods. The white sugar was also monopolized by a few powerful caravans. Others couldn't even get a foot in the business. However, although only a few caravans monopolized the white sugar trade, they would sell the white sugar to other caravans. If they didn't share some of the benefits, these caravans would have been swallowed up by others long ago. The arrival of the caravans also attracted many people to settle down in North Town. Although there were fewer people than Su Len who took the initiative to migrate, it was still a good sign. With people taking the initiative to settle down in North Town, it meant that the city's attractiveness had increased. The rapid development of North Town had attracted the attention of the northern provinces. If it weren't for the distance, the nobles would have long come here to get a share of the profits. Su Len had received a few official letters from the noble parliament, asking him to return to Cult to accept the title of nobility. According to the style of nobles, they wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. If Su Len went back to accept the title of nobility, he would have to give them enough benefits. And once he accepted the title, Su Len would officially become a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. North Town would also be included in the territory of the Kingdom of Florence, and he would have to pay taxes to the king. One had to know that North Town was now built by Su Len and his men. He also spent money to buy the expansion order and all kinds of resources. Su Len didn't want to find himself a king. The territory he now occupied in North Town was comparable to a viscount's territory. Although the population was far from enough, he would surpass it in a few years with enough time. In addition to Mirror Lake City and Galloping City, which were currently under construction, Sullen's territory was no smaller than a count's territory. His strength had also reached the legendary level, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to make himself an earl. However, he didn't intend to do that yet. If he were to make himself an earl, it wouldn't be as convenient for him to recruit refugees from the Kingdom of Florence and do business. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe was still in full swing. Every day, marble from the Sierra de Lotus would be delivered to the north gate of the city. For the convenience of transportation, Su Len had already asked his men to build a pontoon bridge over the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. He was still considering whether to build a permanent bridge over the two rivers. As for technical problems, in this world full of extraordinary powers, many problems could be solved with magic. For example, the strength of a building. As long as an object was hardened, even if it was originally a piece of wood, it would be as hard as steel. Of course, hardening an entire bridge would be a huge project. After giving the gray dwarves the cold shoulder for a day, Su Len went to the prisoner camp again. Today, a few more gray dwarves expressed their willingness to work for Su Len. When he came to the prisoner camp again, the gray dwarves still cursed the traitors, but this time, their voices were much softer. Su Len naturally wouldn't mistreat the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him. As usual, he gave each of them a bottle of vodka and arranged for them to live and work. After sending away the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him, Su Len once again looked at the gray dwarves who were still persisting. This time, Su Len came up with a new idea. In order to celebrate the huge wealth I've gained in Orlando, I've decided to give all of you gray dwarves a reward, Su Len said as he stood outside the fence. You invader, robber, that's the wealth of us gray dwarves. Hearing Sullen's words, the gray dwarves who were still somewhat quiet at first became agitated again. If the anger in their eyes could burn someone to death, Su Len would have been burned to ashes by now. Face reality. I think you should be more concerned about your current situation, Su Len said with a shrug. Considering that you haven't had any alcohol for a long time, I've specially prepared some alcohol for you today. If you don't want it, I'll take it away, Su Len said with a smile as he looked at the angry gray dwarves. Yes, we want it. Give us the alcohol. Silence. Sullen's face suddenly became cold and frosty, and an aura that belonged to a legendary powerhouse suddenly erupted from his body. The gray dwarves who were still yelling were like ducks whose necks were stuck. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Seeing this situation, Su Len waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward. Then they gave each of the gray dwarves a glass about the size of a thumb, and let them come up one by one according to the order of the meal. The glass was so small that it couldn't even be considered a sip. The gray dwarves drank it all in one gulp. The rich wine aroma and the mellow taste made the gray dwarves unable to stop themselves. However, this small amount of wine didn't satisfy the alcohol in their stomachs at all. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Although these gray dwarves couldn't bear the problem of not having any alcohol to drink, at least they could still hold on. However, after taking a sip of the wine, the taste of which was far better than any wine they had ever drunk before, caused an avalanche of consequences. After drinking that glass of wine, not only did they not feel satisfied, but they also craved more wine. However, by the time they wanted more wine, Sulin had already left the prison camp with his men. On the third day, when Sulin appeared in the prison camp again, more than 200 gray dwarves asked to work for Sulin. The gray dwarves who had been cursing at the betrayers all fell silent. Seeing Sulin give out large amounts of vodka, the gray dwarves couldn't take it anymore, and kept expressing their willingness to work for Sulin. There were originally more than 700 gray dwarves, but less than 300 of them were still holding on. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sulin had enough patience to slowly wear them down. After obtaining another 400 gray dwarves, Sulin chose some of the skilled blacksmiths to join the smithy. With the addition of the gray dwarves, the blacksmiths in North Town City improved again. The original smithy was no longer enough, so Sulin ordered the workers to start upgrading the smithy. With more than 200 gray dwarves and humans, Sulin planned to build a large steel workshop. With the rapid development of North Town City, even with the hydraulic forging machine, the production capacity of the smithy was still insufficient. Now that there were so many gray dwarven blacksmiths, Sulin wanted to change the equipment of the entire army on the agenda. The first thing these Duergar did as blacksmiths was to modify the Duergar armor that Sulin had obtained from Orlando. Although the Duergar armor had good defense and was sturdy and durable, it couldn't even be regarded as half-body armor when worn by the barbarians who were more than 2 meters tall. These armors needed to be modified and forged into full-body armor. Once the barbarians reached the peak level, they could equip themselves with the dwarven full-body armor and pick up a giant axe. They would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Of course, apart from the barbarians' armor, Sulin also planned to equip the centaurs with full-body armor to form a centaur-heavy cavalry. Due to the size of the centaurs, the armor they used was comparable to 3 sets of human armor. The armor Sulin sold them before was only for the front, and the back was for chainmail and inlaid scale armor. Now that they were his subordinates, he naturally wouldn't fool them like this. He planned to fully equip the centaurs with full-body armor and thicken the front of the armor at the same time. After arranging the gray dwarves' blacksmiths, Sulin planned to let the rest of the gray dwarves continue mining. "Sir, I have a map of the underground world's mineral distribution for you," a gray dwarf said. Sulin's eyes lit up. After all, the gray dwarves had lived in the underground world for hundreds of years. They must have explored all the nearby minerals. This map was extremely valuable. Mineral distribution map? If it's true, I'll give you the reward you deserve. Enough vodka, and I appoint you as the new city lord of Orlando. When he heard Sulin say enough vodka, the gray dwarf's eyes instantly turned red. When he heard that he could become the city lord of Orlando, his breathing became heavier. "Sir, the map is here." With that, the dwarf sat directly on the ground and took off his leather boots. A strong smell, like pickles that had been fermented for decades, filled the air in an instant. Sulin hurriedly summoned some wind elements to blow away the smell of pickles. The gray dwarf fumbled around in the boots for a while before finally pulling out a gray parchment that emitted a strange smell. Sulin frowned and put on gloves. He resisted the urge to throw away the parchment that emitted a strange smell and took it. A guard behind him sensibly handed over a bottle of water. Sulin rinsed it briefly before flipping through the map. The map was not large. It marked the mineral veins that the gray dwarves had discovered. There were 3 iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 gold mine, which was close to exhaustion, and 1 silver mine and gemstone mine that were being mined. So much gold in the city of the Grey Dwarves had been mined from that gold mine. Sulan did not pay much attention to the gold mine. After all, it was close to exhaustion. He was more interested in the silver mine because the Grey Dwarves had discovered some mithril in it. Mithril was a very precious magical metal in this world. It was described in many adventure stories as light as a feather and indestructible. In fact, mithril was not as exaggerated as it was described. It was more precious because of its powerful magical properties. Many powerful magic items would use this rare metal. Now that there was mithril in this underground silver mine, its value was simply immeasurable. P.S. Insufficient holiday balance, sob that you're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.